Professor Ibrahim, good morning. Welcome here. I hope
Good morning.
your talk. You'll also enjoy your talk.
Good morning, everyone. Do you hear me well?
Hello?
You guys, do you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah,
Okay.
great.
इसके लिए कुछ बोलेंगे कुलगीत स्टार्ट होंगे वो बोलो पहले ये बोलेंगे उसके बाद कुलगीत स्टार्ट करना
Hello and namaskar to everyone. Energy is essential for development. Sustainable energy is essential for sustainable development. For over 150 years, our homes, offices, and factories depended on fossil fuels as their major source of energy. As a result, we now face pollution and climate change on a global level, along with other harmful impacts. This realization prompts a clarion call for cleaner, renewable source of energy. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to extend a fresh morning and a very warm welcome to each one of you to the inaugural function of Second International Conference on Renewable Energy, which is organized by Center for Non-Conventional Energy Resources, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, in association with International Association for Hydrogen Energy, USA, and Material Research Society of India, Rajasthan. The three-day conference holds the goal to provide a common platform for researchers from all over the world presenting their cutting-edge findings in the field of renewable energy. The conference is also an online platform for creating collaborative links between researchers, scientists, academicians, and industrialists to share knowledge and host discussion of highly relevant issues of renewable energy and technologies. I am glad to respectfully and cordially welcome the chief guest of the conference, Professor Ibrahim Dinser, who is president at Hydrogen Technologies Association, Department of Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering Faculty of Engineering and Applied Science, Ontario Tech University, Oshawa, Ontario, Canada. Also joining with us today is our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Rajiv Jain, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. Not to overlook that we are here with our esteemed distinguished guests and keen participants from all across the globe. I wish you all a delightful and stimulating knowledge sharing under the umbrella of this international conference on renewable energy.
Moving further, it is time for us to begin with the inaugural session now. In our Indian tradition, before we begin anything auspicious, we always light the auspicious lamp and bow down humbly before Ma Saraswati for seeking her blessings. She is known to be goddess of knowledge. So let's pray to God that we may continue to burn the auspicious light that may bring happiness, prosperity, and healthy long life to the people of India and around the globe. Though, may I request all the dignitaries seated on the dais to kindly light the lamp and officially inaugurate the session.
पर मेरी तो नहीं आ रही है ना फोटो लगाया
Lamp lighting supposed to bring in a lot of positivity in the entire atmosphere where it is lit. Thank you so much to all the excellencies. Now we will proceed our program with the Kul Geet of University of Rajasthan. Thank you so much to each one of you. Ladies and gentlemen, now I consider it a great honor to welcome Professor S.N. Dolia, Director, Center for Non-Conventional Energy Resources, University of Rajasthan, for opening and welcoming remarks. Sir, please, I welcome you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I extend my warm greeting from the Center for Non-Conventional Energy Resources, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. On behalf of organizing committee, it is my great pleasure and privilege to welcome you all on the occasion of inaugural ceremony of Second International Conference on Renewable Energy, ICRE 2022. We are grateful to our chief guest, Professor Ibrahim Dinsar from Ontario Technical University, Canada, who is president of Hydrogen Technologies Association, also the editor of International Journal of Energy Research. Our guest of honor, Professor Rajiv Jain, Vice Chancellor of University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. Distinguished dignitaries and eminent scholars who have joined us online despite their busy schedule and prior commitments. We have in all 18 international and national invited and keynote speakers with us in this conference. With climate changes and keeping in view of Paris Agreement, mankind is facing many challenges globally in the field of renewable energy. Center for Non-Conventional Energy Resources was started by the University of Rajasthan in the year 2000 by the initiative of Professor I.P. Jain with the aim of achieving new standards in the field of hydrogen energy and solar energy as green power. I hope this conference will not just become a platform where we can share our research experience and insight to the field, but it will also help to achieve many standards in the field of renewable energy. I once again warm welcome all of you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thought-provoking address. Now, I would like to welcome our conference convener, Dr. Chhagan Lal, Deputy Director, CNCER, University of Rajasthan, to give an introduction about this 3-day international conference.
Good morning, all of you. Dear Honorable Guest, Professor Ibrahim Dinsar, President, Hydrogen Technologies Association, University of Ontario. Honorable Professor Rajiv Jain, Sir, Vice Chancellor, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. Distinguished guests, faculty members, colleagues, participants, media persons, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor and privilege to welcome the dignitaries and participants who are online and offline connected with us. I, on behalf of the Center for Non-Conventional Energy Resources, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, I would like to declare that the second international conference on renewable energy is now open. As we open this conference, it gives us a great pleasure to welcome all of you. In particular, I would like to express my gratitude and warm welcome to our plenary and featured international and national speakers. We would like to express our heartfelt gratefulness to our plenary keynote speaker, Professor Ibrahim Dinsar, President, Hydrogen Technologies Association, Editor-in-Chief, International Journal of Energy Research, Energy Storage, International Journal of Energy, International Journal of Global Warming, International Journal of Research, Innovation and Commercialization, Special Issue Coordinating Editor, International Journal of Hydrogen Energy, Department of Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering, Faculty of Engineering and Applied Sciences, University of Ontario. Sir, we are extremely grateful to you to have acceded to our request for inaugurating the conference despite your busy schedule. I assure you, sir, that this conference will definitely contribute towards making all our learned participants more responsive and sensitive to renewable energy resources. It's my pleasure to welcome to Honorable Professor Rajiv Jain sir, Vice Chancellor, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, India, for graciously accepting to preside over this function and giving us his precise time. He has been an inspiring model for all of us. Sir, I am privileged to welcome you today in this inaugural function of the conference. I would like to welcome Professor I.P. Jain, Honorary Chairman of this conference and convener of first ICRE in 2011 and founder director of CNCR. And I also welcome Professor S.N. Dolia, Present Director, CNCR and Chairman of this conference, for making this conference possible. I welcome to all our esteemed keynote and invited speakers who are very special and highly knowledgeable in their field, so that all of you can have a variety of topics and benefits from their knowledge. I would like to introduce them to you. Some keynote speakers are Dr. Daniel from Italy, Professor Bobert from France, Professor Sharif, Professor Mondal, Professor John from USA, Professor Basit from Bangladesh, Professor Ramprabhu from IIT Madras, India, and invited speakers are Professor Zhao from China, Dr. Kamil from Poland, Dr. Pathak from Trinidad, Dr. Panagiotis from Japan, Dr. Singh from South Korea, Professor Mishra from Denmark, Dr. Sapatti from Poland, Professor Balaji Subramaniam from IIT Tirupati, India, Professor Rajendra Singh Dhaka from IIT, and Dr. Dinesh Topwar from IIT Bhubaneswar, India. I would like to take this opportunity to briefly outline the importance of renewable energy resources. Presently, renewable energy resources are continuously rising. Their increasing deployment is crucial efforts to tackle greenhouse gas emission and global environmental and economic benefits of using renewable energy are generating friendly energy that produces no greenhouse gas emission from fossil fuels and reduce their emission in manufacturing, marketing, and many more. Currently, around 80% of global energy and 66% of generations are supplied from fossil fuels, contributing approximately 60% of greenhouse gas emission responsible for climate change. But a transition to cleaner form energy has already begun. Technological innovation and the cost reduction, renewable energy efficiency technologies must still compete with highly subsidized carbon incentive energy technologies. Renewable energy technologies could be deployed more rapidly if energy policies address both the subsidies and impacts of fossil fuels while facilitating more finance for renewable energy projects. Once the renewable infrastructure is built, the fuel is free forever. Unlike carbon-based fuels, the wind and the sun and the earth itself provides fuels that is free in amounts that are effectively limitless. Energy conservation is incredibly important for several reasons, along with reducing our reliance on non-renewable energy resources like fossil fuels. It also helps save our money on energy costs, including utility bills, etc. I am happy to share a good news. In the last week, the Government of India unveiled the first phase of its much-hyped green hydrogen policy. The policy offers a range of incentives to entice investors to bet on the development and deployment of green ammonia and hydrogen. The new age fuel is made using renewable power from wind or solar source to split water into hydrogen and oxygen. The policy is designed to aid India's efforts to meet its climate target while reducing its dependence on fossil fuels and positioning itself as the hub of green hydrogen in the global hydrogen race. According to the new policy, India will set up separate manufacturing zones, waive interstate power transmission charges for 25 years, and provide priority connectivity to electric grid to green hydrogen and ammonia producers in a bid to incentive production. The ultimate aim of the government is to bring down the cost of green hydrogen to $1 per kilogram. The current cost 3 to 6.5 US dollar and have 5 million metric tons per annum green hydrogen capacity by 2030 in India. I am happy to announce today that in this international conference, more than 350 scholars and researchers are participating from almost all states of India, and around 25 participants are from other countries. We received approximately more than 300 abstracts and will be presenting during the oral and poster sessions in this international conference. Once again, I welcome to all of you. I hope this international conference will be fruitful and productive. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing with us the detailed information about the valuable International Conference on Renewable Energy 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move on, I request Professor I.P. Jain, Founder Director of Center for Non-Conventional Energy Resources and Honorary Chairman of International Conference on Renewable Energy 2022, University of Rajasthan, to kindly come forward and deliver our founder's address to the audience.
Chief Jain, presiding over a function, distinguished Professor Ibrahim Dixon, our chief guest, our director, Professor S.N. Dolia, chairman of the conference, our deputy director, Dr. Chagalal, convener of the conference, distinguished keynote speakers, invited speakers, scientists presenting their research work, our university faculties, students, ladies and gentlemen. Today, on the occasion of second International Conference of Renewable Energy being organized by our Center for Non-Conventional Energy Resources, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, India, during February 25, 26, 27, it is my pride privilege to welcome our Vice Chancellor, sir, who has been aspiration for development of this university, has a special place in his heart for the center. He has been generous enough to provide separate building for center with all its infrastructure. It gives me immense pleasure in welcoming our chief guest, Professor Ibrahim Dinson, who has enormous space in his heart for renewable energy, with enormous contributions, especially for hydroenergy, and a world-renowned scientist. I welcome all distinguished keynote speakers, Professor John William Sheffield, President, International Association for Hydroenergy, Dr. S. Ramprabhu, Professor Emeritus, IIT Madras, Professor Jean Paul Louis Wapet, University of Bordeaux, France, Professor Sharif, University of Florida, USA, Professor Kanchan Mondal, South Illinois University, Carbondale, USA, Professor Daniel Mirabile, Jatia, Kenya, Italy, Professor M.A. Basit, Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology, invited speakers, scientists present with their work, our university faculty, students, and ladies and gentlemen. The primary objective of ICR 2002 is to provide an intellectual forum for exchange of knowledge and information in relation to latest development in renewable energy, as well as its enabling technologies. The conference will address various themes to design the scenario for use of renewable energy, for example, solar energy, geothermal energy, hydroenergy, bioenergy, hydroenergy, wind energy, and energy management. I'm glad that there has been excellent response to this conference from around the world by scientists, academicians, industrialists, research scholars, students, administrators, policymakers, economists, and social scientists. Large number of papers from research contribution containing scientific and technical aspects, including application, production, and market analysis, is the backbone of the conference. The scientific program of the conference includes several keynote addresses, plenary lectures delivered by distinguished scientists from across the world, along with number of invited talks, oral and poster presentations. Energy is an important aspect in the development of any nation. The present energy scenario is passing through a crucial period due to worldwide energy crisis, both for domestic and mobile application, so much so that an ordinary citizen is very uncertain even for the present day supply and production of energy. In view of the rising energy demand and reducing source of conventional energy conservation, management, and application of the non-conventional resources become imperative. One of the reasons of great worries of scientists, technologists, economists, and political thinkers is reducing sources of conventional energy. Oil and gas supply security and climate change continue to present prominent challenges for all countries. They are particularly pressing in the transportation sector, which will rely almost exclusively on the oil. Reducing the dependence on hydrocarbons and emission of the carbon dioxide is becoming increasingly imperative. This will require significant change in the global energy system and is the introduction of new technologies which are able to produce and use energy more efficiently and cleanly than in past. Renewable energy sources offer variable options to address the energy security concern of the country. Today, India has one of the highest potential for the effective use of renewable energy. India is the world's fifth largest producer of wind power after Denmark, Germany, Spain, and USA. Other renewable energy sources, including solar photovoltaic, solar thermal, small hydro, biomass, and hydro energy, are also steady. The scientific community around the world has identified hydrogen as the best energy system with its renewable, sustainable, efficient, low cost, convenient, and safe. Hydrogen shows the solution and allows progressive and non-traumatic transition of today's energy to a perfect fuel for the future energy system. Research is being conducted throughout the world for hydrogen energy, which is based on the advancement of hydrogen production, storage, distribution, and different applications, essential for transition to a hydrogen economy. Recently, a lot of exciting application of hydrogen energy is taking place around the world. In short, renewable energy sources show the solution and have potential to solve world energy crisis for stationary and mobile application. Greater reliance on renewable energy sources offer enormous economic, social, and environmental benefit, so as to provide better quality to human beings and better environment to planet Earth. I hope this conference will provide a platform to young research workers around the world to present their work and interact with the world-renowned scientists, leading them to the better contribution in the field of renewable energy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable thoughts. I am profoundly delighted to take an opportunity to introduce our chief guest, Professor Ibrahim Dinsar. Professor is President at Hydrogen Technologies Association, Ontario Tech University, Oshawa, Ontario, Canada. He is editor-in-chief of various journals like International Journal of Energy Research, Energy Storage, International Journal of Exergy, International Journal of Global Warming, International Journal of Research, Innovation and Commercialization. He is Special Issues Coordinating Editor of International Journal of Hydrogen Energy. He has bagged various awards including Best Paper Award IAHE USA, FEAS Teaching Excellence Award Ontario Tech Canada, President's Special Award Alumni Association International Istanbul Technical University, and many more. Today, we are privileged to have an opportunity to listen to him. And on behalf of all gathered here, I welcome you, sir, and would request you to deliver the keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am really delighted to be here today, connected to you all, and really happy to deliver my plenary talk. So I think I should start sharing the screen. Really very much delighted. And let me see. Are you able to see my screen? Hiding this and then putting on the presentation mode. Is it now fully clear and visible?
Yes, sir.
Beautiful. And again, good morning, everyone. So I am really delighted to be here today in this particular and unique conference to deliver my talk. And my talk today is really going to be about hydrogen and biomass energy system. I slightly changed the title, but the content is going to be somewhat the same as planned. So really the main focus today is going to be on new dimensions in hydrogen and integrated biomass energy systems. So let's first go through a couple of introductory slides. And everybody, of course, is familiar with some global challenges. And of course, always the first is going to be really what we are going through this particular pandemic. And of course, if you put it aside and look at what else now available, and of course, many you see here, different organizations, different, of course, researchers make a sort of a similar ranking. And you always see hydrogen is really among top, let's say, top 3 or top 2 or top 1. So really, it is that way. And in the opening, of course, there was a little discussion on it, and mentioned about sustainability. And I like to introduce the dimensions of sustainability with the 5 E's. And these are very critical, by the way. And energy is there, education, economy, environment, and ethics. People may think, people may think, oh, where is the social dimension? You included the ethics, but not the social dimension. I tell people, this ethics has is a kind of shelter which is covering the social dimensions as well. So really, with the 5 E's, trying to draw the really the circle, what we call a sustainability circle. We need to understand what people need. People need clean air, clean food, clean water, and clean energy. It is very important to look at this clean energy dimension. If it is not clean enough, it's going to affect all of these. So that's why we need to start with energy first. And I had an article, of course, this was just in early days of the COVID-19 pandemic. And I had this particular perspective article, and I was trying to provide a perspective that this COVID-19 coronavirus pandemic has been a kind of turning point really closing carbon age, but opening hydrogen age. So that's why in that year, when I of course initially published this in May 2020, and then in July, European community has actually started their green hydrogen deal, and many countries followed that particular initiative. And then, of course, now, including India and many other countries, have declared their, of course, energy roadmap with hydrogen. We need to look at and understand, what is happening in the sectors, particularly in transportation sector, and look at this. All vehicles are now crying, and we really need to provide a cure for the world, and this is going to be definitely with hydrogen. And of course, when we talk about hydrogen, we need to really give a kind of perspective. So, where to obtain hydrogen? And when you look at here, what you see, by the way, you have fossil fuels. And if you look at the CO2 emissions, in particular, the global warming or environmental impact, and you see and the fossil fuels will not really be a potential or right solution. And however, what you see, if you look at on this side, on the right hand side, you see nuclear and renewables. And this is clearly telling you nuclear and renewables will be really the right choices to dissociate water into hydrogen and oxygen and basically provide green hydrogen. And then we need to look at what has been around the globe. And there were, of course, various initiatives. One was really a hydrogen energy ministerial meeting started in 2019. You see, and it was, of course, followed with the one in 2020, and then, of course, later 2021. And of course, the countries
Sorry
attended.
to interrupt, sir. Your slide is not.
Slides are not moving. Hello, are the slides moving?
No, sir.
They are not moving.
Now it's working, sir.
Are the slides were not moving?
They were not moving earlier.
Okay, so what I do when I share the screen, let me select this time entire and see once again what will happen. And is this now fine? Are you able to see?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what I do maybe instead of going really the actually very first one, what I'm going to be making by saying, you see here, especially when you look at the life cycle assessment or various hydrogen production methods, and you see here fossil fuels, have the largest CO2 emissions. So producing hydrogen from fossil fuels is not going to make a sense if we are really trying to achieve a kind of carbon-free solutions. Now, you see here on the right-hand side, we do have nuclear and renewables. So basically providing more environmentally friendly solutions. So really, accordingly, we use these renewables and nuclear heat or electricity to be able to dissociate water into hydrogen and oxygen. And worldwide, there have been various initiatives, and one of them was a hydrogen energy ministerial meeting. and initially started in 2019 in Tokyo, later in 2020, and then even one in 2021 last year. So really, the countries aim to achieve a hydrogen-powered society, and various countries declare their strategic plans. And when you look at Japan, really in 2019, they declared that they would have 10 million hydrogen power systems, including the vehicles, and with 10,000 hydrogen refueling stations. And then when we look at what has been happening in Canada in terms of research, development, and the innovation, as well as really technology commercialization activities. And what I can say, of course, my home university, Ontario Tech University, is really leading if one considers the scholarly publications, theses, and patents, technologies developed, etc. So really, this is sort of a clear indication that my home university is leading in Canada by considering the past 50 years. In my lab, of course, the projects I have been leading really covering a wide range from hydrogen and fuel cell technologies to renewable energy technologies, energy storage technologies, hybrid and integrated energy systems, electric and hybrid electric vehicles, alternative fuels and production technologies, really aiming to cover a broad spectrum from production to utilization. And getting into hydrogen aspects. And there, initially, of course, delivered a plenary talk on innovation in hydrogen production. And I introduced the 18S approach. This is very critical, by the way, and really bringing a kind of a comprehensive analysis and assessment into the process, and by considering several factors and with S. And that's why when you look at here, staff, scope, scale up, safety, scheme, sector, solution, etc. So really basically covering the entire domain. And in this particular case, also we wanted to rank various technologies based on various hydrogen production technologies. And we have got the thermochemical, photonic, cell, integrated reactor, and even ideal case to be able to see really how well we are doing and how effectively we can rank them. So you see, one is the best, zero is the worst, and trying to look at these and then making this kind of 18S approach and implementing accordingly. So I strongly recommend this kind of approach, especially about hydrogen energy technologies, considering a wide spectrum from production to utilization. Also, developing various initiatives, by the way. I led a project on hydrogen hub development in Oshawa. And this was a very important study. Basically, we looked at the entire spectrum, considered sources, systems, and services. In terms of services, we ultimately targeted various sectors, and with hydrogen, and then obviously produced by using various systems developed at my university, and particularly in my group, and then by considering various sources, including nuclear, of course, power, and renewables. So trying to come up with this, and where we have the hydrogen hub, really doing the production, and really this way using the existing resources and trying to actually cover the needs, especially hydrogen needs for various sectors. And also, of course, we looked at the actually cases. We looked at, especially when we do the analysis or in general the studies, we look at it from the life cycle perspective. And to be able to cover the broad spectrum from cradle to grave type. And similarly, to look at the sources, systems, and especially doing the analysis and assessment for transportation sector by considering the actually Durham region, and also of course with the various options, and even having diesel as, let's say, base case, and then renewable hydrogen, nuclear hydrogen, even by using grid hydrogen, where we have the largest contribution coming from nuclear and hydro, and some of course fossil fuel space, and doing different scenarios, by the way, and really to look at all these. This is very important if you are developing a hub, and I strongly recommend this kind of approach for India, or maybe in your specific region, to study such hubs or networks. Very important. And look at the different types of vehicles by considering the public buses uh, especially because we had that specific target in the project, and they considered a fuel cell electric bus, diesel, compressed natural gas bus, and battery electric. Of course, fuel cell is going to be really the best option if we consider the environmental impact. And then when you look at the cost, still is not really better than battery electric bus, but the prices are going down, and very soon it is, especially. Sorry, what happened? Hello? And then also we have looked at the Canadian hydrogen energy sector. And this was very important to look at this comprehensive one. And by considering, as I mentioned earlier, really from production to utilization. And when you look at it, of course, covering the entire cycle from production to utilization. And also, it is not really limited to only technical dimensions. To look at the, of course, policies, educational, economic, and other dimensions, and also, of course, to look at the storage and distribution, and also roadmap development by considering, of course, short, mid, and long-term goals. So really developing this as well. Another interesting study, this is, of course, by bringing a hydrogen farm concept up and really making it very important for the sectors. And in here, really the prime target to have renewables, depending on the location or the site, and really identifying the potential technologies or systems to use, and then to produce hydrogen, which will be really utilized by various sectors accordingly. And did a comprehensive study with the group I am actually collaborating in Turkey to look at it, of course, for the entire country, and studying the actually entire cities, basically 81 cities, and to be able to see if we consider really the renewable energy options only. So what will happen? How the country is going to be able to cope with the hydrogen economy. So really to look at the hydrogen production, and identified 10 top cities with the highest hydrogen production potentials. And then for the country, it was overall, 614.21 million ton per million ton of hydrogen, green hydrogen per year. Also, let another project, and to be able to produce green hydrogen, and then which is going to be blended into natural gas and used in various systems, basically household appliances first, and develop this system jointly with the groups and companies in Turkey, and successfully completed the projects and test accordingly to look at the hydrogen blending, and especially blending in different volumetric ratios from 0 to really going up to 20% of hydrogen being blended into natural gas. And then, of course, doing, of course, various research, and then investigating various options. And then also additionally in my group, in the clean energy research laboratory, we look at or we study various types of hydrogen production technologies. And this is somewhat very critical. And to study thermochemical cycles, particularly copper chlorine cycle. And then, of course, we have extended this to cover magnesium chlorine cycle, cobalt chlorine cycle, sodium hydroxide, and the hybrid sulfur cycles, and successfully developed them. Also, to look at another domain, really photonic hydrogen production using photoelectrolysis, photocatalysis, photoelectrochemical processes to develop these technologies, and really making them feasible, and really something ready for commercialization. And also, of course, more recently, to look at the aluminum water really reaction. And the aim was whether or not we can use really the discarded aluminum, and really having water and sodium hydroxide in a specific reaction sets in 3 steps, and to be able to achieve hydrogen production. Also different technologies. And then we have developed ammonia fuel cells. And this was very interesting, really something very feasible. And also, of course, integrated into various systems. And then also more recently considering integrated energy systems for multi-generational applications. And in this particular case, of course, aim to hybridize a small modular reactor, basically MPP, with renewable energy by using various subsystems, and to be able to produce clean hydrogen, clean, of course, fresh water, and the other commodities from power to heat accordingly to cover the needs for the communities, and particularly targeting indigenous communities, native Indians. And then also, of course, I need to dwell on some key objectives. And when you look at here, hybridization is very critical. And the multi-generation is going to be, of course, similarly very critical. And what to do? We do combination and integration. And by keeping in mind, modularization is going to be also at the same time very important. So taking us to the dimensions of innovation, and I introduced this with P's. And by the way, and in this case, innovation has 5 key requirements. First, people. In everything, we need people, and people with passion. And then also, of course, to be able to develop partnership. And also, of course, really develop right policies and also implement right processes and achieve really innovation as needed in the sector. So bringing this of course, a RIC concept into, and this is, by the way, research, innovation, and commercialization. And because by targeting, really turning knowledge into technological products. And that's why it is very critical, and it is also targeted in my lab, and turning knowledge into technological products. So developing technologies and commercializing them. And I have this 3S approach, by the way. And this 3S approach, and very important, especially if you try to cover the entire spectrum for energy. And the first S is going to be really the source. We need sources. And these are going to be, of course, I am now getting into biomass, and whatever type of biomass considering, and really from crops to municipal solid wastes, even slush, and also to look at the systems, and to be able to really produce useful commodities, which are going to be services for various sectors. And these are going to be, of course, from hydrogen to ammonia, heat, and the other commodities, power, etc. So these are really becoming very critical. And to look at the systems, and one system was really, and how to incorporate solar energy into biomass gasification by considering rice husks, and to be able to develop this multi-generational system, and produce, of course, hydrogen, cooling, power, and fresh water. And that was the target. And also, of course, additionally, we have developed various systems to look at the different technologies and different types of biomass sources, municipal wastes, sewage sludge, woody samples, and textiles, of course, and to look at these, and then to be able to cover the needs accordingly. And also, of course, with the prime interest to include desalination. To look at additionally into various systems. Again, this particular one with solar, using specific downdraft gasifier, and including the wastes, but this time incorporating thermochemical cycles along with this, to be able to produce hydrogen, and then, of course, blending it with natural gas and using it in various applications, and of course in various industrial and domestic appliances. And then also another very important one to look at this, of course, biomass gasification this time, and even including carbon capturing, and then going essentially into hydrogen and ammonia. These are very critical. And then also, of course, we looked at the various systems, again, biomass gasification type, to look at primarily for hydrogen and power production as targeted for the sustainable communities by considering some types of biomasses, and specifically dry olive pits for the selected communities. Another additional study to look at it actually from the integrated gasification combined cycle point. And then also, of course, doing ammonia production, and also, of course, getting into hydrogen. And we do have PEM electrolysis this way being incorporated, and then producing power, heat, and cooling accordingly, along with desalination. Additionally, to look at the various additional cycles where we had the opportunity to incorporate thermochemical hydrogen production into. And also, of course, another additional system. And this was, of course, a kind of a prime technology we developed. And this was also, of course, an international project and successfully completed. And also, of course, to look at the various types of integrated energy systems. And solar is specific, and then considering biomass, this time combusting it really basically for the power generation cycle, and managing it this way accordingly. Another study really about solar-based integrated energy system, and for various communities, and studying them, of course, for covering the needs for the selected communities. And this particular one is coming from Canada, from our region, Durham region, to look at the Durham region and really develop waste to energy systems. And this way, to be able to really overcome waste issues, and also provide a better environment, and really cover the energy needs, and developing such systems, and making them really renewable energy base. And of course, developing these facilities as well. So using even gasifier for the used tires. And also, of course, developing these for the communities further. And there are a few more examples. And these are very important. I wanted to give you a kind of a snapshot about the technologies, why we develop integrated energy system. As we know, everything is getting more integrated. And when you look at your, for example, smart devices, integrated applications have become really critical. When it comes to energy systems, we really need to think that way, and to bring integrated energy solutions. And now, let's look at the conclusions. And we do have challenges really about clean air, clean water, clean food, clean energy. So energy is prime to be really cover the other needs in terms of air, water, and food. And when you look at the clean energy solutions, especially carbon-free solutions, the address is going to be hydrogen. And hydrogen, but we need innovative solutions. And to be able to really develop the hydrogen economy, and develop the hydrogen energy systems, and really implement them accordingly in various sectors. And sustainability is going to be very critical. And ultimately, we should aim to achieve better sustainability. Otherwise, it's not going to make sense. And then also, of course, we need to really think about system integration for multi-generation. Instead of, let's say, building systems individually to be able to cover every need separately, we have to come up with an integrated system, and to be able to cover all needs in an integrated fashion. And biomass energy systems will be very important, especially when it comes to waste to energy systems. and we really need to develop this. So, and then the question, what about the future? Of course, the future is going to be really with hydrogen. That is something inevitable. But the question, what else to include in this energy menu? And it is very important to develop a diversified energy portfolio where we can have renewables and hydrogen playing key roles, and at the same time developing these really solutions along with. And then by making this a quick announcement or reminder that we are organizing the next World Hydrogen Energy Congress in Istanbul in this coming June. And I have now finished my talk. Entertain any questions, comments you have got for me.
Gaining knowledge is the first step to wisdom, and sharing it with others is the first step to humanity. So, I thank you, sir, for sharing valuable thoughts with us on new dimensions in hydrogen and integrated biomass energy system. Thank you once again, sir.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I feel privileged to introduce Professor Rajiv Jain, Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. Earlier, he served as Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Management in Kota University. He has invested more than 34 years of life in the field of management, education, and research. He has visited many countries for various academic and administrative pursuits. The academic arena of Sir portrays PhDs, more than 24 under supervision, over 34 national and international conferences, and published many research books, research articles in referred journals. So, without any further ado, may I please welcome Professor Rajiv Jain for presidential address. Over to you, sir.
सर आगे वाले क्वेश्चन मैंने सारे छोड़ जहाँ 5-6 रुपए दे हेलो
Our Honorable VC sir will shortly join us. I request all the audience, please keep your mic mute. Ladies and gentlemen, meanwhile, our Honorable VC sir join us in very short time. We are proceeding to release our souvenir. Now I request all the dignitaries to release the souvenir.
Hello. Hello. Good morning to all of you. In this souvenir, we have 7 categories in which we have all about, I think, around 290 or 292 abstracts selected for the oral and poster presentations. And in this souvenir, we have included keynote speakers abstract and invited speakers abstract also. And with this book, we have some sponsorship from the IGHE, International Journal of Hydrogen Energy, and International Association for Hydrogen Energy, USA. And we are very thankful to Environmental Science and Pollution Research for taking this sponsorship also for the publication of the selected high quality papers in this journal, and IGHE also, as well as IGHE, International Journal of Hydrogen Energy. क्या करें?
I can see our participants are to ask some question from our keynote speaker, Professor Dinsar. So session is open for the participant to ask question. They may ask any query from our Dinsar, sir. Please.
Hello. Hello. Am I
Hello?
audible,
Yeah.
Ibrahim sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Very good morning, sir. A very wonderful talk.
Good morning to you.
Yes, sir. Sir, just there is a question that what do you think in the near future can be the best option in the scenario of developed and developing countries, specifically developing countries, if we compare the hydrogen energy and compare the solar energy, if we compare hydrogen energy with that from the solar energy, what do you think? What I think is that the solar energy is very costly still today. So the fabrication
Okay.
of solar panels is very difficult.
Yeah, okay, let me now formulate this and provide an answer. And normally what we see, people sometimes see that, oh, okay, which one to choose. No, this shouldn't be the approach. And how to make use of these in a harmonized manner for better solutions. We need solar, and solar is the really the key source for this universe, and we need to make use of it. And when you look at the cost per, let's say, per kilowatt hour of electricity produced, and it has
Yes.
come down to even 2 cents per kilowatt hour. So 2 cents, of course, this is US dollar cents, but still very cost, very feasible. And then, of course, look at the hydrogen. On the other side, you have hydrogen, but hydrogen sector is being developed. So it's not something they are at the same level. No, we have really well matured solar energy technologies. On the other side, hydrogen energy technologies are really still at the developmental stage. And of course, some technologies are ready for use, but some are not yet. So, and also look at it this way. I put it also this into another context. And the energy solutions are like drugs. Do you know any drug with no side effect? Anything you choose, which will
Yes.
result in some side effects. So always you can look at it that way. So, and then now coming down to solar energy and hydrogen, to me, solar energy is going to be really critical in hydrogen economy, especially in really producing hydrogen energy. And look at solar heat and solar electricity, which will be very critical in hydrogen economy. And when you look at it from the systems, of course, if you take it to the systems and the solar powered integrated energy systems will be very important as well.
So in a sense, you're talking about a blended economy that is powered with hydrogen power and blended with solar energy for
Yes.
the running of the different equipments.
Yes, I tell you, a hydrogen economy cannot survive without renewables. So renewable energy technologies will be very critical in hydrogen economy, especially for green hydrogen production. Otherwise, you can't make it. So really, it is going to be very critical.
Okay. Great, sir. Thank you.
Action later on, I'm happy to announce that our VC sir has joined us.
Sir is not visible. Vice Chancellor, sir, is not visible.
Audience, I'm happy to announce that our VC sir has just joined us. I'm feeling very privileged to introduce Professor Rajiv Jain, Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. Earlier, he served as Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Management in Kota University. He has invested more than 34 years of life in the field of management, education, and research. He has visited many countries for various academic and administrative pursuits. The academic arena of Sir portrays 24 PhDs under supervision, over 31 national and international conferences, and published many research books, research articles in different journals. So without any further ado, may I please welcome Professor Rajiv Jain for presidential address.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Professor Ibrahim Dinsar, President, Hydrogen Technologies Association, Canada. Professor S.N. Dolia, Chairman and Director, CNCR. Honorary Chairman, CERE, Professor I.P. Jain. Convener, Dr. Chhagan Lal. Organizing Secretary, Dr. Manisha Gupta, Dr. Amarpal Singh, and dear friends. It gives me immense pleasure to be here with you on the occasion of Second International Conference on Renewable Energy. I welcome scientists and research scholars from all over the world to beautiful Pink City, which is a World Heritage City, and to the University of Rajasthan. University of Rajasthan was established in 1947. It has been accredited as A+ university by National Assessment and Accreditation Council. During last 60 years, this university has been recognized world over for its contribution in frontline areas of research, development, and teaching. Our university has very huge campus with beautiful landscape attracting tourists visiting Jaipur. Our Center for Non-Conventional Energy Resources was established in 2000. In a very short time, it became famous world over for doing research, especially in hydrogen and solar energy. Renewable energy is the need of the day in the present scenario of the world. Due to rising energy demand and reducing conventional energy sources, use of renewable energies has become important. The other aspect is pollution added by conventional energy in environment. Energy is central to sustainable development and poverty reduction efforts. It affects all aspects of development such as social, economic, environmental, health, and education. No development can be met out without major improvement in the quality and the quantity of energy. Expanding access to the energy services for the poor is the need of the hour. I wish good luck to all the participants involved in research in renewable energy, which will be beneficial for sustainable future of the planet Earth. I am sure they will gain insightful knowledge by interacting with experts during the deliberations of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the extremely enlightening address. We are truly delighted to have you with us. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, the words of motivation and positivity can energize any soul to do better, achieve better, and excel better. With due regard, I would like to invite Dr. Manisha Gupta, Organizing Secretary at International Conference on Renewable Energy 2022, University of Rajasthan, for her insight address and vote of thanks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. On behalf of entire team of ICRE 2022 and my own behalf, I would like to take this opportunity to extend the most gracious thanks to all the speakers for gracing your important words and sharing with us your experience and opinions today. We are fortunate to have eminent speakers and delegates from various universities, international and national institutes and laboratories working in the area of renewable energy. I'm sure that the participants will be benefited by attending this conference. We also express our appreciation to Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Rajiv Jain for his presidential address and continuous support advices which have greatly helped towards the successful organization of ICRE 2022. We are grateful to our Chief Guest, Vice President for Strategy, International Association of Hydrogen Energy, USA, Vice President for World Society of Sustainable Energy Technologies, Department of Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering, Faculty of Engineering and Applied Sciences, Ontario, Technical University, Oshawa, Ontario, Canada, Professor Ibrahim Dancer for kindly accepting our invitation and gracing the inaugural function, also for accepting our invitation for keynote talk. I am very much thankful to International Association of Energy and International Journal of Hydrogen Energy for sponsoring this international conference and MRSI Rajasthan chapter for their association. Without their generous support and association, it would not have been possible to organize this conference. I also wish to express gratitude to Professor I.P. Jain for taking the initiative for University of Rajasthan. Special thanks to Professor S.N. Dolia, Chairman and Director of CNCR, for his flawless logistic support and guidance to make this event successful. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for Dr. Chhagan Lal, convener ICRE 2022, for his untiring work and dedication, who remained always on his toes for making this international conference a successful and memorable one. We are also grateful to the conference advisory members who have shared their valuable insight for organization of this conference. We are thankful to Head Department of Chemistry for providing this technology hall towards organizing this event. I take this opportunity to express my gratitude to all invited speakers who have open-heartedly accepted our invitation in a very short time and graced the event by their presence. The success of this conference depends on the efforts of many people. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of highly motivated and dedicated colleagues of Department of Physics of University of Rajasthan who know their job and are result-oriented. We acknowledge the support received from HOD, the faculty members, and staff members. We also express our warm appreciation to all the research scholars who have greatly helped us in organizing this conference. I would like to express our sincere thanks to the media team for giving an excellent coverage for this conference. I cannot thank everyone enough for their involvement and their willingness to take on the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zone. I know due to this pandemic situation all over the world, all would be missing pleasant weather and historic monuments of Pink City, Jaipur. But I'm sure that you will enjoy the academic discussions during this conference a lot. Thank you all once again. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the vote of thanks and profound knowledge you shared with us. Audience, before moving forward, I want to announce that we can resume our interaction session with our knowledgeable speaker, Dr. Ibrahim Dinsar. If anybody wants to ask any question with him, then you have a certain period of time, that is 10 minutes. At 12:05, we will start our keynote lecture. I announce again, if anybody wants to interact with our
Sir, can I ask one question?
Sure.
Hello, sir. I want to know what is the future material which can substitute the silicon-based solar cell panels?
This is a question which is not really suitable for me. I am not a kind of material scientist, and I am not working on those, let's say, solar cell technologies. So it's hard for me to comment on and really give you a kind of, wise, let's say, answer. So I rather actually,
Sorry,
not to
sir. I'm
say
extremely
more.
sorry. Okay.
Yes, and so I am not a material scientist. Yes.
Okay, sir.
But any other questions? And I welcome any other questions, and to be able to address. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Sir, I will like to thank you, Ibrahim sir. Recently, I had submitted a review article in the International Journal of Hydrogen Energy that talks about the applications of graphene for
Graphene is
solid
very good.
fuel cell applications. Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir.
Yes, very important material, and really will be dominating various systems and applications, and very critical. And I'm glad you have made that kind of review article. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. I have also talked about the different absorption sites where the atoms can be absorbed in graphene.
Excellent.
Theoretical
So very
input
important.
as well. Yes,
Very
Okay,
important.
so what is the, Dr. Sudhanshu, what is the upper limit of efficiency produced by the graphene? Or what purposes you used graphene in solar cells?
Graphene in solar cells has actually very wide applications because you see it is a transparent material. That is the beauty of this material. So it can be applied for enhancing the efficiency. Photon absorption efficiency is far better. And although you see graphene appears to be black in color, if you would have seen. So rather actually 2D flakes can be used, and at this atomic level, they become almost transparent to the light. So we can enhance the photon absorption.
What is the
efficiency.
possibility to integrate this graphene on any semiconductor material like cadmium telluride or silicon or gallium arsenide so that we can use this graphene and improve the efficiency?
Yes, actually, this is a very interesting question because graphene can be processed in two ways. The first one is that how can we apply it by a chemical method? Like we can apply it over silicon surfaces by enhancing it in some solution.
Okay. No, my question is if we are integrating graphene on silicon surface, so what is the condition of interface?
That is what I am telling you. We may need to passivate surfaces if we are using a chemical method. However, people across the world are working on depositing thin films of graphene as well. That is an area where work is currently still going on, like deposition of thin films by using CVD. In my knowledge, there is no physical deposition techniques for the moment. I don't know about it. But however, I know about CVD that it has been applied for the fabrication of large area graphene thin films. So probably that can be useful in futuristic energy applications.
Okay.
I hope.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for sharing your continue.
You are not audible. You are not audible.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your knowledge. We'll continue with our session at 12:05 p.m. Till then, we'll have we'll hopefully
Sir, Jim sir, I'm very thankful to you for such a. You have always been very encouraging to young people, and you are all over the world. You are known as a big scientist. I'm very happy that you have accepted our invitation. And during shorter time, we could not give you more time because a lot of people wanted to more questions. But we have to proceed further for this conference. Once again, I thank Professor Dim sir. You are warm coming to this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Jane. And this is really more than that. The friendship I have got with you is more than enough, to really make me to join and deliver that kind of talk. Yes, yes. Thank you, and I really wish you a great success with the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Always been so kind and so warm. I appreciate you. I don't have words to appreciate you. Thank you.
That is your kindness. Thank you.
We had a very beautiful conversation with Professor Ibrahim Dinsar. Moving forward, we are going to have our first keynote lecture by Professor I.P. Jain, Founder Director at CNCR and Honorary Chairman at Sorry for the glitch. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor I.P. Jain is going to chair the first session. He is founder and director at CNCR and honorary chairman at International Conference of Renewable Energy 2022, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. Over to you, sir.
It's my pleasure to invite Professor Jean-Louis Boppet, a renowned scientist in France working in hydrogen energy. As you know that we have a very close collaboration with Professor Boppet, and he is a very popular among my students. There are so many students in contact with him, and one of my students is going as a professor in his lab for 1 month in next April. So he's a big-hearted person, and he's a known physicist in the field of hydrogen energy. I request you, Professor G, kindly speak your keynote address to the people.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the very nice introduction. So sorry. So I will give my talk. So sorry. Everybody can see my screen, but maybe not full screen. Now now you can see my full screen, I guess. So, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was a very great introduction. And yeah, I know that, well, you know that I have a strong interaction with some of your students, and I'm very happy to have one of your students visiting our lab in April. That will be great. And I would love to come back to Jaipur again. So the work I will present you today is a work dedicated to hydrogen, of course, and I will speak about hydrogen generation from complex magnesium-based materials. So I will start with very easy magnesium material, and I will finish with more complex magnesium material. So this work is done with some other colleagues from other lab in Bordeaux campus. And this is also the work of two of my PhD students, Serge Albacha and Manuel Legray. Sorry. So the outline of my talk is the following one. So I will start with a very short introduction. I will say a few words about hydrogen. Then I will go to hydrolysis of magnesium alloy. Sorry, is it okay? Yeah. Then I will speak about LPSO. It's more a prospective work, but it's interesting to, I think it's interesting to share that with you. And I will finish with some conclusion. So the first part is that I will give you a few words about hydrogen. Why do we have to use hydrogen? How can it work? And etc. etc. Right? It will be quite short because most of you know even more than me about hydrogen. So the first point is that if you look at the consumption, I'm sorry, it's all written in French, but charbon means coal. Yep, sorry. You have also petroleum, you have natural gas. So as you can see, in the last 40 years, this three component here represents something like 75, 80% of the total consumption. And the bad point is that the total consumption has been almost multiplied by 2 in the last 30 years. So that means that you have a lot of carbon dioxide emission, you have a lot of small particle emission also, and etc. So this is a picture of Milano in Italy, taken in early 2020. Okay, but in fact, there was a good thing. Well, I'm not sure it's a good thing, but we had a good thing in 2020. It was the COVID, and because of the COVID, we had to do confinement. And this is exactly the same picture taken from the same place, but this was before and this was during the confinement. So that means that it's quite easy to suppress all this CO2 emission and so on, if we stop using the car, for example, and a lot of other things also. So in fact, it's the good time to, well, we know that we have to reduce the CO2. Well, I'm sorry about that. It's a good time to reduce the CO2 emission. It's a good time to decrease the fossil fuel utilization and also dependence. And it's really the perfect time to make the transition toward the non-polluting energy sources. These non-polluting energy sources should be hydrogen. Why hydrogen is so good? Because it's more energetic than fossil fuel. The combustion of hydrogen give you 3 times more energy than the combustion of gasoline. Another good point is that the combustion is done without any pollutant emission. So you have hydrogen reacting with oxygen that give you only water, so it's perfect. And, and it's very abundant in nature. So that means that you can, well, of course, you have a lot of H2 in nature. A lot of time it's combined with oxygen to form water, but it's a good point. So, well, there is mainly 2 big trouble with hydrogen. One is the production and the other one is storage. Why production can be a big problem? Because the production, actually something like 95% of hydrogen is produced from steam reforming or equivalent. So it's produced from fossil fuel. And 5% are produced from electrolysis, but as 66% of electricity came from fossil fuel, that means that you are close to 98, 99% of hydrogen produced from fossil fuel, in fact. So we have to change that. And for the storage, you have a lot of way to store hydrogen under pressure as a liquid in magnesium, in hydride, in borohydride, and so on. But all of this system has some advantage, but has also some big drawback. And one of the main big drawback is, well, it can be the energy that need for the liquid form, for example, but it's also the weight of the storage, which can be a big trouble. The weight and sometimes the volume. So to try to solve these two problems, the problem of production and the problem of storage, what we can think is the production, an in situ production on demand. If we are able to do that, that means that you don't have the trouble of storage. And of course, if you have a way to produce hydrogen without using fossil fuel, that could be a perfect solution. And this perfect solution, I will not say too much about hydride, but I will focus on hydrolysis of metal. So if you look at hydrolysis of metal, you take the anode reaction, it's the reduction, the oxidation of metal. So the metal will give you N plus electron. And at the cathode, you have the reduction of water, and you have the production of H2. If you sum these two reactions, you have, in fact, the metal reacting with water, giving you some hydroxide plus hydrogen. So in fact, the delta G of this reaction is higher if you have a big difference between the potential at the cathode and the potential at the anode. So if you look at this small table here, what you can see is that if you use magnesium, for example, it gives you a very large difference between the potential at the cathode and the potential at the anode. So magnesium is one of the best materials to be used for hydrolysis, but as you can see here, you can use also iron, but then the difference is very small, but you can use also aluminum. So I will I will only focus on magnesium, but keep in mind that aluminum can also be used. So the bad point is that the reaction, so magnesium is great in terms of weight % of hydrogen produced and also cost, but I will come back to the cost after. But the main trouble is that the reaction is stopped by the formation of a magnesium hydroxide layer on the surface of magnesium. So in fact, what is happening is that you have your magnesium here. When it starts to react with water, you form a condensed layer of magnesium hydroxide on the surface, and then the reaction stops here. So what you can do to do that, you can, well, I'm always saying to my student that chemistry is almost like cooking. So if you do cooking, you have to add some salt. So if you do chemistry, you have also to add some salt. So it's exactly what we do. We add some salt, and when you do that, the good thing is that the OH minus ion will be replaced by chlorine ion. So in fact, instead of having magnesium OH2 here, you will have some part of magnesium chlorine 2. And the good point is that magnesium chlorine 2 is completely soluble in water. So that means that it will make some hole, in fact, on the layer of magnesium hydroxide. And then the water can go through this hole here and react again with magnesium. So if you add some salt, the good point is that you will have a complete reaction. And at the end, you will start with magnesium. And at the end, you will have only magnesium hydroxide. So adding salt is the way to have a complete reaction. There is other possibility like reducing the pH or things like that, but it's more complex. The adding salt is the most easiest solution. Sorry. Another point is that you can also add some nickel in your system. So the reason of addition of nickel is just because you will establish a galvanic coupling between the magnesium and nickel, because the potential are not the same. And so because of this galvanic coupling, you will enhance the corrosion of the material by enhancing the corrosion. Well, when I'm speaking about corrosion, I mean hydrolysis. Okay, that was that. And then the one of the trouble is that the magnesium is not as cheap as we think, because in fact, it's almost €2 per kilogram. So considering a price of €2 per kilogram, that will make the kilogram of hydrogen at the cost of about €25. So it's of course too expensive. So we have to reduce the cost. And for that, we would have to reduce the cost of magnesium. And the good thing is that you can have very cheap magnesium, because in fact, there is tons of magnesium alloys in the world that are not recycled just because it's too expensive. So almost 60% of the magnesium alloy are not recycled because it's too expensive to do that. So they are just put in a trash and let there for a long time. And even some industry have to pay to get rid of the magnesium alloy they have. So what we can do is take this magnesium alloy, in fact, so the waste magnesium alloy, put some water on it, and then we will be able to produce hydrogen and magnesium hydroxide. So we are not, an important point is that we are not recycling the waste magnesium alloy. We are just valorizing them, but not recycling it. So in fact, what we are aiming to do is taking some magnesium alloy from the trash box here, doing some mechanical milling with different elements, and then we'll be able to produce hydrogen. So in this case, the good thing is that the magnesium alloy here, the cost is almost zero. The cost is even negative, in fact. So the mechanical milling, that does not cost a lot. So in fact, the hydrogen you can get will be more or less free. That's a good thing, but yeah, well, can discuss about that. So we develop a small prototype here to validate our concept. So how does this work? So here you have a capsule containing some magnesium alloy, so powder, so ball mill magnesium alloy, in fact. You have some water in this tank here. So you introduce, the water goes from here to here with a small peristaltic pump, okay? And then you have the reaction produce hydrogen, the hydrogen come out from this tube here, come here, can be stored here just above the water, in fact. And then when it's needed, it can go from here, and you can power, for example, a fuel cell. And that system with something like 50 grams of magnesium alloy here, it can be used in an electrical bike, as I will show you at the end. So now I go to the hydrolysis from magnesium alloy or of magnesium alloy. So we start with a well-known alloy, which is WE43. So in the case of WE43, it's magnesium alloy containing 4 weight% of yttrium and 3 weight% of rare earths, can be neodymium, gadolinium, or whatever. This kind of alloy is often used in aerospace industry and mainly in military industry. So here is what happens if you do the ball milling of WA43 for 3 hours. So here is the yield of hydrogen production, and here is the time. And as you can see, the yield here is about 10–15% only after almost 30 minutes. Oops, sorry. Then what you can do, you can continue the milling for 6 hours. As you can see, there is no difference. But as you can see here, the best result is obtained when you do ball milling for 3 hours of WA43. So you take this sample here and you add some graphite and you do again 3 hours of milling. If you do that, you have complete, as you can see, you have almost complete reaction after more or less 15 minutes. So why do you have this complete reaction? Because in fact, in this case, you have a protective layer of carbon which cover your magnesium alloy, which avoid the oxidation. So that's why you have such a good yield here. And also graphite is well known to improve the milling efficiency. So that was the first thing. And the second thing is that, well, as I told you, we can also add some nickel. So we also add some nickel. But when I'm saying that, we just add nickel. So we ball mill WE43 plus nickel. And as you can see here, once again, you have a complete yield after a bit more than 9 minutes. So, sorry. You have a complete yield after more or less something like 20 minutes. So why do you have this huge improvement of the reaction? Because of the galvanic coupling between the magnesium and the nickel here. So of course, as you can see here, graphite is very positive. Nickel has also a very positive effect. So of course, you can say that maybe we can try carbon plus graphite plus nickel, and it's what we done. And in this case, as you can see here, this is the best yield we have here. We have a complete reaction after only 9 minutes. So that means that you can have a synergetic effect of graphite and nickel. So in this case, you have a very quick reaction if you add nickel first, in fact, and graphite after. Now I move to, I stop with WE43 and I go to AZ91. So why do we study this alloy? Because it's one of the alloy which is it's the alloy which is mostly used in automotive industry. So it contains 9% of aluminum, 1% of zinc. And the first thing, well, we decide to do ball milling. In this case, we decide to do ball milling under hydrogen. And as you can see, if you start with the alloy here, if you do ball milling for 10 hours, of course you have some trace of magnesium hydride, which is formed. And then, as you can see on the green part here, this is the alloy after hydrolysis. Then you have mainly the production of magnesium hydroxide. So that means that you can produce hydrogen with that by hydrolysis. The good thing is that as you have some magnesium hydride, of course, you will produce more hydrogen than if you just have magnesium. But then the extra hydrogen come from the magnesium hydride that you introduce during ball milling, in fact. And the fact that you have some magnesium hydride that improve also the efficiency of milling, because magnesium hydride is brittle, so that will help the efficiency of milling. Here is the hydrolysis curve once again. So as you can see here in black, you have the magnesium alloy at the beginning and the magnesium alloy. So it's not ball mill with carbon or nickel, it's just ball mill, that's it. And then this is the magnesium alloy ball mill for 10 hours under hydrogen. As you can see, this one here. So if you ball mill it for too long, in fact, the kinetic is not as good as the ball mill product for 3 hours. So the fact is that if the particle become too small, the yield of the reaction decrease a little bit. And that is obviously what we are waiting for. Well, you can also say that you could be surprised to see that the magnesium alloy ball mill for 10 hours has a lower yield than the one ball mill for 3 hours, as the content for 2 hours. As the content of magnesium hydride is more important here than here. But in fact, at the end of the reaction here, all the magnesium alloy had react. So what we do at the end, we add some chlorine acid to add the complete reaction. And as you can see, then you have a drop here. And the ball mill sample for 10 hours is this one. So that means that it has produced more hydrogen than the sample ball mill only for 2 hours, as you can see that here. So what we have done after that, we decide to add some graphite because we have noticed in the case of WA43 that it's good. So we add some graphite and then it's almost the same, except that you are producing even more hydrogen, more magnesium hydride, because of the graphite. You improve the efficiency of milling, so that means that the quantity of magnesium hydride form is increasing also. And if you look at the hydrolysis curve, you have more or less the same signature that what you have here, except that in this case, this is the magnesium alloy ball mill for 5 hours, which has the best kinetics here. Okay, so that's exactly the same explanation that what we have done previously. It's mainly the carbon which covered the magnesium alloy. It improved the milling efficiency and so on and so on. But in fact, what is important is that it's not only the chemical composition which has an impact, because as you can see in this two curve here, the more magnesium hydride you have, the less the kinetics is. but the higher the yield, the total yield can be. Okay, but you have also the size of the particle, which is important. If it's too small, it's not good because it can be oxidized too quickly. The microstructure is also important because the more defect you will have in your structure, the higher the yield can be, and the higher the kinetic can be. You have the defect. You have so many parameters to take into account that it's always a bit difficult. So a few words about the again magnesium aluminum alloy. So we also add some aluminum chloride. So doing that, it's mainly due to, well, we will add some chlorine ion here, and we were thinking that it could be good. And in fact, when you add this aluminum chloride, the good thing is that you are creating a lot of defect, as you can see here. You have a lot of defect on your magnesium alloy. So if you are more defect, that means that of course the kinetics will be higher. But in the same time, you have a reduced part of magnesium hydride. So it's not good for total yield, but it's rather good for kinetics. Yep, sorry, because we have seen that the magnesium hydride is not really good for kinetics. And the good thing is that when you add some chlorine ion here, you are also decreasing the pH because of the formation of 3 mole of hydroxine of HCl. Sorry. So then, if you add some graphite plus aluminum chlorine here, you are producing the defect here. You are covering the magnesium with this graphite layer. So if you do a chronological addition of graphite plus aluminum chlorine, then it has a very positive effect on the hydrolysis curve. Then, well, we have to try to have a better understanding on how does it works. In fact, and if you start from this alloy, in fact, this alloy contain magnesium, but also contain a binary compound, which is magnesium 17, aluminum 12. And if you look at the reaction of magnesium 17, aluminum 12, the reaction and the water is not complete. So you have some aluminum which do not react because of the formation of alumina, in fact. And one of the good points is that the OCP of magnesium, or the potential, the open circuit potential of magnesium 17, aluminum 12, is ranging from 1.1 to minus 1.1 to minus 1.2, depending. I'm sorry about that. Depending on the treatment that we can do. And the good thing is that the difference in OCP with magnesium is about, as you can see, 450 to 550 millivolt. So it's higher than 250, and people working on corrosion are used to say that if the difference in OCP is higher than 250, then you will have a galvanic coupling. In fact, even if the difference is only 1 millivolt, you have a galvanic coupling, but then the galvanic coupling is almost zero. But if it's higher than this, the galvanic coupling start to be important. So in our case, we can have a very important galvanic coupling. So we've been checking that by impedance spectroscopy, by scanning electrochemical microscopy, and also by in situ Raman. So I will not bore you that much with these three methods, but I just want to say a few words with in situ Raman, because it was the first time that it has been done. And so it's working very, very easily. In fact, you have your pellet here, you have a saturated calomel electrode here, you have a counter electrode here. So that means that your pellet will be the real electrode. And in fact, we'll work mostly on the cathodic region here, but not only, as you will see. And one of the main trouble with all the measurement we can do, whatever you are doing, whatever the measurement you are doing, the main trouble is that when you do corrosion, all the measurements are done, or all the calculation you are doing after are done by taking into consideration a constant surface. But in fact, when you are doing corrosion, of course, the surface is not constant. So the starting hypothesis is not always correct. So the thing is that we have also a non-homogeneous corrosion. So the problem is that we have to find a way to avoid this phenomenon. So what we do, we measure the OCP, and then we start from minus 50 millivolt from the OCP. So we start very close to the OCP value. That means that the corrosion will not be very strong. Also, we reduce the concentration of chlorine in water, and doing that, we reduce the speed of the corrosion. So that means that the surface is not do not evaluate that much. We make acquisition of spectra every 2.5 minutes, and we reduce the scan speed in potential. And so we have a very weak evolution of the surface. So as you see, we do that a lot on cathodic part, but also a little bit on anodic part. And what we can see, in fact, it's obviously what we were expecting. So you have here the passivation layer of magnesium, passivation layer of magnesium oxide, aluminum hydroxide, or magnesium hydroxide. So you have the magnesium peak here, which decrease, then the magnesium oxide peak, which appear here, and of course the magnesium hydroxide peak, which increase in intensity. So that means that it's more and more present. So it was really what we were expecting, nothing new. And you can say, well, so what else? But in fact, the what else is around here. As you can see, we have very small peak here. And this small peak, we call this peak H1 and H2. So we should call it P1 and P2. That will be better, in fact. And this peak has never been reported. And it has been possible to attribute these two peaks. So it was not H2, of course. It was not magnesium H2. And it could be related to magnesium plus and magnesium H plus. So that means that it's intermediate species that are not stable at all, but then that allow us to propose a mechanism for the reaction. So you have here you have the magnesium 17 aluminum 12, for example, in red. Here in black, you have the magnesium oxide layer or the alumina layer. Okay, and then you have the reaction of water with this magnesium of the magnesium oxide layer. And then because of this H1 and H2 peak, so P1 and P2 peak, you have the formation of intermediate species of magnesium plus and magnesium H plus. That means that the step 2 is that the formation of this magnesium plus and magnesium H plus here, the red and gray part here, that allow you to have a stronger reaction and that allow you to decompose the magnesium oxide layer. And then you have a recombination of the H atom here, this H plus here and this H plus here. That is, well, the H are diffusing, of course, and then you can have the recombination of these two H atom forming H2, and then you have a production of H2 here. So that was the way to explain the formation of the mechanism of the reaction. So if I'm summarizing that, you start with AZ91, you have this kind of yield here. You add the graphite, for example. Well, you do the ball milling first. You have a reduction of the particle size. So you increase the contact surface between magnesium and water. So you also increase the galvanic coupling between the magnesium and aluminum 12 and magnesium 17, aluminum 12. You can also add graphite in blue. So you have galvanic coupling plus the formation of a protecting layer. You can also add chlorine, aluminum chlorine, for example. Then you are creating surface defect. You provoke the dissolution of magnesium hydroxide. And also to finish, you can add graphite plus aluminum chlorine, plus also nickel if you want. So you can have a synergetic effect, and the order of the addition can also have some importance. Then I move to LPSO. So it's mainly prospective. I'm not sure I'm still right on time, or do I have time to present that, or should I go directly to conclusion? Okay, well, I will continue. So about LPSO, so it's more or less prospective work, in fact. So up LPSO, just a brief description of LPSO because it can be interesting. So LPSO structure, it's 10H, 18R or 14H. So the number 10, 18, 14 mean the number of layer you have, and the H stands for hexagonal, the R for rhombohedral. So depending on the composition, you can have this kind of structure, and you have layer of magnesium in blue, and then you have layer made of cluster, and the cluster composition here is mainly transition metal 6 rare earth 8, and then you can have some defect in the structure. So well, I will go quickly on that. As you can see here, in black you have the pure magnesium, and here you have the 10H, here is the 18R. So that means that the highest the magnesium content is, the highest the yield is. So it's good, and the higher the kinetic is also. So in fact, we interpreted that as a consequence of the cluster composition, also as a consequence of the distance between clusters, and also, as you can see, between these two compounds, it's more or less the same composition, but as you can see here, you have copper, and here you have nickel. So that also depend on the transition metal and rare earths that you are using. So I will go with that because it's more interesting. So in fact, here we go from yttrium to gadolinium to samarium. You have this kind of yield. And the first explanation we can have is just looking at the microstructure. Because if you look at the microstructure going from samarium to gadolinium to yttrium, it's completely different. And as you can see here, the contact between the 4H and magnesium is higher than in this case. So you can say that higher the contact between the two phases is, the highest the kinetics will be, and the highest the yield will be. So it's obviously it can be that, but then just to be sure, we take the same sample and we do two heat treatment, one for 10 days and another one for only 2 days. And if you do that for 10 days, as you can see, the microstructure is very thin, so the contact between the two phases is very high. And as you can see here, the kinetics are almost the same, the lead yield are almost the same also. So that means that the main important point here is not at all the microstructure, it's mainly the chemical composition of the cluster, of the rare earth 6 transition metal 6 rare earth 8 cluster. So that can be, well, we have a lot of things to do on LPSO, and it's the things we are working on actually. I will go now to the conclusion. So the good thing is that, and for us, we are very proud of that because we are usually not very good at that. But we have been able to design this bike, which is not the perfect design for a bike. But as you can see here, it's the prototype for the production of hydrogen. So it's working, and the e-bike is perfectly running. So if you come to Bordeaux, you can try it. We have only one, but you can try it. With 50 grams of magnesium, you can run the bike for approximately 50 kilometers, which is not bad. And so we validate the process of the hydrogen production on demand from various alloy, as you have seen, but we can do that also with LPSO, which costs more, of course. So you have no storage, and it's a very low cost system. And a lot of people are talking about the circular hydrogen economy. So I'm mostly speaking about circular magnesium economy. So why? In fact, you start with magnesium, you produce hydrogen just putting water, then you have this magnesium oxide, magnesium hydroxide, and then you can recycle it to come back to magnesium with some electricity, for example. And then it's a real circular magnesium economy. The only thing that I forget to say that here you produce hydrogen so you can produce electricity. Here you need electricity, and the electricity needed here is about 10 times the electricity you produce here. So I finish. I hope I do not borrow you too much. It was early in the morning in France, so I'm not completely wake up. Thank you so much. If you have questions, they are more than welcome.
And this was Professor Jean-Louis Bobet. He completed his PhD at the age of 25 years from University of Bordeaux, France, in the field of material science. After a postdoctoral position in Japan, he became assistant professor in France. He has published more than 160 papers in reputed journals and is the co-inventor of 4 patents. He established collaborations with Japan, Canada, Brazil, Argentina, USA, Romania, Bulgaria, Russia, and Lebanon. His main research activity is on hydrogen state storage in metal hydrides and production by hydrolysis of magnesium. Thank you so much, sir, for this informative session and explaining us about hydrogen generation from waste magnesium alloys light mobility. We are open for session with Professor Bobet. If any of the participants want to interact with sir, you are welcomed. If anyone want to have any questions, they can speak.
I think that Vishnu had a question, but
Mr. Vishnu, you can enable your mic and video. Ask your question.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I'm also working on MG dop ZNS material.
Yes.
Sir, I have one question that can we use the same method for the MG dop ZNS material for the photocatalytic application?
I guess no, because for the photocatalytic application, you need to have a semiconductor material. That is not the case of our material. So it's not possible to use the same method. And the way to produce hydrogen is completely different. In one case, it's a physical production, I would say, and in our case, it's a purely chemical production of hydrogen.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. I guess that your micro is off.
For your illuminating lecture, and I think this is one of the very good lecture because you are a master of magnesium, and now you say the magnesium is not very cheap. We thought magnesium is cheap. What is your idea about this magnesium is not being cheap?
Yeah, well, my point is that, of course, magnesium is cheap because if you look at the price, it's only €2 per kilogram, so it's very cheap. But if you want to produce hydrogen with that, you need 12 kilogram of magnesium to produce 1 kilogram of hydrogen. So that means that if you do that, that means that the kilogram of hydrogen will cost €25. So €25, it's too expensive for hydrogen. So that's why I'm saying that magnesium is not as cheap as we think. But I know that you're perfectly right. Magnesium is very cheap. But if we use waste magnesium alloy, then the cost is really zero. So in this case, it make very cheap hydrogen. So that's why I'm saying that the magnesium is not cheap. It's not exactly the case, but the hydrogen produced from magnesium, for pure magnesium, will not be cheap, in fact.
Because most of my students want that they should work on magnesium to make it a commercially viable hydrogen fuel system.
Yeah. Well, but if you use that for hydrogen storage, then it's working perfectly because you can reuse your magnesium for a century, in fact. But if you use it on hydrolysis, then once you use it, then it's finished. So that's why it's very cheap to store hydrogen. It's not cheap to produce hydrogen. So, but you're perfectly right.
Do you think that in a wider perspective, each hydrogen can take place of a renewable energy?
Well, I hope so, but then that means that we really have to work not that much on storage, because storage is not the key point. I think that the key point for hydrogen is the production. And so the previous speakers speak about the photocatalytic conversion, for example. That's a good point. But actually, if you look at the production of hydrogen, it's mostly done from fossil fuels, so that cannot be the good idea. But if we find solution to produce cheaper hydrogen, that can be great, because now people are ready to use hydrogen. That's not a big deal with that. So I think that hydrogen can take the place, can take an important part on renewable energy. Because, for example, if you speak about solar energy, you produce electricity during the day, but you also need electricity during night. And if you want to do a huge storage, you cannot store that in a battery, because then that means that you need a huge battery. So you are obliged to store it as hydrogen. So there is some company, well, in France at least, there is some company working on that. So you have a huge production of electricity from solar cell, and then they store a little bit of this electricity in battery, because you always need battery. But they also produce a lot of hydrogen by electrolysis, store hydrogen, and then deliver hydrogen during the night to produce again electricity. So I think that hydrogen is an important part on renewable energy. I think so. I hope so, at least.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you.
Dear audience, now we are proceeding our conference. We are fortunate to listen the great words by a great speaker. Here I am talking about our next speaker, Dr. S. Ramaprabhu. He is an emeritus professor at Alternative Energy and Nanotechnology Laboratory, Nanofunctional Materials Technology Center, Department of Physics, IIT Madras. I'm overwhelmed to announce that he has received the prestigious award of Alexander von Humboldt Fellow and Dart Fellow. He has spent many years as fellow and members of many national and international societies, such as National Academy of Sciences, Royal Chemical Society, member of American Chemical Society, member of Electrochemical Society, and many more in the queue. His major research interest is in the field of nanomaterials, nanofluids, and their application in terms of energy and environment. He has published a book named as Graphene, the Wonder Material by Sam's Publisher in 2012. He has more than 50 patents and 400 international publications. I welcome Dr. S. Ramaprabhu for his talk.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, ma'am, for your introduction. And Good afternoon, Professor Jain. And how are you? I think I met you almost 5 or 6 years before. Okay.
Sir, I request you to please, on your video, we are unable to see you.
Okay, 1 minute. Video, if you put the PowerPoint presentation, will not be good, but anyway, I put it for some time. Okay, you can see.
Yes, sir. You are busy.
Okay, fine, fantastic. So I'll go straight away to this presentation. Can you see my slides?
Yes, sir. Your slides are visible.
Okay, the laser pointer. Laser pointer.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. So this talk, I'm going to show you how one can bridge the industry and academia, so that what actually we develop based on the research aspects can be taken to the industry, so that transfer of knowledge between the research and the industry. So I take two different types of nanomaterials: one-dimensional carbon nanotubes and two-dimensional graphene. So how to synthesize these materials in large quantities, and then how to apply as a support material for the electrocatalyst in the proton exchange membrane fuel cell. Before we come to the main topic, these two topics, so we work on different types of areas, mainly focusing on the applications of these nanomaterials. So we have the facility to make carbon nanotubes, graphene, and then hybrid materials and metal oxide nanotubes for different energy related applications. All green boxes show clearly the energy based materials. We also work with reference to green hydrogen from seawater. We focus on the seawater to make the green hydrogen using photovoltaics, and dye-sensitive solar cells, supercapacitors, and direct alcohol based fuel cells, fluids, nanolubricants, and different types of secondary batteries, electromagnetic interference shielding, and the environmental applications using the supercapacitor concept up to purify the seawater as well as industrial wastewaters and decontaminating the warfare agents, and then carbon dioxide capture and conversion using proton exchange membrane fuel cells. In addition, we work on the biological sensors in collaboration with NU Singapore for different applications. Okay, so in addition, we work on the hydrogen energy technology, use the hydrogen storage materials as a catalyst support materials for growth of the carbon nanotubes, and seawater electrolysis I have mentioned here. And then in addition to this, solid state hydrogen storage using different types of these alloys. And we also designed and developed different hydrogen storage devices which have been used to run the fuel cell. I'll come back to that later on. Okay, so we'll take the allotropes of carbon. Okay, all of us know three-dimensional diamond, graphite. Okay, and from this graphite, one can get this graphene. Taking the single layer of sheet, one can get the two-dimensional graphene and roll it, and then to get the one-dimensional carbon nanotubes, and then finally one can get the quantum dots. We call it a C60 or buckyball, all made with the carbon atoms. You have the sp2 and sp3 hybridization. In these two-dimensional, one-dimensional, zero-dimensional case, we have a mixture of both sp2 and sp3. So I'll go to directly the synthesis of carbon nanotubes. What we do it by a simple chemical vapor deposition technique. So you have the quartz tube and then quartz board, where we will use a catalyst, iron, cobalt, and nickel, which will pyrolyze the hydrocarbon. Hydrocarbon is your acetylene, methane, or ethylene, or anything. So when the hydrocarbon comes here, this catalyst will dissociate the hydrocarbon so that hydrogen will go out. Note down that hydrogen can be produced by this technique. And here, using the dissolution of your carbon in the iron, cobalt, and nickel, which is in the molten state, by optimizing the temperature, because the entire thing is set up is kept it in a furnace, one can get the growth of the carbon nanotubes, either single-walled nanotubes or multi-walled nanotubes. And everything, the yield depends on the and the quality, of course, it depends on the optimized parameters of the flow rate, the diameters, and the hydrocarbon that you use, and of course the temperature. So if the high temperature, one can get the single wall nanotubes, and the lower temperature on 700, one can get the multi-wall nanotubes. I'll show you the video later on. So this is the simplest technique that we have developed almost 15 years back, where it is possible for us to get the 1 gram of carbon nanotubes, where we have kept the catalyst in the quartz board, which is kept inside this quartz tube, which is kept inside the furnace, and you have got mass flow meters and gases. So once you have done the pyrolysis of hydrocarbon, you can see that you get carbon nanotubes. And I'll show you the video later on, because if you go out and then come, it is going to be difficult. So the HRTM images show very clearly they are the multi-walled nanotubes. TEM images, you can see that they are multi-walled nanotubes. This is inner diameter, outer diameter, and the separation between the successive layer is exactly equal to 0.34 nanometer. And TGA will give 96% of purity of the nanotubes, mainly because some of these catalysts, you can see that they have been encapsulated. Therefore, we could get 96% purity after purification. Okay, so once we have done the 1 gram of the material, I mentioned here 1 gram of the material. So we have gone to the complete automated instrument, where you can see mass flow controllers we have used, and completely computerized. And this is 1.2 meters length, almost 70 millimeter diameter quartz tube. One can get 10 grams of these carbon nanotubes in a single shot. So we want to take it to the industry level. Even 10 grams is not sufficient, so they expect kilograms of the material. So what we have done is that we have made the 7x7 matrix. You can see 7x7 matrix. Each will have a quartz tube of the same dimension, which I have mentioned here. And so you can see 7x7, almost 49 quartz tubes. And we have the single inlet for the hydrocarbon and the single outlet for the hydrogen. And you can get almost half a kilogram of the carbon nanotubes in a single shot, which has been fabricated and given to Janipur, and that is a Tata Steel, sister concern of Tata Steel. So now we go to the graphene. So it's another simplest method one can get this graphene from the graphite. If you take the graphite, you can see the separation between the successive layer is 0.34 nanometer. So there is a very strong van der Waals interaction is present. So that means that one can only use the Scotch tape technique to peel off single layer, which is very difficult for us to do that if you want to get it in large quantities to use it in industry. So what we have done is that we have just used the technique, immerse technique, where we have used the oxidizing agent and then acids, so that the separation between the successive layer is enhanced to almost 0.8 nanometer. That means I have weakened the van der Waals interaction between these layers. So it's easy for me to peel it off, but I do it in a slightly different way. Please note down that graphite is an excellent electrical conducting material, but once you oxidize it using these hydroxyl functional groups, it becomes insulating in nature. Almost the conductivity reduces by 7 orders. So you cannot use it for any of these electronic or electrical or energy related systems like supercapacitors, protonic membrane fuel cell, or batteries. So what we have done is we have used hydrogen so that will take care of the removal of the oxygen functional groups. In addition, can do the exfoliation by increasing the temperature such that the pressure between the successive layers can be enhanced, so that one can get the graphene, but we cannot get a single layer graphene. So you will have kind of 6 to 9 layers in each exfoliated stuff. You can see you have the wrinkled nature. If you go for the HRTM, this is 5 nanometer. You can see that it contains 6 to 9 layers. I will show you the better picture later on. So this is, we call it as a hydrogen exfoliated graphene. So, or hydrogen reduced graphene oxide. So this is a graphene oxide. So hydrogen reduced graphene oxide. But the advantage is that the amount of oxygen content is reduced almost to 78%, even at a very low temperature. This video also I will show you later on. So there is another simple technique where one can easily get this graphene by sun energy. Is you have the graphite oxide in the previous slide I have shown, which is a graphite oxide. You take it and then use a converging lens and then use the sun energy, so that if you can focus the sun energy, the temperature will be very close to 200 degrees centigrade, which is the temperature that you need in order to do the exfoliation. So we call it as a solar exfoliation. And look at this electrical conductivity, that what we have measured. This is almost 10 to the power of 3 Siemens per meter. When you make it graphite oxide, the order is 10 to the power of minus 4 Siemens per meter. So this means this cannot be useful for any of these energy related applications. But solar graphene or the hydrogen exfoliated graphene is more or less on par that of the graphite, Notice that this is a log scale. So we could get the number of layers, everything by the characterization technique. I'll show you the video later on. So the specific surface area is almost 250 meters square per gram. That means that you can expect that if you have a single layered graphene, you will have around 3,000, specific surface area is 3,000 meters square per gram. So this will have around 2,500 to 3,000. So this will have around 10 to 12 layers. So HRTM images we took. So this is 5 nanometer. So 5 nanometer, and then work it out, you will get 6 to 8 layers in around 6 to 9 layers. So nothing more than 10 layers you can get, but at the same time nothing less than 10 layers because of this technique. But you can make it in large quantities. I'll show you later on the videos. So we used these carbon nanotubes or reduced graphene oxide as a catalyst support material for the proton exchange membrane fuel cell. So what is a proton exchange membrane fuel cell? Is containing anode and cathode. So anode contains a platinum getting nanoparticles getting decorated on these carbon nanotubes or graphene, and similarly at the cathode. And both these electrodes are separated by proton exchange membrane. That the name itself shows that it will conduct only the proton. So ionic conductivity is excellent, but there is no electrical conductivity. That means that it will not allow the electrons to move through that. So let us take the case of hydrogen here. Same concept can be used for direct alcohol based fuel cells. So you have the hydrogen. So the platinum will dissociate the hydrogen molecules into atoms, H and H, and further dissociate into proton and electron. So the protons will be moving through the proton exchange membrane, whereas the electron will go to the external circuit producing electricity. At the cathode, you are supplying oxygen plus proton plus electron will give you the water. So you can easily see that the proton exchange membrane fuel cell will have the byproduct electricity and water, of course thermal energy, when because of continuous use of the flow of electrons through these materials, which is having a resistance. So I square R is always there. Therefore, thermal energy is produced. And of course, you can easily see that that is why, at present, our government is focusing on the hydrogen economy, hydrogen production, storage, and utilization using protonic membrane fuel cells for EV applications. And of course, the second one is aluminum ion battery, aluminum ion battery for the EV application. So, so we'll see we have used these multiple nanotubes and then decorated the platinum on top of that. You can see the very close to 5 nanometer size, and which has been used at the cathode as well as the anode. Cathode loading is here, anode loading is here, and we have the flow field. So this is your anode and the cathode, and then you have the Nafion membrane, which is a proton conducting membrane. So you have the membrane electrode assembly, and then for the flow field of the hydrogen and oxygen, we have the graphite plates, and then made the single cell, and we check the performance. This is a voltage and this is a current density, power density. You could get almost 700 milliwatt per centimeter square, and compare with the commercial available PTC, and which is very close to 300 milliwatt per centimeter square, almost 2.5 times possible for us to enhance, mainly because of the use of the technique where nanometers of the platinum can be decorated on the highly conducting carbon nanotubes or graphene. Here I have shown only the carbon nanotubes because of lack of time. Once we have shown the excellent performance with the single cell, again, if you want to take it to the industry, it is not possible for you to show them the single cell. So you have to go for the from single cell to multi-cell. So we will use, instead of the flow field, you will use a bipolar plate. That means here you have the hydrogen and oxygen. So the other side you have flow channels where you will have oxygen will be produced, oxygen for the previous cell. So that is why it's called bipolar. So you have oxygen, then hydrogen for the next cell. So we have fabricated the anode flow field, almost 17 by 30 centimeters square, and then cathode field, and then of course cooling water plate because of the thermal energy, to reduce the thermal energy produced, and the end plates, and then current collectors. And we made this stack. And along with the membrane electrode assembly of the same size. So you can see that which contains almost 10 cells. This will give the 500 watts. I'll show you later on. This is almost 30 centimeter, and this will be around 18 centimeter, and you will have a stack of 10 cells was designed and fabricated. Don't forget that each cell will have one side hydrogen flow and the other side oxygen flow. One has to be extremely careful, otherwise shortage will occur, shorting will occur. So we have the and then of course end plates. Okay. So how to do the testing? So what we have done is this is a 500 watts fuel cell. So loading we have done it, and this is a hydrogen storage unit we have used. Oxygen is supplied from the cylinder, and each one is 50 watts bulb. So you have the 50 watts, so almost 600 watts you can get to go to the current of almost 60 amperes current one can draw at 8 volts. So I'll show you the now all these videos so that you can I'll do it one by one. First is carbon nanotubes. Can you see the video? Hello?
Hello?
Can you see the video?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. So, some manual one, you can see that there is a huge furnace, 1.2 meters of quartz tube. Inside, we kept the quartz board. Only one quartz board we kept in order to take the video. And we have the flow meters. So we have to increase the temperature to 700 degrees centigrade, to be precise, 725 degrees centigrade. And you can now see the quartz board. On top of that, you can see the catalyst, correct? Now the temperature is increased to 725 degrees centigrade. The time taken duration is around 30 minutes. So we have to edit the video. You can see the growth of the carbon nanotubes. Okay, so this is just 1 gram of the material one can get. And next is same thing, we've done it with automated instrument. So the mass flow meter, we have used the mass flow controllers, computerized one.
Dr. S. Ramaprabhu, sir.
Yes.
Slides are not changing.
The video is not come?
Yes, sir. Your video is not visible.
Okay, 1 minute. Luckily, it no?
No, sir.
1 minute. No?
Sir, try to reshare the video.
Yeah, I'll close it. And then what about no?
Sir, your slides are visible, but your video is not.
No, what about my slides?
Sorry?
Do you see my slides still now?
No, sir. Slides are not changing.
Okay. So 1 minute, please. You can see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Sometimes it happens. So
Okay.
you can see the video now?
Sir, we can see your folder list, but your video is not playing.
Okay, 1 minute.
Okay, sir. Take your time.
I'll come out and then do it again. Okay. I'll leave the meeting and then join again, okay?
Sure, sir. There is a glitch at the side of speaker. In a few moments, the issue will be resolved. Till that, keep patience.
Can you see the slide, ma'am, now? Video?
Yes, sir, your screen is visible.
Video is not there.
Sir, try to play the video. Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
You can see?
Yes, sir.
Yes. It's perfect.
Perfect. Okay. Sometimes it happens. Okay. I'm sorry. This nothing is in my control now. So automated I skip. Okay. So we'll go to the next one of graphene, hydrogen exfoliated graphene. So everything is understood. You can see that this hot plate, 250 degrees centigrade, and just a quartz quartz tube. We have kept the graphite oxide inside, and hydrogen is allowed there. It's okay. So what happens is when the temperature is increased, so the pressure between the successive layers is increased, hydrogen pressure, because it is at a constant volume. So the pressure increases automatically, exfoliation occurs. Okay. Okay. So I'll go to the next video. That is the sun exfoliation. Can you see the video?
Yes, sir, your video is visible. So it's a request. Can you full screen or?
No, this video is a problem for me. Okay, I'll try my best. That's the only thing I can do.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you see the video?
Yes.
Okay, fine. See, this is a graphite oxide in a petri dish. Okay, directly, we will use the sun energy by using the convergent lens. Nothing other than that. You get the reduced graphene oxide. How much amount of energy that photon energy that you are giving, which is converted into thermal energy, that depends on the conversion of your graphite oxide into reduced graphene oxide. So the focal point and on the particular day, what is the intensity of the sun, everything, it matters. And of course, it's a manual thing. So, but if you can try to make it automatic, then what happens is that, you can get a very systematic result. So at the spot, the temperature that you could develop is very close to 200 to 225 degrees centigrade that we have measured, and you can get the reduced graphene oxide. You can see that it has been done on the Department of Physics terrace. Okay. Simple technique, so that if you can optimize this flow rate of the pyrolysis, the hydrocarbons, one can easily make the carbon nanotubes in your lab. 1 gram is more than sufficient for you to do your research or reduce the graphene using the sun energy. Okay, finally, I have to show the video. Can you see the video? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay,
it's good.
fine. So this is your half a kilowatt fuel cell, and each one is 50 watts bulb. You look at the current that we are measuring and the voltage that you are measuring. Each one is 50 watts. Whether you will get it properly, you can multiply the current and the voltage. So it's a 200 watts. You can see 25 amperes current we could draw. very close to 8 volts. amps. These are the same thing which are inside that board, ammeter and voltmeter. 60 amperes current, which is very difficult for us. Anywhere you can think of, but we could easily get it using the proton exchange membrane fuel cell. Okay. You can see my slides now?
Yes.
Okay.
It's perfect.
Perfect. Okay. So finally, I want to thank my students who have done all the work. Okay. My job is only to do the supervising. And the students who have completed the PhD, as well as the students who are at present working on various aspects of hydrogen and battery, and collaborators from Japan, France, Germany, and USA, and then project staff, I'd like to thank, as well as the financial support from sponsoring agencies, including IIT Madras and the different types of sponsoring agencies, and then companies like GAIL, RCA, Mahindra, NTPC, Tata Steel, and BHEL, US Air Force, US Naval Research, and DRDO, DST mainly, and of course IIT Madras. And then finally, I'd like to thank all the participants for listening to me. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ramesh. If you have any questions, you can ask me, please.
Thank you, sir, for your remarkable words and detailed information and giving us video about advanced nanomaterials for energy applications. In case if any participants have questions for sir, we can ask it here.
Share my email ID is ramp@iitm.ac.in from Ruchi Kulhar. ramp@iitm.ac.in. Yeah. Do you have any questions, participants? What's the role of graphene? 1 minute, let me check. What's the role of graphene if you use? Yeah, see, this is catalyst support material. I said, see, if you want to decorate the platinum nanoparticles, what you need is highly specific surface area materials. Okay, and they should be conductive. So highly electrically conducting and large specific surface area catalyst support materials needed. So graphene is having a very good surface area, 250 meters square per gram, I mentioned, whereas carbon nanotube is around 120 to 150 meters square per gram. So it is preferable to use a graphene. Of course, it is very much essential for us to remove the oxygen functional groups. Otherwise, electrical conductivity will be reduced, even though specific surface area will be very large.
Thank you, Mr. Kamprabhu.
Yes, sir.
See that you are using hydrogen storage system and joining it to fuel cell.
Yeah.
Very economical.
Economical means, see, fuel, see, hydrogen energy technology is at present not economical, but you see, a lot of scope for us to go away from the fossil fuels. There are only two technologies. One is the hydrogen-based technology, and then second one is the secondary batteries. If secondary batteries, most important one is aluminum oxide batteries. Okay, aluminum oxygen battery we call it, but it's unfortunately it's still primary. It is not a secondary one, so you have to replace. Okay, but it's a very cost-effective one when compared to lithium-based systems, which are secondary one. So protonation membrane fuels is really expensive because of the use of Nafion membrane as well as the catalyst, PT-based catalyst. So one has to go for the non-PT-based systems, electrocatalysts, to achieve good performance. So the cost factor can be considerably decreased because the catalyst cost will be approximately 40 to 45% of the total cost of the fuel cell. Okay, one more question is that increasing temperature make any effect on PMFC? I think I've shown the graph.
Limiting talk, having so many things, fuel cell, hydrogen storage system, the replication. You have done wonderful work in this talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. One question is that the student has asked, you can see, can you see the slide, student? Participant, sorry. So the temperature is having effect. So we don't go above 80 degrees centigrade mainly because we use Nafion, which is so the temperature should be reduced less than 100 degrees centigrade. So 80 degrees centigrade is the best temperature. The one can use it for the protonation membrane fuel cell.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and have a nice day to everyone. Thank you, Professor Jain, and bye.
Thank you, sir. Now we are starting with our oral presentations. For presentations, time allotted will be 7 minutes. First bell will ring after 5 minutes and second bell will be after 7 minutes. It is requested to all the participants to kindly finish your presentation in time allotted. Our first chairperson is Dr. Ravindra Jangir. It is the request to all the participants who will be giving their presentations, kindly join the meeting. Our first chairperson is Dr. Ravindra Jangir. He has received his MSc in Physics in 2003 from Physics Department, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. He joined Bhabha Atomic Research Center in 2005. He is currently working in Raja Raman Center for Advanced Technology, Indore. He is Scientist F in Synchrotron Utilization Section. His current research interest includes P-type and N-type transparent conducting oxide materials, nanowires, and multiferroic materials. We welcome you, sir. Our second chairperson is Dr. Sushant Kumar, who is currently an assistant professor in Department of Chemical and Biochemical Engineering at IIT Patna. He has worked with nanoparticles by Design Unit, Okinawa Institute of Science and Technology, Okinawa, Japan. He also worked as a visiting assistant professor Department of Chemical and Biochemical Engineering at Indian Institute of Technology, Patna. His main research interest lies in heterogeneous catalysis, photocatalysis, CO2 capture and utilization, and hydrogen production and storage methods. He has also won granted US patent as primary inventor. He is a recipient of Young Scientist Research Award, BRNS 2019. He is also a member of National Academy of Inventors, USA. We are honored to have you both with us. Now we'll be starting with oral presentations. First, I would like to call Pratibha Maurya from Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. Pratibha Maurya, you can enable your mic and video for the oral presentation. I repeat, Pratibha Maurya. You can share your PPT now if you're online.
Pratibha Maurya, if you are present, please answer back. I repeat the name Pratibha Maurya.
In the meantime, I would like to call S. Kala from ICAR Kota.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Shall I start my presentation? Or I will wait for... Are you getting my voice, ma'am? Excuse me.
Yes, we are getting...
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready. If you allow me, I will start my presentation.
You can enable your video as well.
Okay, ma'am. Sure, sir. Are you getting my video and audio, ma'am?
Presenter, you can start.
Okay, ma'am. Please put it in full mode, ma'am. Full screen mode.
Participant, your voice is not clear. Dr. Kala.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You are not getting my voice. I will increase, ma'am. Microphone.
You may start.
Hello, ma'am. Are you getting my voice now?
You are audible.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Very good afternoon to all of you and the respected sessions chairman and co-chairman and representative of the conference. Once again, I welcome you all for my oral presentation. That is, it is from the basic biomass energy based presentation, because biomass always considered as a clean energy technology. So one of our tree-borne oilseed crop species were tested very well in the degraded land ecosystem for the purpose of twin benefits. One is the energy production and another one is the environmental conservation. So the Pongamia pinnata is commonly called as Karanj. This is used for making a silvipastoral system in the Chambal degraded ravine lands. So ultimately, my title is reflecting that Pongamia pinnata based regreening and renewable energy farming through silvipasture system in Chambal ravines. I am a scientist working at Indian Institute of Soil Water Conservation. So this is our institute mandate to rehabilitate the degraded lands with the potential tree species, particularly on energy crops. Second slide, please. Ma'am, please move to second slide. Any problem? Ma'am, I am not able to get second slide.
Looking into the issue, can you see it now?
No, ma'am.
Okay, wait a second.
Otherwise, I have PDF mode of presentation. Shall I share, ma'am?
Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible now. Before that, you go just introduction. Yes. Yes, yes. You please keep it this slide. No, the second slide. Yes, yes, yes. Please. So ultimately, many of the people are mostly know about the ravine lands. It is a pure for extreme form of land erosion and land degradation due to the torrent or stream level erosion in the riverbank system. So in our northern India, northwestern India, most of the rivers like Yamuna, Chambals and Mahi rivers are getting a very eroded riverbank system that is called Chambal ravines, Yamuna ravines and Mahi ravines. So we worked on the Chambal ravines. It is located starting from Rajasthan to Madhya Pradesh. Again, it is touch the border of Uttar Pradesh also. So there is a vast sector of land, almost 2.06 million hectare of ravine lands purely lying as unprotected lands because of this is all non-arable lands. We cannot make any ploughing and regular cultivation and due to the undulation and total terrain deformation. That's why we are putting this land only for cultivating some specific multi-purpose tree species like Pongami pinnata, neem, like Jatropha, like stress tolerant as well as the energy producing tree species are very well suited for cultivation perennial based plant system. Next slide, please. Locally, people are using this kind of lands only for livestock growing and animal husbandry purpose. That's why these lands are getting more and more degraded. So again, the biological diversity of the land and soil fertility of the land, everything is again and again disturbed due to the mode of utilization. So severity of the land degradation again increased. Next slide. So at present, agroforestry meet the half of the demand of fuel wood as well as small timber as well as wood or plywood and other kind of renewable raw material for pulp and paper industry, green fodder for the livestock and sectors and other household energy, fuel wood energy, everything. So agroforestry is an important component for renewable energy sector. These ravines again having a high erratical rainfall pattern and extreme weather. So total establishment of land is very tactic as well as it needs highly technical oriented strategy for establishment. So we tried 3 different legume oilseed species for making a work economically important, screening the economically important oil species for rehabilitation of the Sambal ravines along with Dicanthium annulatum like grass species. You know that a single tree species canopy layer cannot control the entire erosion process. So we made a 2 layer of 1 layer tree and another layer of ground cover grass species to control the erosion. At the same time, make this protective utilization of these ravine lands in the form of tree-borne oilseed production. Next, please. So this is my objective. I already clarified that we made a comparative evaluation of 3 oilseed species. Then we implemented some moisture conservation measures for facilitating the easy establishment of trees. Then we assessed the comparative annual Dicanthium annulatum fodder crop production potential in the initial stage of land as well as in the conservation value of the land. Next, please. So this is our location. This is our research farm. It is having 85 hectares. Totally 34 hectares is a completely degraded land situated in the Chambal river bank, extreme opposite to Kota railway junction in Rajasthan. So we placed a random plot. You have highlighted observation plots are typically located in the degraded lands. Next slide. Yes. As far as concerned, after 8 years of evaluation, because you know that trees are taking almost 7 to 8 years for fruiting and flowering. So after 8 years of our evaluation, among 3 different oilseed species like neem, karanj and Jatropha, Pongemia pinnata performed very well due to its tolerance and it is a leguminous species. So it is having a biological nitrogen fixation system to rehabilitate these degraded lands and survival well in these degraded lands. As well as our micro catchment like conservation treatments also contributed more in development of the tree species. So in the initial years, Dicanthium annulatum is giving a fodder yield around 6 to 7 tons per hectare per year. After that, due to the canopy development of the trees, it is getting reduced. So up to 7 or 8 years, we are getting average yield of 4 to 5 tons of grass fodder as well as good growth of Pongemia pinnata in the degraded lands. Next slide, please. So this is I indicated that the initial years, what is the grass species survival of the tree species in the ravine. 3 different slope wise we have tested this species. Ravine top means totally a top plain land. Ravine slope it is having almost 2 to 3%, 2 to 15% slope, and ravine bottom is completely gully bottom. Next, please. So you can see over here the plantation establishment under the ravine lands. I want to highlight one point is that neem and karanj is performing well in the ravine top plants along with grass species, but Jatropha curcus was performed well for soil conservation purpose in the valley bottom, but its fruiting is very problematic. It is not giving a sufficient yield. So for the conservation of land purpose, we can use the Jatropha curcus, not for the oilseed purpose. It is not get successful in ravine lands. Next slide. Yes, this is also again indicating my level of performance and grass productivity among the different species and with the conservation structures. Next slide, please. So this is the ultimate slide. This technology was published in our ICR publication as well as an institute publications. This kind of degraded lands could be used with the Pongamia pinnata along with dicandium based silvi patcher system. Silvi means tree, some of them not knowing about it. Patcher is used for the fodder valued trees. In the combination, it is a very successful technology for rehabilitating degraded land along with moisture conservation measurements. Next. So finally, I would like to conclude that apart from all kind of tangible and intangible benefit, you know that due to the global warming and carbon mitigation programs, all kind of perennial tree species are contributing much more in the climate mitigations. So current also potential species for capturing more carbon and store in the wood biomass. So current based silviculture technology is highly suitable for arresting ravine extension and reclamation and productive utilization of ravine lands in the form of oil seed production. So thank you very much for your opportunity. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you one and all.
Any questions? Dr. Kala, I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to know what parameters do you consider when you analyze whether the land is degraded or not?
You can go to my second slide itself. It is a highly indication for your the level of degradation, ma'am. All the major Indian river banks are having a width of like Yamuna, Chambal rivers. You ultimately travel from Jhansi to Delhi. You have seen such a vast tract of unutilized ravine lands. This is a typical extreme kind of soil erosion happened. So we are categorized 11 this kind of degraded lands in small, medium and deep gullies based on the depth and width, ma'am. We have a different category classification like U-shaped gully, V-shaped gully, as well as a W-shaped gully. Based on riverbank, Yamuna having a U-shaped gullies and Mahi ravines have W-shaped gullies. Like that, there are so many hydrological parameters are there for categorizing the degradation. I'm basically from the biological plant scientist, so I mostly know maximum about the biomass parameters. I came to know through my, after joining my institute, this much of category classifications were. If you need much more information, kindly visit our website, Indian Institute of Soil Water Conservation. You can get more about the degraded land classification systems, ma'am, according to the hydrological engineers classification.
Now I want to invite our next presenter, Pratibha Maurya from IIT Guwahati. I repeat the name, Pratibha Maurya, IIT Guwahati. All right, I think the presenter is not available right now. So I announce the next name. Rakesh Kumar Arya and Jayashree Rathore from Gen.
Hello.
Yes. Yes, you are audible. You may continue.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see your presentation slide?
Ji, ma'am. Ji, ma'am.
Okay, then you may continue.
Good afternoon, all. I am Rakesh Kumar Arya, Research Scholar, Department of Chemistry, Jaina Vyas University, Jodhpur, Rajasthan, India. I would like to present my research work. My topic is the study of decyl glucoside fructose tetragen system in photogalvanic cell for solar energy conversion and storage. Second slide. About solar energy. The solar energy is the best option to fulfill the energy demand. First of all, scientists explained the photochemical effect for solar energy. Riddle and Williams mentioned the action solar energy into electrical energy and storage. The photogalvanic cells are used for the direct conversion of solar energy into electrical energy and storage. Photogalvanic cell type of photoelectrochemical cell based on Becquerel effect. Photogalvanic cell are used for solar energy conversion into electricity and storage.
Rakesh Arya, we are not able to hear your voice. You're not audible, sir. I think he's having some network issues. Meanwhile, I would like to call our Meanwhile, I would like to call our next presenter, Padmanabhan Narasimhan from Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu. Yes, sir, you're present. We are sharing the screen.
Yes, sir.
Visible, sir?
Yes, sir. I see the
Okay.
slide, but not progress on next slide. Slide were not move, ma'am.
Can you see the next slide, sir?
Ma'am, back slide.
Back slide. Back.
Yes. Back, ma'am. Back. Yes, ma'am. Photogalvanic cell is the type of photochemical cell based on Becquerel effect. Photogalvanic cells are used for solar energy conversion into electricity and storage. Next slide, ma'am. In the present work, biodegradable surfactant decyl glucoside has been used as it assessed in the solubilization and stability of the system. Tetragen food dye act as photosensitizer. Fructose as reductant act as electron donor. Next slide, ma'am. Very dilute solution of dye. And previous slide. A very dilute solution of dye, reductant, and surfactant has been used at high pH range in photogalvanic cell. Electrical parameters like photopotential, photocurrent, power has been studied. Current voltage characteristics of the cell has also been studied. Next slide, ma'am. Factor, fill factor, conversion efficiency, photopotential, photocurrent, etc. Next slide, ma'am. Obtained results. The obtained VPP IPP and PPP of the cell are 864 millivolt, 1050 microampere, and 907.20 microwatt respectively. The performance of the cell determined as T half is 205 minutes. Conversion efficiency of the PG cell is 8.723% and fill factor is 0.5543 for efficient photogalvanic cell in a suitable manner. Next slide. Methodology. We use the simplified form of photogalvanic cell as follows. V for potential digital pH meter, A for current microammeter, R for resistance carbon port, K for key, C copper connecting wire, G simple glass beaker as vessels, P platinum electrode as negative terminal of the cell, E yellow color electrolyte solution as saturated calomel electrode as positive terminal of the cell. Next slide, ma'am. Solar energy is future fuel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next presenter is from Sri Mata University, Jammu and Kashmir. Tagmut Tazmeen, if you're available, please switch on your mic and camera and start.
Hello, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you.
You can enable your video as well.
Okay, sure.
Yes, can you see the presentation?
Yeah, thank you. Shall I start?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. This is me, Tagmut Tazmeen. I'm doing my MTech from Sri Mata Vaishno Devi University. And today I'm here in this conference, and today I'm going to deliver my topic regarding the techno-economic and performance analysis of solar PV and PVT system for different application. Next slide. Okay, this is the content slide the contents that I'm going to share in this presentation. Next slide. Okay. First of all, we know that in addition to being free as a source of energy, energy from the sun is practically limitless. Surface of Earth receives solar energy at an average of 343 watt per meter square. If we multiply this times the surface area of Earth, about 5 to 10 raised power 14 meters square, we get almost 1,715 to 10 raised power 14 watt. But 30% of this is reflected, and only 30% of Earth is above sea level. So the usable solar energy we receive on land surface is about 316 to 10 raised power 14 watt. We need to reduce this further because not all of the land surface is suited to installation of solar PV panels. We don't want to cut down forests and ice covered areas as they are not suitable for it. So we reduce the area by about 1/2. Over this course of a year, this amount of solar energy adds up to 66 into 10 raised power 22 joules. And thus in 2018, we used about 610 raised power 18 joules of energy, which is just a shade less than 0.1% of the harvestable solar energy we receive on the land. This means that even if we got all of our energy from the sun, we would not make a dent in the total. The potential is vast. That's 10,000 times that what we need. Ma'am, next slide. Regarding the topic that I'm going to share here, it's about the solar PV and the solar PVT. First of all, there's a solar PV. We know that photovoltaics that are often shortened as PV. It gets its name from the process of converting light, that's the photons, to electricity voltage, which is called the photovoltaic effect. PV materials and devices convert sunlight into electrical energy. A single PV device is known as cell. An individual PV cell is usually small, typically producing about 1 or 2 watts of the power. Cells are made of different semiconductor materials and are often less than the thickness of 4 human hairs. To boost the power output of PV cells, they are connected together in chains to form larger units known as modules, or we can say panels. Modules can be used individually, or several can be connected to form arrays. One or more arrays is then connected to the grid as a part of complete PV system. Systems also include that we know as mounting structures that point panel towards the sun, along with the components that take the direct current, that's the DC electricity produced by the modules, and convert it into the alternating current, AC electricity, use it to power all of the appliances that we use in our homes. Ma'am, next slide. Okay, now regarding the solar panel types and their efficiencies, we know that solar panels are generally those devices that we use in order to convert the sun's energy into the electricity. Solar cells are typically made from the layers of silicon, boron, and phosphorus. There are 4 major types of solar panel available in the market. Generally, we have monocrystalline, we have polycrystalline, we have PERC ones, and then we have the thin film ones. And then there are some of the variations in the thin film depending upon the material that we use for their formation. Now, regarding the types that we have upon their efficiency, as you can clearly see from the table that I have mentioned in my slide, we can see that the monocrystalline panel tops the list and is having an efficiency rating over 20%. Then there is a PERC that adds almost 5% efficiency to it. Then there is a polycrystalline one that their efficiency hovers somewhere between 15 to 17%. And in contrast to all of these, there is a thin film ones, and they are usually 2 to 3% less efficient than crystalline silicon one. On average, we can see from the table that CIGS, that's the copper indium gallium selenide, they are having an average efficiency of almost 13 to 15. Then there is cadmium telluride, then it's having a range between 9 to 11%. Then there is amorphous one having the range between 6 to 8%. Next slide. Now, regarding the solar panel efficiency, we know that the installation of PV system for optimum yield is primarily dictated by its geographic location and installation design to maximize solar exposure. Solar panel efficiency refers to the portion of energy in the form of sunlight that can be converted into photovoltaics, then into electricity. Solar panel efficiency is a measurement of a solar panel's ability to convert sunlight into usable electricity. For example, if a sun shines on a high efficiency solar panel with a 20% rating, then 20% of the sun's energy will be converted to solar energy. Given the same amount of sunlight shining for the same duration of time on 2 solar panels with different efficiency ratings, more efficient panel will produce more electricity than the less efficient panel. Solar panel efficiency is determined by the production of electricity by solar cells, which is in turn influenced by cells composition, electrical configuration, surrounding components, and more. Ma'am, next slide. Now some of the factors, we know that the performance of PV system is highly affected by internal and external factors, such as the structural features, aging, radiation, shading, temperature, wind, pollution, and cleanness. Any type of climatic change causes change in the solar radiation and in the ambient temperature, hence causing change in the solar PV output performance. Here in this slide, I have mentioned 3 factors, that the dust, solar irradiation, and the temperature. Ma'am, shall I continue?
It's a request, please come to the conclusion directly.
Okay, ma'am, then swipe it. Again. Ma'am, shall I explain some of these methods? How we can extract heat from the solar PV in order to increase its efficiency?
Just 2 minutes. So what do you want? Tell me, I will open the slide.
Ma'am, swipe some of the figures that I mentioned regarding these methods. Then there's a solar PVT and the conclusion part.
This one, is it okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. It's okay. Thank you. Okay. As we all know that the PVT, basically, that if the temperature on the outside atmosphere is high, will reduce heat loss and increase the temperature of the solar panel. So this is seriously thinking about transforming PV systems into PV thermal cell system, through which solar cell temperature is reduced and heat of solar cell is used in other applications. So there is a PVT system basically that converts solar radiation into electrical and thermal energies at the same time. Basic form of this scheme consists of open solar collector with a plate surface equipped with PV cell surface. PV cells absorb sunlight and benefit from a part of this radiation by producing electricity, while the remaining portion is transferred to the cooling fluid flowing through the collector. This hot fluid it can be used at low or medium heat temperature applications, such as we can use it for space heating, domestic water heating, etc. Thank you, ma'am.
Our next presenter is Rahul Chaudhary from SVNIT Surat.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rahul Kumar Chaudhary, and I am an MSc student at SVNIT. I would like to present my work, Charge Transfer Mediated Ammonia Adsorption Study over tungsten-based magazine, a first principle study. This is a part of my dissertation project, which I'm doing in MS University under the guidance of Dr. Alpadashora. Today, human beings are subjected to many environmental problems, among which air pollution is one of the most grievous challenges worldwide. Ammonia gas being one such pollutant produced in industries, it can damage the skin, eyes, and respiratory system, as well as if exposed to higher quantities, can lead blindness and lung disease. So the research in the field of gas sensing for these gases are essential. All the calculations are done using density functional theory embodied in quantum espresso code, which computes the ground state energy from plane wave solution. The density functional theory follows self-consistent field cycle using variational principle for total energy computation. Over here, we have used PVE functional, which belongs to generalized gradient approximation function, GGA, alongside with Grimme D3 van der Waals correction and 2D parameters. We have our gas sensing is based on chemiresistive method, which is based on the charge transfer distribution over the gas by the gas molecule over the substrate at the time of adsorption. Next slide. Next slide. So ammonia molecule is placed over metal, carbon, and termination site along with three different orientations for W2CF2 and W2CO2 and studied for the best adsorption site and orientation. From the structural analysis, we derive that between pristine and an adsorb system, there is no structural torsion or damage. Thus, the angle made by fluorine, tungsten, nitrogen, and oxygen, tungsten, nitrogen decreases by 2.5 and 4.7 degrees on ammonia adsorption. This signifies the importance of lone pair in regulation of adsorption. Ammonia over unit cell shows intermolecular hydrogen bond with adsorption energy of minus 0.29 and minus 0.10 electron volt, while for adsorption energy of our supercell 2x2x1 shows minus 0.265 and minus 0.27 electron volts for W2CF2 and W2CO2. Table 1 has the optimized lattice parameters, adsorption energy, distance between the substrate and the nitrogen atom of ammonia, and the Loudon charge transfer and recovery time for W2CF2 and W2CO2. The recovery time is calculated with this exponential relation at temperature 300 Kelvin and ammonia's attempt frequency being 10 raised to 12 Hertz. Next slide. The density of states and the partial density of states for 2x2x1 supercell for pristine and adsorbed system are examined for their electronic property. The existence of orbital states at Fermi level for both the magazines indicate metallic nature, hence showing promising conducting behavior. The intense states of fluorine 2p at Fermi level as compared to oxygen's 2p amplifies on ammonia adsorption since nitrogen and hydrogen's state are active at Fermi level. The valence and the conductive bands near the Fermi level are mainly contributed by the non-bonding tungsten 5d orbital of the substrate, which refers as dangling bonds. The adsorption, the recovery time and the charge transfer shows linear relationship for W2CF2 and W2CO2, and the 2p orbitals of fluorine, oxygen, and nitrogen are seen as governing the sensing abilities. Next slide. From electron localized functional, we deduce for both the magazines, ammonia doesn't bond to the substrate. Meanwhile, the nitrogen's lone pair reorient away from the surface parallel to 001 plane. The lone pair are acting as non-bonding electron pair, and non-covalent relation between the ammonia and the magazine layer is similar to non-covalent interactions. There is a significant charge transfer for both the system and strong physis option along with weak chemis option nature. The red indicates one, which shows the high charge density, and the blue color over here represents low charge density or zero. Next slide. The electrostatic potential profile is plotted in figure 4. It shows the values for W2C T2, T is the termination group, fluorine and oxygen, and as well as the system in which ammonia is adsorbed. The strength of these interactions depend on the depth of the electrostatic surface profile well. So for W2CF2 and W2CO2, we notice strong local ESP, which stabilizes the occupied state of ammonia and leads to formation of non-covalent electrostatic bonds with minus 0.318 electron volt and minus 0.325 electron volt peaks respectively. To root the charge transfer, we can understand the ESP difference in the atomic layers of termination group and the metal group. For fluorine, that is 0.025 electron volt, and oxygen is 0.028 electron volt. For tungsten atom, that is 0.02 electron volt and 0.018 electron volt, indicating the charge redistribution through termination group and its ascendancy over tungsten layer. Next slide. So by studying thoroughly the ammonia adsorption on magazine, we conclude that W2CF2 and W2CO2 show adsorption energy equivalent of 0.27 electron volt for ammonia molecule, and with robust structural integrity, it shows reusability over longer period of time. The charge transfer for W2CF2 and W2CO2 are minus 0.12 E and minus 0.16 electron respectively, with recovery time of 29.28 nanoseconds and 34.30 nanoseconds at room temperature. These charge transfer and recovery time suggest the material are excellent choice for gas sensing applications. Next slide. We would like to acknowledge University Grant Commission, and I would like to thank Dr. Himanshu Pandey, SVNIT, for his guidance in this research. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I call our next presentation from Dhananjay Das from Jadavpur University, Kolkata. I again Dhananjay Das from Jadavpur, Kolkata.
I'm audible, ma'am.
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, should I start?
Yes, you may.
Hello? 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 Hello, should I proceed, ma'am?
Yes, you may proceed.
Yeah, good morning. Sorry. Good evening, everyone. I'm Dhananjay Das from Jadavpur University. So my topic is on the analysis of equivalent circuit model and the charge transfer phenomena of metal semiconductor interfaces in zinc thiocyanine based heterojunction Schottky diode. Next slide, please. Okay. So here is the contents. First, I will introduce and then what is my objectives. I will elaborate the materials, methods, how I fabricated the devices, and finally I discuss my results. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so you know that the use of organic semiconductors is growing very rapidly in the field of optoelectronic devices. So here comes the organic material. So I have chosen, hello. Okay, these are the outlines. I first to clean the device, and then I fabricated the devices, and I characterized and optimized the thin film by FSM images. Then I deposited the metal contact, and finally I did the measurement for IV and impedance spectroscopy measurement. Next slide, please. Okay, these are the device fabrication methods. So first I clean the ITO, the substrate thoroughly by acetone, ethanol, and under nitrogen atmosphere. Then I deposited the thin film of zinc phthalocyanine by efficient cell coating unit. I kept the pressure as low as much as 10 to the power minus 6 millibar. Then also I have deposited the electrode. In this case, I have used aluminum. We can use also silver. It is also deposited by a vacuum deposition unit, also under the same pressure. In this process, I have kept the area, I mean the effective area of the diodes as 7.056 into 10 to the power minus 2 centimeter square. And finally, I have connected the copper rod to measure the electrical and impedance spectroscopy. Next slide, please. Okay. So these are one of the images of FSM analysis. You can see that these are the grains of zinc phthalocyanine over the I2 surface. They are arbitrarily oriented because of the high temperature and high growth rate inside the thermal evaporation. This these grains hello. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, we also deduced the optical characterization for the light absorbance, and you can see that they have a broad absorbance in the visible light. So in that case, zinc phthalocyanine can be used as a good absorber of visible lights. Okay, next slide. Okay, these are the impedance spectroscopy measurements. So what we did, we performed the impedance spectroscopy within a voltage range of 40 hertz to 10 megahertz, and keeping the oscillating voltage of 10 millivolt. In the figure at the right corner, you can see the semi-circular arc of the Nyquist plots for different voltages. And also we have deduced the relation between the frequency and the capacitance of the deposited film. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so coming to the discussions of the interfaces formed between the ZNPC and the aluminum electrode, you can see there's a good fitting between the fitted and the experimental data of Nyquist plots. Also, there are the two components. One is R1C1 and one is R2C2. So how to recognize which circuit is acting as the ITU and the NPC interfaces? We'll discuss in the next slide. Yeah, you can see the results of the R2 resistance. You can see there is a dramatic change in the resistance of the diode, which we have got with the frequency impedance analyzer and fitted data. So from this data, you can conclude that these R2 along with C2 act as the interfaces of zinc thiocyanine and aluminum interface. And there is also another interface which is formed between the ZNPC and ITO. In that cases, R1 act as the shunt resistance. So you can also see the resistance varies very, very slowly, and they are almost constant in comparison with R2. So from this data, we can conclude that the resistance of the interfaces formed between the ZNPC and aluminum is dependent obviously on the frequency, on the bias dependent, and this interface act as the Schottky interfaces. Next slide, please. Okay, in the next slide, I have introduced the results I have got with the current and voltage measurement. The measurement is done by applying bias voltage with dark as well as in light conditions. So you can see from the graph the non-linear rectifying behavior of the diodes.
Dhananjay Das, please come to the conclusion.
Okay. So these are the conclusion we have got by our experiments. You can see that the metal semiconductor contacts is performed by the AC equivalent circuit, the evaluation of contacts. This allows us for the better understanding of the interfaces which is formed in the devices. Consequently, the formation of metal semiconductor junction and their optimization for better electrical performance is well understood by FSM micrographs. The charge transfer properties also is investigated with the LCSC theory. And finally, you can see that the higher rectification ratio and the charge conducting parameters apply light irradiation signifies that the potential candidature of ZNPC for light sensing device applications. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dhananjay. Now I call our next participant, Hira T. Nair from MSU Baroda. I repeat the name, Hira T. Nair from MSU Baroda.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Is your slide visible to you?
Yes, slide is visible. Can you see me?
Yes, you are audible. Now you can start your presentation.
Okay.
Hello.
I guess you can see me.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Let's see.
Hello.
If you are audible.
Excuse me. Hello. Hello. Are you listening me?
Yes, you may see.
Hello. This is Professor Khasa. Am I audible to you?
Yes, you are audible.
Actually, I just want one question from the previous presenter. Is it possible?
Yes, sir. Yes, it's possible. We are calling the previous presenter. Dhananjay Das. Dhananjay Das, are you available?
Okay, no issue. You can continue. I will ask later on. If he is present.
Okay, as the previous participant is not present, so I would request to Hirati Nair, please continue your presentation.
I guess you can hear me and you can see me too. Am I? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You may continue.
Okay. So all the dignitaries present here, all research scholars and everybody, a very warm good afternoon. My name is Hirati Nair and I'm doing my PhD under Professor Prafulla Jha at MS University, Baroda. So the topic is first principle study of hydrogen storage in zirconium decorated graphene. Next slide, please. So from morning itself, we have been like discussing on why we need alternate energy resources apart from the fossil fuels like coal, petroleum, natural gas, etc. It is very important to find out an alternate energy source for the future generation as well as for the environment. Next slide, please. So we have found out an ideal candidate, which is hydrogen. Hydrogen, as we all know, is also known as a green fuel, and also it is highly inflammable, highly abundant. So these all are the advantages of hydrogen, but at the same time, there are certain challenges for hydrogen, like the efficiency. Apart from the efficiency, there are certain other challenges like safe storage, transport, production, etc. Next slide, please. So we have chosen solid state hydrogen storage. There are vaporous hydrogen storage as well as liquid state hydrogen storage, but all of them have their own disadvantages. Liquefaction needs more energy and continuous boil off. And at the same time, vaporous, if we are considering the gas phase of hydrogen, we need high energy in order to compress it. So these and all are different kinds of drawbacks for those kinds of hydrogen storage. So that is why we have chosen solid state hydrogen storage. So obviously, solid state hydrogen storage has a condition which is set by Department of Energy USA, and they have told that while storing hydrogen, any hydrogen storage system should have a binding energy 0.2 to 0.7 electron volt, and also it should have a weight percentage of 6.5. So that is the optimum value. Next slide, please. So while considering the hydrogen storage, we have to keep in mind the American DOE suggestions and conditions. So hydrogen storage has been practiced and the first principle study has been carried out in different systems apart from carbon allotropes and metal hydrides, metal alloys, metal organic frameworks, zeolites, etc. But coming to the carbon allotropes, there are certain things like for pure carbon nanostructures, the physics option of hydrogen is negligible at room temperature. Also suffers slow desorption, and hydrogen is chemisoft and hence not good for practical applications. So carbon allotropes has been chosen, but carbon allotropes as such was also having certain drawbacks. So that is why we have chosen transition metal doped carbon allotropes. Next slide, please. Okay, so hydrogen storage in functionalized carbon materials. So in these kinds of materials, it is neither physisorption nor chemisorption. It is actually a force which is intermediate in between these two, and that is known as Cuba's interaction, which is as written, charge donation and back donation between the orbital of metal and its orbital of H makes Cuba's type of bonding like in metal hydride. So here you can see Ti functionalized SWCNT, Y functionalized SWCNT and their weight percentages. So in all this, the major force dominating is the Cuba's type of bonding. Next slide, please. So the criteria for hydrogen adsorption, as I have already mentioned, metal should be bonded strongly, but it should not be bonded as strong as possible, nor it should not be weakly bonded. It should be intermediate in between these two. And also while desorption, it should not be that easily dissolved. It should not be that easily that difficultly dissolved. So these are certain criteria for hydrogen adsorption. And also, as I have already mentioned, DOE criteria is very much important. Weight percentage of hydrogen should be high, and also there should not be metal-metal dimer formation. Next slide, please. So my system is the Cy-graphene system. It is an allotrope of carbon, which is constructed from pentagonal, hexagonal, and heptagonal rings. Compared to graphene, it is having a metallic nature. As you can see from the dose plot, actually the given figure is the Cy-graphene structure, and the right side it is the density of states plot. As seen, you can see Cy-graphene DOS. It is symmetric in nature, which means it is not at all magnetic. Its magnetic moment is 0, and also you can see the density of states plot of Cy-graphene suggests that it is having a finite number of states, which means it is metallic in nature. And since less research is done in Cy-graphene, we have chosen that system. And also it is having much more superior qualities compared to graphene. Like it is more chemically, mechanically stable, and also it is less sensitive to temperature. Next slide, please. The first and foremost step of our DFT was cell relaxation, that is optimizing the overall lattice geometry by minimizing the potential energy and interatomic forces. That means, first of all, Cy-graphene was cell relaxed. It was geometrically optimized. Next slide, please. So after Cy-graphene was optimized, like structurally relaxed, we have placed a zirconium atom around 2 angstrom above the Cy-graphene and then again given for relaxation. So after that relaxation, we got Cy-graphene plus ZR value, and we could find that the CC bond length was actually having a change. This change was actually because of the interaction between the atoms. Like ZR was getting attached to the CC bond. That is why the bond length has a change. And also after that, we have placed 2 hydrogen atoms on zirconium, and consecutively 3 hydrogen, 5 hydrogen, and 9 hydrogen. 9 hydrogen was the limit which we have done. As seen in the pictures, these all are structurally optimized pictures for Cy-graphene plus ZR plus hydrogen system up to 9 hydrogen atoms. Next one. The next step was calculating the density of states. Calculating density of states is the much more important step because it gives us all the different idea about the magnetic nature, the metallic nature, the bonding, hybridization, and everything. As you can see, Cy-graphene, when it was getting attached with ZR, there was an enhancement of states. And also the Cy-graphene, which was initially non-magnetic, after getting attached to ZR, became magnetic in nature with a magnetic moment of 2.04 mu b. Also, we have calculated ZR binding energy on Cy-graphene, which came to be minus 3.54 electron volt using the formula given in the slide. Next slide, please. Yes, in order to get the more detailed view of the density of states, we have calculated the partial or the projected density of states, which will give us an idea about how each orbital will contribute. So here you can see that the carbon p orbital and the ZR d orbital. So ZR d orbital is actually having a charge loss, while the carbon d orbital is having an enhancement of states, which means there has been enhancement of states in carbon p orbital. That means its conductivity has increased. There has been a charge gained by the p orbital of carbon from the d orbital of ZR. That is what we can see from this partial density of states. Next slide, please. Similarly, while attaching hydrogen on ZR atom, we can see that hydrogen, which was initially having a very small charge density plot, has gained charge from ZR. So ZR has reduced charges and hydrogen was gaining charges. This is actually the Cuba's interaction which I have mentioned. That is, there is a charge transfer from d orbital of ZR atoms to the s orbitals of hydrogen atoms. So this is very much important from the Cuba's point interaction, like we have already explained it. So this is where we can point out what is Cuba's interaction from this partial density of states. And also there is a decrease in the density of states. That means energy is being lost from the d orbital of ZR to the s orbital of H. Next slide, please.
Ma'am, you may please conclude with your conclusion.
Sure. You can move to the next slide. This is the Badar charge analysis for quantitative explanation. Next slide. Yes, the clustering issue, last one. No, before slide. Before, one more. Yeah, that clustering issues. It is the before slide, clustering issues. Yes, this is just to explain the metal-metal dimer formation. We have found that the energy barrier is 1.372 electron volt, which is much more higher than the energy corresponding to the room temperature. That means metal-metal dimer formation is completely prevented. Next slide. Okay, now overview of Z-adopts I have explained all of this. We have found out that the desorption temperature was 484.21 Kelvin by Van Hoff equation, and the weight percent was 11.3. Binding energy, average binding energy was minus 0.38 electron volt. These all are meeting the benchmarks set by DOE. Next slide. These are the cell relaxation values. Next slide. Okay, this is some comparison with literature data just to show that our system is much superior. Next one. Thank you, the organizers as well as my professor for giving me a chance to present my works. Thank you, BRC, for giving me the opportunity to work there in their computer center. Thank you all of you for your patience. I sincerely apologize if there was any background noise. Thank you.
Any questions? Any questions? Now I would like to. Now I would like to call upon our next participant, Meenakshi Sharma from Vanasthali Vidyapeeth. Meenakshi Sharma. Meenakshi Sharma from Vanasthali Vidyapeeth. Meenakshi Sharma from Vanasthali Vidyapeeth. You may begin with your presentation. Meenakshi Sharma, are you there? Meenakshi Sharma, you may begin with your presentation. Meanwhile, I'd like to call upon the next presenter, Neha Bhatt from GBPU 80 Pantnagar. Neha Bhatt. Neha Bhatt from GBPU 80 Pantnagar. So we call upon our next presenter, Renu Jagdish from DCR UST Murthal.
Yes, ma'am, I am present here to present my work.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you're audible, Renu. You can begin with your presentation.
I have to present, or either you are presenting.
Yes, your slides are visible. You can begin with your presentation.
Okay. So very good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Renu Jagdish, pursuing PhD under the supervision of Professor Dr. Kiran Mehra from Department of Biotechnology, Deenbandhu Choturam University of Science and Technology, Murthal, Haryana. I am today here to present my work, Green Fabrication of Zinc Oxide Nanoparticles with Iliocarpus genitus leaf extract, characterization and antibacterial ability against urinary tract infection causing highly multi-drug resistant uropathogens. Ma'am, next slide, please. So, urinary tract infections are the most bacterial infections that an individual can grab easily from community or hospitals, and these are considered as most mistreated as the second most common contagious disease following pneumonia. And one of the most threatening issues with bacterial infections, especially in case of urinary tract infections, is the rise of antibiotic resistance due to injudicious usage of antibiotics. And the multi-drug resistant bacterial species include UPEC, E. coli, Klebsiella, Proteus, Pseudomonas, Staphylococcus, and Enterococcus species. So, there is an urge for scientific community to look for an alternative therapy against antibiotic therapy. In this case, nanotechnology, an ableist field of science, represents an alternate treatment of multi-drug resistant uropathogens by producing miniature particles which ranges from 1 nanometer to 100 nanometer. Nanoparticles that possess high surface to volume ratio because of its small size gives distinctive features to nanoparticles, and there are various physical chemical methods used for synthesizing them, but these are toxic, costly and flammable, unsafe and not eco-friendly. Therefore it's the scientific community looking for biological methods which further includes bacteria, yeast, plants, for the synthesis of nanoparticles, where green synthesis using plants is fascinating researchers for the synthesis of nanoparticles, because with the help of plants, the byproducts are non-toxic, which are eco-friendly. There is single step method for the synthesis of nanoparticles. Next slide, ma'am. It is representing brief summary of my work, where 52 samples of urinary tract infected patients were collected, which were further purified using spread plate and stick plate methods. The purified uropathogenic bacterial isolates were further screened for their morphological, biochemical, and molecular characterization, which was followed by antibiotic sensitivity test to find the multi-drug resistant uropathogens. Then Iliocarpus genitrus leaves were collected from Yasin Nursery, Rohtak, Haryana to prepare plant leaf extract, which was further used for the synthesis of zinc oxide nanoparticles. And the affirmation of synthesis of zinc nanoparticles was carried out by using different analytical techniques, including UV spectroscopy, X-ray diffraction spectroscopy, FTIR, SEM, TEM, and zeta potential. Then the antimicrobial efficacy of synthesized zinc nanoparticles was tested against multi-drug resistant, gram-negative E. coli and gram-positive Staphylococcus aureus and Bacillus licheniformis uropathogenic bacterial isolates. Next slide, ma'am. This is a brief summary of the synthesis of zinc oxide nanoparticles, where the plant extract of Iliocarpus genitus leaf were prepared by collecting leaves. The leaves were washed in running water, where the dust particles and any other impurity was removed. Then the leaves particles were chopped into small pieces and boiled in distilled water for 30 to 35 minutes. Then the plant extract as seen in the bottle was obtained. Then in the plant extract was added to the zinc acetate dehydrate solution, which was dissolved in 90 ml of distilled water, where 10 to 40 ml of plant extract was added drop wise. Then to maintain sorry, ma'am. Hello? Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, you are audible. Renu, I think your mic is off.
Yeah, now I'm audible, ma'am. Host has muted my mic. Maybe.
Yes, you are audible. You may proceed.
Okay. Then after drying the nanoparticle suspension, then the zinc nanoxide powder was obtained, as you can see in the plate, which were whitish in color. Next slide, ma'am. Then further affirmation of synthesis of zinc oxide nanoparticles was carried out by different analytical techniques, including UV spectroscopy, where UV spectroscopy involves in the absorption of light of UV region, where UV spectra region, where the excitations of molecules takes place from ground state to the next higher state. And that is recorded in the form of absorption through UV vis, where the peak at 367 nanometer confirm the synthesis of zinc oxide nanoparticles. FTIR spectroscopy, that is Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy, which involves in the recognition of different types of functional groups that were present in the plant extract. Their binding or conjugation with zinc metal was obtained with the help of FTIR spectroscopy, and the graph showing the FTIR spectra of zinc oxide nanoparticles, where a deep peak at 3345.12 and other peaks here shown, which we will discuss in the result section. From the graph we can depict that there is a coupling or conjugation between the plant extract as well as metal oxide. Next slide, ma'am. Further techniques include SAM, scanning electron microscopy, that was used for the morphological structure study, and high resolution time microscopy that also confirmed the size of the nanoparticles, and both the techniques were performed from SAF facility provided by AIMS Delhi. Then the zeta potential was carried out to find out the surface charge potentiality of synthesized nanoparticles, so that we can affirm the particular charge on the nanoparticles, where its stability and agglomeration can be defined, whether the synthesized nanoparticles are in agglomerated form or not. Next slide, ma'am. Then further antimicrobial activity was performed, where 24 hours fresh bacterial culture was swept on the MHA plates. Then the different zinc oxide nanoparticle containing disc having varying concentration like 20 microgram per ml, 30 microgram per ml, 50 and 70 microgram per ml were used, using amikacin and antibiotic as a control. The plates, after impregnated with the different varying concentration of zinc oxide nanoparticles, were placed at a temperature of 37 degrees Celsius in an aerobic incubator for 20 to 24 hours. And after complete incubation period, the zone of inhibition were noted. And from the figures, we can conclude that the zinc oxide nanoparticles possess strong antibacterial activity against the multi-drug resistant uropathogens. Next slide, please. From here, we can conclude our results and discussion that a pale white precipitate obtained was dried in hot air oven at 60 degrees Celsius overnight to get the zinc oxide powder, which was further suspended in deionized water to get UV spectra. And in previous slides, the graph was shown the confirmation of synthesis of zinc oxide nanoparticles. Then further, zinc oxide, the FTIR spectra showed different peaks, where the reducing and stabilizing agents of plant secondary metabolites at different peaks like 3345.12, which were corresponds to OH vibrations. Next, 2145.592 C triple bond C stress vibrations, and carbon
C double bond O stretching vibrations and different vibrations. The peaks which were obtained in FTIR spectra are correspond to different types of functional groups where the presence of phenol and alcohol groups commonly used for FTIR spectra for to evaluate, or we can say for the confirmation of synthesis of zinc oxide nanoparticles. These two groups majorly involve in the majorly involved for conjugation of zinc metal with plant secondary metabolites. From the same microscopy, average size was obtained 10.96 nanometer and a range 4 to 18.4 nanometer, where the shape was quasi spherical, and the same microscopy results are in accordance with the HR10 microscopy, where the shape was quasi spherical and an average size was 22.76 nanometer within a range of 12 to 36 nanometer. Furthermore, zeta potential showed a potential of minus 24.9 megavolt, which is in the range of minus 30 to plus 30 millivolt, where this is a net value which is used for obtaining the surface charge potential of nanoparticles, which further corresponds to its agglomeration reactions and their stability. Means that tells us about their stability and agglomerations, where minus 24.9 millivolt confirm that there are lesser chances of agglomerations, and these are extraordinarily highly stable nanoparticles. Next slide, please. This slide contains the results of antimicrobial activity of synthesized zinc oxide nanoparticles, where varying concentration including 20, 30, 50, 70 microgram per ml against multi-drug resistant E. coli, Staph aureus, Bacillus licheniformis have represented, where amikacin used as control showed no zone of inhibition, from where we can conclude that the zinc oxide nanoparticles or green nanoparticles can be used as an alternative therapeutic agents to treat urinary tract infections, because overdose of antibiotics has resulted in antibiotic resistance, therefore making antibiotic therapy ineffective. So we have to look for an alternative treatment where zinc oxide nanoparticles present stupendous agents, and then they can be used as nano antibiotics, replacing conventional antibiotics. Next slide, please. Finally, we can conclude that in the present study, green fabrication of zinc oxide nanoparticles with Iliocarpus genitrus leaf extract, characterization antibacterial ability against urinary tract infection causing highly multi-drug resistant uropathogens. After optimizing various conditions, that is the stable conditions which were used at a pH 12, temperature 60 degrees Celsius, where the zinc oxide nanoparticles have been synthesized and utilizing different analytical techniques, their confirmation for synthesis has been obtained, and further their antibacterial activity showed that this possesses strong antimicrobial activity against the pathogenic bacteria, and hence they can be used as alternate nano antibiotics against the treatment of any pathogenic, any contagious disease. Thank you, everybody. If there is any question, then please. Any question?
Hello.
Hi, sir.
Renu.
Yes, sir.
You prepared your zinc oxide nanoparticles using some green method.
Yes, sir.
But this zinc nanoparticles has already studied a lot by using different techniques.
Yes, sir.
Is there a difference between those studies?
Sir, different
Have you understand my question?
yes, sir. I'm getting your question. You are asking different methodologies have already been there. Then why green synthesis methodology is superior to others? You are asking this, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sir, physical and chemical methods, as I have already told, that both are time consuming, using toxic chemicals, and furthermore their byproducts are toxic, which are released in environment. They are not eco-friendly to even the plants or other microbes that are beneficial for earth.
Sorry, Renu.
Yes, sir.
Renu, sorry, please elaborate the physical difference between these two kind of nanoparticles. Means physically, property wise, is there any difference or all the properties are same?
Okay, physical difference, sir.
Have you compare some SAM image of the already published SAM image of this zinc nanoparticles and your SAM image?
Yes, sir. I have compared the images of both biologically synthesized as well as physical and chemical methodology synthesized nanoparticles. Where in case of plant or green methodology, the size difference is there. In case of green methodology, the size is very lesser as compared to physical and chemical methods. But there are certain chances of agglomeration in case of plant synthesized. Plant synthesized methods. Therefore, the optimization conditions have to be prepared, or we can say work out carefully, so that this method can overcome the physical and chemical methodology, so that the agglomeration reaction doesn't form. So that there,
Sorry, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Renu.
Thank you, sir.
I have one question for Renu.
Next participant.
Yes.
Ha. Can I ask?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you carried out XRD measurements on these nanoparticles?
No, sir, I have not performed XRD technique, because this technique is available in my university campus, and that is not functional right now, sir. So I have to wait for that. Even though I have also booked a slot for the same in
Then
other
how
university like Jamia Millia Islamia, sir.
how do you confirm that the edge grown zinc nanoparticle are crystalline or amorphous?
Sir, even though in this presentation I have not mentioned that whether my nanoparticles are amorphous or crystalline in nature, I have just only mentioned their size through SEM and TEM image.
You have
That they are quasi-spherical crystal size, as well as whether they are hexagonal, amorphous, or any other nature, sir. That
you
is.
have synthesized around room temperature, na?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Then at room temperature, there may be possible that some your solvent remain in that nanoparticles, between the nanoparticles.
Sir, solvent.
Generally people heat it at some temperature to remove the solvent present in the nanoparticles.
Yes, sir. Therefore, I have used centrifugation technique, so that the extra solvent that is present in solution can be discarded with the help of. There were three washings, sir. 3 times washing with distilled water, so that extra solvent can be removed. As zinc acetate dehydrate was dissolved in distilled water, so other solvent was not used, like acetone, chloroform, or dichloromethane, etc., for the synthesis of zinc oxide nanoparticles. The only solvent that was used is distilled water, sir. So there are no chances of any kind of toxicity regarding.
Unreacted zinc acetate.
Sorry, sir.
Unreacted zinc acetate can be remain.
Sorry, sir, I'm not getting.
Okay. Let's. That's fine. That's fine.
Please let me know.
That's fine.
I have
Okay.
performed, so I ask for the answer, sir.
Please do XRD measurement on your sample. Then.
Yes, sir. I have to do, sir, that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Here we are proceeding further with our next participant, Meenakshi from Vanasthali Vidyapeeth. Here we are proceeding further with our next participant, Meenakshi Sharma from Vanasthali Vidyapeeth. Meenakshi Sharma. Unmute yourself, Meenakshi. Are you there? Proceeding further, Ms. Jyoti Sharma from IIS Jaipur.
I'm audible?
Yes, you may proceed.
Presentation. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jyoti Sharma, and I'm research scholar from IIS University, Department of Environmental Science, Jaipur. My topic today, I'm going to present my presentation topic is effect of liquid biofertilizer and carrier-based biofertilizer on the various growth parameters of vegetable pea, Pisum sativa mel, and on physiochemical properties of soil. Ma'am, next introduction. India is the second largest populous country in the world, mostly depend on agriculture. Agriculture is the backbone of our Indian economic system. About 75% people are living in rural areas and are still dependent on agriculture. About 43% of India's geographical area is used for agriculture activity. In modern agriculture, use of chemical fertilizers is essential for bettering, but these are not eco-friendly. Next one. Some harmful effects of chemical fertilizer are disturbance in the soil reactions, nutrient imbalance in plants, decrease in soil life, reduced legume root nodulations, soil humus reduction, and environmental hazards such as water pollution, soil pollution, etc. Next. Due to these limitations of chemical fertilizer, the use of biofertilizer increases day by day. Biofertilizer are defined as biologically active products or microbial inoculants of bacteria, algae, fungi, which may help biological nitrogen fixation for the benefits of plants. There are some formulation of biofertilizer, that is liquid-based biofertilizer, carrier-based biofertilizer, granular biofertilizer, and encapsulated biofertilizer. Out of these four formulations, liquid and carrier-based biofertilizer are being used for the present study. Next one. Liquid biofertilizer are the microbial preparation containing specific beneficial microorganisms which are capable of fixing or solubilizing plant nutrient by their biological activity. These are increasingly available in the market as one of the alternative of to carrier-based chemical fertilizer and pesticides. These are effective of crop plants. And carrier-based biofertilizer are the biofertilizers prepared with the help of activated charcoal, which act as carrier of for microbial inoculants. These are some alternative carrier materials such as soil perlite, farmyard manure, ground rock phosphate, coal, volcanic humic, etc. Next one. Comparison of liquid and carrier-based biofertilizer. Liquid biofertilizer are tolerant to high temperature, but carrier-based biofertilizer are so sensitive. Moisture retention of capacity of liquid biofertilizer was high and carrier is very low. Shelf life of liquid-based biofertilizer are longer, 12 to 24 months, and carrier-based biofertilizer are shorter, 3 to 4 months. Transportation cost of liquid biofertilizer are very low, and carrier-based biofertilizer are high. Considering this, it is determined that liquid biofertilizer are best alternative for the conventional carrier-based biofertilizer in modern agriculture, which help in the sustainable global food production. Next. My study was conducted during Rabi season, October 2020, at open shade area of rooftop house situated at Sudala, Jaipur, Rajasthan. We have selected vegetable pea as the test species. Pea is annual plant which a life cycle of 1 year. It is a full season crop. Next one. Treatment combinations. The following 5 combination of treatment with 3 replication of each treatment were maintained for the present study. The treatment T1 was farmyard manure, T2 vermicompost, T3 farmyard manure plus crop residue period-based biofertilizer, T4 is farmyard manure plus crop residue and liquid-based biofertilizer, T5 is absolute control. Next. Plant sampling analysis. For the purpose of analysis, the experimental plant samples were collected at the time of pre-peak and post-flowering stage of the test species and were analyzed for the following parameters. Growth parameters are root length, shoot length, and total length. Root drive it, shoot drive it, total drive it. Third is number of pods per plant. Fourth is number of effective pods per plant. And 5 is number of seed per pod. Next. Soil analysis. Collected soil samples were analyzed the following parameters before sowing. Soil pH was measured by pH meter. Soil electrical conductivity was measured by EC meter. Organic carbon organic matter was measured by Walkley and Black method. Soil texture was measured by seed method. Bulk density and porosity was measured by core method, and moisture retention moisture content was measured by gravimetric method. Next. The plant analysis growth parameters. The result of my study, the growth parameters of vegetable pea at pre-peak and flowering stage. We have observed the highest result in T4 treatment with the liquid-based biofertilizer. Various growth parameters such as length of the plant, total dry weight, seed, number of seed per pod, number of effective per pod. Next one. Soil analysis. The result of physiochemical properties of soil before sowing. Soil pH reading is 7.16. Soil electrical conductivity was 0.53. Organic carbon 0.56. Organic matter is 0.91. Soil texture was loamy sand. Bulk density is 1.26. Porosity is 52.21. Moisture content is 9.06. Next one. Physiochemical characteristics of soil with different treatments after harvesting. We have observed the highest result in T4 treatment. So it was concluded that T4 treatment with liquid-based biofertilizer to be best in all the studies treatment.
Any questions? Any questions? Any questions?
Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Myself, Meenakshi Sharma. Ma'am, allow me to present.
Continue with your presentation.
Good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Meenakshi Sharma, research scholar, Banastili Vidyapeeth. My topic for today's talk is carbon nanomaterial based ternary composite as photoactive layer. Next slide, ma'am. Okay, here is the content for the presentation: motivation, device structure and working, result discussion, and the conclusion. Next slide, ma'am, please. Next slide, ma'am. This is the structure for of the optoelectronic device. Firstly, there is a glass, FQ coated glass, and after that, solution of reduced graphene oxide, CNTs, and fullerene composite deposited using the spin coating technique. After that, BCP and aluminum was thermally deposited using the thermal evaporation unit. Here is the energy band diagram of the structure. Here we can easily see that the transportation of electron and holes become easy due to the presence of all the carbon-based nanomaterials in the active layer. Okay, next slide, ma'am.
Meenakshi?
Yes, ma'am.
Switch on your video. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Switch on your video.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Continue.
Okay. Ma'am, structure is not visible in this slide. Ma'am, can I share my PPT?
Yes, yes.
हुई है शेयर?
Meenakshi,
Yes, ma'am. एक second.
take your time.
Ma'am, kindly allow me to share my screen. Ma'am, option for sharing screen is disabled.
Wait a minute.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, continue.
Ma'am, is it visible? Ma'am, is it visible? Okay, this is the FESM structure of my device. In first device, I have used the reduced graphene oxide along with the SWCNTs and fullerene. In the second device, I have used reduced graphene oxide with the MWCNTs and fullerene. In the SWCNTs and out of both the CNTs, MWCNTs are very well dissolved in the solution, and the homogeneous solution of MWCNTs can be is prepared. As we can clearly see that MWCNTs are clearly dispersed, as we can see the presence of C60 very clear in the MWCNTs, not in the case of SWCNTs. Next is the UV absorption spectra. Absorption curve for MWCNT show one strong peak at 350 nanometer due to the presence of reduced graphene oxide, and the one broad peak at the 480 nanometer for SWCNTs, respectively. The second characteristics peak around 480 and 460 nanometer shows the presence of C60. Next is the Raman spectroscopy. The position of D, G, and 2D band for MWCNT shows at 1326 centimeter, 1537 centimeter inwards, and the position and the shift is observed for the case of SWCNTs. Next, we have calculated the ID upon IG ratios, intensity ratios for both SW and MWCNTs. The minimum intensity ratio shows the crystalline sp2 domains, and the narrow band shows the better interaction among the carbon nano materials. Next is the IV characteristics for both the devices. D1 here is for the SWCNTs, and D2 represent the MWCNTs. The significantly lower impact factor is observed in case of SWCNTs as compared to the MWCNTs. And here also the detectivity of the device is a function of applied voltage. The device D2 demonstrated great detectivity because of higher photocurrent we have observed in case of the D2. This is the impedance, electrochemical impedance parameters represented along with the circuit. We have performed the impedance spectroscopy to further understand the charge transport parameters, and the parameters we have obtained here clearly describe the charge transport properties of both the devices. For D1, we can see the chemical capacitance, value of chemical capacitance, and the ideality factor, and the lifetime of charge carriers. Last, the conclusion. The carbon-based nanocomposite are very well prepared as the photoactive layer of the devices. UV absorption reveals the increased absorption for MWCNTs. FSM image represent the improved morphology. Raman spectra shows the structural changes in both the CNTs. IV characteristics evaluate the reverse saturation current as well as the ideality factor. And the performance of the device was enhanced with MWCNTs as we have observed in the FESAM image and the IV characteristics of the device as compared to the SWCNTs. The result shows that all the carbon nanocomposite can be potential material for high performance optoelectronic devices because due to the use of the carbon-based nanomaterials in the active layer, the morphology and there is an enhancement in the morphology as well as the photocurrent due to the presence of carbon materials in the active layer increased as the charge transportation becomes easy. So the performance of the optoelectronic devices overall increases due to the carbon-based materials in the active layer. Thank you.
Any questions? Now, I would like to call Vikram Mahamia for the presentation. He's from IIT Bombay.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Can you see your presentation?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can start with it.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. The topic of my talk is high capacity reversible hydrogen storage in metal decorated advanced 2D material. Can you change the slide? Yeah. Okay, so I will briefly discuss why hydrogen is required and how to store the hydrogen in a safe, compact, and efficient way. Then I will discuss the role of advanced 2D material as the host structure for hydrogen storage. I will discuss some of the computational methods we have used for our systems. I will discuss briefly some of the results of our system as hydrogen storing media. I will discuss the practical feasibility of the system, and then I will conclude the talk. Change the slide. Okay, so hydrogen is considered one of the prominent alternative of fossil fuel because it is naturally abundant. It has the highest energy per unit weight as compared to any other fuel, and it is environmental friendly. But the challenge is how to store hydrogen in a safe, compact, or efficient way so that it can be utilized for the practical applications. In this regard, there are many methods to store the hydrogen, like hydrogen can be stored in gas or liquid or solid state form. But when hydrogen is stored in gas or liquid form, the methods are costly and transportation is also one of the severe issue. So in this regard, solid state form of hydrogen storage is considered good for the practical purposes. And metal decorated carbon nanostructures are proven to be good hydrogen storage material. Department of Energy, United States has issued some guideline for the ideal hydrogen storing media, And according to these guidelines, the binding energy of hydrogen should lie minus 0.1 to 0.7 electron volt, and more specifically minus 0.2 to 0.4 electron volt for the reversible storage of hydrogen. And the gravimetric weight percentage for the hydrogen should be more than 6.5%. Can you change this slide? Yeah. Okay, so after the discovery of graphene, there has been a lot of interest in the advanced 2D material for energy storage applications, because these materials have large surface area. Since these, if they are carbon nanostructures, the molecular mass is much lower as compared to another metal alloys or metal hydrides. Hydrogen can be attached on both of the sides, like on the front and reverse side of these material, because these are 2D materials. They have low diffusion barrier for the metal atoms to form the metal-metal cluster. And these have hollow structure to absorb the metal atom or hydrogen molecule. So we have studied different advanced 2D material, like these are two of our recently published paper in International Journal of Hydrogen Energy, in which in first of the paper, in this paper we have studied hydrogen storage properties of scandium decorated holy graphene system, and we have found that scandium decorated holy graphene can absorb up to like one scandium atom can absorb 5 hydrogen molecule, and this configuration leads to a weight percentage of 9.80%, which is far greater than DOE guideline, and the hydrogen storage is reversible. In this recent paper, we have discussed hydrogen storage properties of metal decorated biphenyline. We have decorated this experimentally synthesized structure biphenyline by different alkali and alkali earth metal, and found that potassium and calcium atom prefers to attach individually on this structure and can store very high weight percentage of hydrogen, like 12%. So in this talk, I will discuss briefly the hydrogen storage properties of alkali and alkali earth metal decorated biphenyline sheet. Can you change the slide? So this is the structure for the in figure 1A. This is for 2x2x1 supercell of biphenyline, and figure 1B is for the unit cell. So this structure has been experimentally synthesized, and Dennis and their co-worker has studied the hydrogen storage properties of lithium decorated biphenyline and found that 7.4 weight percentage for the system, but the average binding energy of hydrogen is 0.20, which will correspond to a desorption temperature lower than room temperature. So the system will not be applicable for practical applications. So we have studied hydrogen storage properties of all other alkali and alkali earth metal decorated biphenyline sheet. Change this slide. Okay. So these are the computational details. We have used density functional theory with GGE-PB kind of exchange correlation using WASP simulation package. We have used Gimme's dispersion correction for the to account the weak van der Waals interaction, and we have taken 2x2x1 supercell and 5x5x1 of K points for the calculation. We have performed the molecular dynamic simulation to check the stability of metal decorated structure at their desorption temperatures. Change this slide. Okay. So these are the formulas we have used for the calculation purpose, like binding energy of metal atom can be calculated from the formula 1. The binding energy of successive hydrogen molecule can be calculated from formula 2, and we have calculated the desorption temperature of attached hydrogen molecule by using von Tehoff equation formula 3. In the formula 3, EB is the average binding energy and TD is the average desorption temperature. Delta S is the change of entropy when hydrogen goes from liquid to gas phase, and all other things are constant. And change the slide. Slide change. Okay. So we have placed different alkali and alkali earth metal at different sites of this biphenyline structure, and we have found that when sodium, beryllium, and magnesium atoms are placed on this structure, they binds with very small binding energy, and the binding energy of these metals are lower than their cohesive energy. So these metals will prefer to form cluster instead of bind individually on the structure. While in the case of potassium and calcium atom, we have found that the binding in previous slide. While in the case of potassium and calcium atom, we have found that the binding energy is comparable to the cohesive energy. So we have used potassium and calcium decorated biphenyline structure for the hydrogen storing purpose. And we have also investigated the clustering issue by calculating diffusion energy barrier and performing molecular dynamic simulation. I'm changed the slide. Slide change. Okay. To investigate the interaction between the metal atom and biphenyline structure, we have plotted partial density of state for the metal s orbital before and after the attachment of metal atom to biphenyline structure, and we have found that some charge has been transferred from the metal atom to biphenyline structure. The similar behavior is observed in space charge density plot also, where red color around the metal atom denotes the charge loss region. So some charge has been transferred from metal atom to the nearest carbon of biphenyline structure. We have also performed the Bethe charge analysis to estimate the quantitative charge transfer behavior. Slide change, please. Okay. Next, to investigate the interaction between metal atom and hydrogen molecule, we have plotted the partial density of the state of metal 3D orbitals before and after their attachment to hydrogen molecule, and found in the case of potassium atom metal 3, the partial density of the state of potassium 3D orbital near the Fermi level remains same before and after the attachment of first hydrogen molecule, while in the case of calcium atom, the nature of PDOS for calcium 3D orbital near the Fermi level changes after the attachment of first hydrogen molecule. So this is basically due to Kubas type of interaction in which some charge transfers from metal 3D orbital to hydrogen 1s orbital. And so in the case of calcium atom, the Kubas interaction also present in addition to electrostatic and van der Waals interaction, while in the case of potassium atom, only electrostatic and van der Waals interactions are present when hydrogen molecules are attached on these metal atom. Change this slide. Okay. So these are some of the results for our system. We have found that these are for the stable configuration of metal decorated biphenyline structure, and we have found that each metal atom can absorb 5 hydrogen molecules. We have found that the average binding energy for the potassium decorated biphenyline is -0.20, desorption temperature is 310. Similarly, for the calcium decorated biphenyline, these are 0.33 and 425 Kelvin. So these binding energy and desorption temperature are very much suitable for the reversible storage of hydrogen. And we have found that this for this configuration, like 2x2x1 supercell of biphenyline can absorb 8 metal atom, and each metal atom can absorb 5 hydrogen molecules. So for this configuration, weight percentage is 11.90 and 11.63, and this weight percentage is far greater than DOE requirement of 6.58%. Slide change. Okay, next, to investigate the practical feasibility of our system, we have calculated the diffusion energy barrier for the movement of metal atom from one stable position to another stable position, and found that there exists an energy barrier of 2.52 electron volt for the movement of calcium atom from one stable position to another stable position. This energy barrier is far greater than the thermal energy of calcium atom at desorption temperature. So this will prevent the metal-metal clustering. Next, we have also performed molecular dynamic simulation and found that the change in CA bond length even at the desorption temperature is very small. So that means metal atom will remain intact to the biphenyline structure at the desorption temperature, and the metal-metal clustering will not take place in our system. Slide change. Okay, so now I want to conclude my talk. So we have explored hydrogen storage capabilities of potassium and calcium decorated biphenyline structure. We have found that a 2x2x1 supercell of biphenyline can absorb 8 metal atom, calcium or potassium, and each metal can absorb 5 hydrogen molecules. And the average binding energy and desorption temperature for potassium and calcium decorated biphenyline sheet are very much suitable for the reversible hydrogen storage application. We have performed dose, charge density plots, and Bethe charge analysis to investigate the charge transfer on orbital interaction behavior. And we have found that the hydrogen uptake for potassium and calcium decorated system are 11.90 and 11.63% respectively, which are far greater than DOE requirement. We have also investigated the practical feasibility of the system by performing molecular dynamic simulation and calculating the diffusion energy barrier for the movement of metal atom, and found that these metal atom will remain intact at the desorption temperature. So we can say that potassium and calcium decorated biphenyline structure are ultra high capacity reversible hydrogen storage materials. Slide. Thank you. I want to acknowledge my supervisors and space-time computing facility of IIT Bombay and also ICRE 2022 for giving me opportunity to present my work. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Okay, I can see one question in chat. Please explain Kubar's interaction in detail. Okay, so when hydrogen molecules are placed on the top of transition metal, there is some charge transfer from metal d orbital to hydrogen 1s orbital, and subsequently there is some back charge donation from hydrogen 1s orbital to metal 3d orbital, metals d orbital. And in this whole process, some net charge is gained by the hydrogen 1s orbital, due to which the HH bond length elongates like 0.75 angstrom to 0.80 angstrom. So this interaction between metal 3d orbital and hydrogen 1s orbital is known as Kubar's type of interaction, which is in between the physisorption and chemisorption process.
Okay, thank you. The next participant is and Simhan. Are you here?
Yes, madam. Padmanabhan here.
Yes. You
Are you able to hear me?
can on your video.
Madam, sorry, I'm actually presenting from office. I have limitations in presenting through video and coming on a video call. Can I just present my slides? Is it okay?
Your presentation visible?
Yes, it is visible. So without video, I will present, madam. Okay. First of all, I thank. Good afternoon and good evening to all. I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to share my experiment, which I actually conducted in my factory to explore the energy harvesting potential to all the participants. To start with, see, the energy harvesting actually one way of improving energy efficiency. And it is also equally considered to promote the green environment. So in this my study, the objective is that to study the characteristics of various energy spectrums of various artificial light sources which are being used in manufacturing industry, and with the solar PV panel as receptors, conducting experiments to explore how much energy can be harvested typically from these light sources, and suggesting a small method by which this energy can be used in the same shop floor. Next slide, please. Next slide. As I told, energy harvesting is one of the method of it leads to optimal utilization of energy. So there are when we say energy, it's available in various form like mechanical energy, light energy, and sound is also having an energy, and vibration is also having energy. So from these various energy sources, energy can be harvested and can be made to be useful for our day-to-day uses. But in this study, out of the various possible sources of energy, energy from light is taken up for further exploration. And so artificial light sources along with the photovoltaic cell is used, like a solar PV panel is used to study the energy harvesting potential from these light sources. The earlier study in this already it is not this concept is not very new, I have to say. We know that in our olden days when calculators are being used, we know that a tiny small solar cell is mounted on the surface of the calculator, which wherever we use, even inside a room, if you use it, still it is able to absorb the energy from the light available, whether it's a direct sunlight or artificial light, and it is used to power the calculator enough to make it function. So this is a basic idea which actually indicates energy from light source is always possible. So it is not necessary that we have to get the energy from solar. And this earlier studies related when I explored on this topic, I come across various studies which are actually, say for example, LED lights. So lights are used as a standard light source to replace solar direct sunlight, and a standard LED light in the standard environment is being used to study the performance characteristics of various solar cells. So there is also another idea actually which give which show the potential of harvesting energy from these artificial light sources. Next slide, please. So coming back to the motivation of this study, another motivation of study is that a typical studies data available in the for web shows that out of total electricity produced in India, nearly 40% is used by industries like us. And in a typical industry, out of this total energy, what is being consumed in different form, thermal or electricity, 10% of electricity is used for lighting purpose alone. So this gives a hope that industry consumes more energy for lighting. That is more light sources available. So it makes good choice to explore the potential available in these light sources, so that this can be made use in this applicable industry. And typical manufacturing industry differs from conventional lighting, where these are all shop floors and demands mainly a confined closed atmosphere with rarely chance for sunlight, particularly in the night shift. When the company is operating in 24 into 7, we are depending on artificial lights in the rest of the day. So, and also because of the shop floor environment, where the height of the shop floor will be 15 to 18 meter, the light sources are placed at the roof of the building. So they have to be high capacity to throw sufficient light to the shop floor, so that the people can conveniently perform the task. So the rating of the light sources used in a typical industry for this application ranges from 250 to 400 megawatt. So as I told us, so this aim of this study is to explore the harvesting potential available with these different light sources, which are used for high bay lighting. Next slide. This just a overview of various light sources typically used in the industry. As I told, these are 400 watts ratings, and we have different type of lights are available, like HPSV, high pressure sodium vapor, high pressure metal halide, and induction lamp. These are all differences based on their working principle, which is basically available. And the table shows the basic characteristics of these light sources. So we can see luminous flux is the basic parameter used to compare a light source on a equal platform. And so the HPSV actually is having higher luminous flux. Compared with the metal halide of same rating, it is having a better, higher luminous flux.
Sir, please wind up your presentation fastly as we are running short of time.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. Yes. Next slide, please. Next.
Come to conclusions.
Okay. So this shows the various energy spectrum of different light sources with respect to wavelength. Next. So this shows the basic formula actually, which characterize the typical light source. Next. So this is a basic comparison of different solar PV cells with respect to their efficiency, where we can find monocrystalline cells are having higher module efficiency compared to other polycrystalline and amorphous. Next. And this shows among the different solar cells what we have seen, their sensitivity with respect to wavelength. Next. This is the idea which actually by which this project has been started. This is a setup. Basically, I want to show how the lights are being fixed and what is the idea of providing a PV panel. Next. These are the instruments which is used in this study to measure the various parameters. Next. So this is the typical experiment setup which actually we used to understand to measure the potential available. So the lights are kept in a horizontal plane in a closed dark room to avoid interference from other light sources. So we replaced with one by one light sources like we have seen 400 watts HPSP induction lamps. The solar PV panels, we have used the standard size of solar PV panel available in the market for experimental purposes. These panels are kept at different distances starting from the lamp to see how the intense various parameters are actually measured. Next. So this table shows among the different light sources for the same distance. So what is the parameter what we considered is the lux level at different distances, and what is the voltage measured with the solar PV panel, and what is the short circuiting current measured in this panel. Next. So this is the same information provided us in a graphical form to understand how actually it actually follows. We can see the lux level is actually drastically falls down after a meter distance of say 2 meter. Next. Short circuit current is also having the same profile as we have seen in the lux. Next. So this another method based on this experiment, or what is another we are suggesting. We also want to understand what if suppose if these solar panels are kept very nearer, ideally speaking, just nearer to the lamp, that is actually on the inside the reflectors. It shows the setup. Next. So this is a parameter what we measured with the different light sources, keeping the solar PV panels just inside the reflector. Next. So these, as we seen in the comparison of these different light sources, these lamps actually emit during continuous operation is a considerable heat energy. So it is also interesting to know how this heat actually affects the performance of solar PV panel. Next, output. So this is a typical arrangement. What we suggest taking into consideration a typical a single light source where different dimensions are shown. If you are able to fully utilize the inner surface of this reflector, we can put 8 number of standard panels and we can generate energy. Next. So this is a typical calculation by this assumption, assuming that we can place a complete solar PV panel inside the reflector on a typical lamp. So, okay. So what we want to conclude is that the results shows that considerable the energy level appears to be very in a micro form with developing technology in solar PV panels and various light sources. Enough potential is available to trap energy from these light sources in a industry like manufacturing industry. And these are the references we used. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, so our next participant is Pooja Mahavar from University of Rajasthan.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Pooja?
Yes, ma'am. I'm audible to you.
Yes, you are.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pooja Mahavar, research scholar at Department of Chemistry, University of Rajasthan.
Pooja, is your presentation visible to you?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, you may start now.
No, ma'am. Slides are not visible.
Are they now?
No, ma'am.
Okay, wait a second.
Ma'am, can I share the slides?
We're having some technical issue, but we are resolving it. Please be patient.
Ma'am, I can share my slides.
Okay, so we'll make you host and then you can share your slide.
Okay.
Can you see your presentation?
Yes, ma'am. I can.
It's a request. Please keep your presentation.
Ma'am, you are not editor.
Short, so because we are running.
லெட்டர் வந்து கொடுக்கணும் இதனால தப்பு நடந்து இந்த மாதிரி நடக்காது என்ன கரெக்ட்.
Ma'am, can I start?
Hello. Yes. Am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So it's a request. Please keep your presentation short because we are running out of time.
Yes, ma'am.
Try to cover points only. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
You may start.
Okay. My topic of presentation is oxidation of cysteine by dichromates, kinetic and thermodynamic study. Next slide, please. The main objectives of our research is to do analysis of the product formed during the oxidation of cysteine by IBC and to study the nature of our reactive oxidizing species. The main focus of our research is to determine the kinetic and thermodynamic parameter for the reaction, and that are mainly solvent effect and the effect of acidity. After obtaining the data from the kinetic and thermodynamic study, we formulate a suitable mechanism for the reaction. And next slide. The introduction. The study of oxidation of organic compound under non-aqueous condition is an incredibly important part. And cysteine is a sulfur-containing semi-essential amino acid that is used as a substrate of our reaction materials and methods and materials. The preparation of imidazolium dichromate that is we use as a oxidant for the reaction that is prepared by the imidazolium added to the solution of a chromium trioxide in water. Here we put the solution at -20°C, and then we get the yellow crystals, the kinetic measurements. And slidings are moving really fast.
Can you please go to conclusions?
Ma'am, I didn't explain anything on paper.
Actually, our next is with us, and therefore we want to wind up as quickly as possible.
Okay. In this present work, I have done my research the kinetic and thermodynamic study for the oxidation of cysteine by using the imidazolium dichromate as a chromium 6 oxidant. From the research, we can conclude that the mechanism of cysteine is proceeded by the electrophilic attack on cysteine, sulfur atom of the cysteine, and then it form a intermediate complex that is a determining step of the reaction. And we found the product of the reaction is a cysteic acid. The order of reaction is observed for the reaction is first order with respect to the IDC, and the pseudo first order reaction with respect to the cysteine. And the reaction is catalyzed by the hydrogen ion. That is all. Thank you, ma'am.
Our next presentation from
Hello.
Santrupa?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, can you see your presentation?
Full screen.
Can you see your presentation?
Yes, I can.
Am I audible to Ms. Santrupa? Santrupa, you can start with your presentation now.
I'm starting. My topic of presentation is actually, yes, I can see my slides. Okay. The topic of my presentation is utilization of fermentation process for production of environmentally sustainable bioethanol. With growing concerns of, next slide, please. With growing concerns of increased energy consumption and accumulation of atmospheric greenhouse gases, there is considerable scientific attention to develop renewable energy, including biofuel production. A biofuel is any solid, liquid, or gaseous fuel that is derived from biomass, any matter obtained from microbial, plant, or animal materials. It is a type of renewable sources of energy continually being replenished naturally by the cycle of life. They are considered as environmental friendly fuel as well as promising substitute of fossil fuels that are limited in availability. Fuel whose energy is obtained through a process of biological carbon fixation in a short period of time is considered as biofuels. Next slide, please. There are obviously certain advantages of biofuels over fossil fuels. Fossil fuels are made from organisms that have been dead for millions of years, while modern plants and recently produced organic waste are utilized for biofuels. And biofuels are non-toxic and can be produced from safer methods like fermentation. Next slide. Next. The most common type of biofuels which is produced commercially is ethanol or ethanol blends. They are liquid biofuels and are mostly utilized in transport industry. Ethanol or ethyl alcohol is biodegradable, low in toxicity, and cause little environmental pollution. Ethanol bonds to produce carbon dioxide and water. By blending ethanol with gasoline, we can also oxygenate the fuel mixture so it burns more completely and reduces polluting emissions. Next slide. Ethanol fermentation is one of the oldest and most important fermentation process used in biotechnology industry. Bioethanol is typically produced via microbial fermentation of starch and sugars in corn, sugarcane, and sugar beets. Yeast, which is unicellular fungus, represent the best known microorganism used in the production of ethyl alcohol. Under anaerobic conditions, yeast Saccharomyces cerevisiae metabolizes glucose to ethanol. Next slide.
Request, if possible, can you jump to conclusions?
Then you have to move towards the slide number 12, like something like that. Please move on. I will just conclude. Yes, that was ethanol production from starchy crops. Starch is a polysaccharide comprising of glucose monomers linked together by glycosidic bonds. Starch, however, cannot be fermented directly from yeast because the organism lacks the aminolytic enzymes to liberate glucose. This conversion of starch, long-chain carbohydrates into smaller molecules of simple sugars like mono, di, and trisaccharides is known as saccharification. It is essentially a hydrolysis which can be accomplished with enzymes from barley malt or molds. The enzyme amylase, also known as diastase in the malt, hydrolyzes starch into fermentable sugar maltose, a dimer made up of 2 glucose units. Next, a different enzyme called glucoamylase is used to break disaccharides to monosaccharides. And finally, glucose is converted to alcohol by yeast enzyme zymase. Next slide, please. And this is the industrial method of production. I will just show the flow chart. So please, next slide. Next slide, please. Can you hear me? No. Yes. This is the flow chart of industrial method. Now we can. This is the flow chart of industrial method, and as we can see here, a slurry is cooked and liquefied by alpha amylase, and then the liquefied slurry is subjected to further hydrolysis by the saccharyfying enzyme glucoamylase. And downstream from the fermenters, the ethanol concentration is about 12% ethanol in water. If the concentration of alcohol is greater than 14%, the yeast cells die and the growth is ceased. The last phase of ethanol production is processing of ethanol to increase the ethanol concentration. It is distilled at 75 degrees to recover ethanol of 95% purity. And here is the outline of industrial production of ethanol from molasses. Here, the advantage of molasses appears to be a perfect feedstock for the production of alcohol because all the sugars are present in a readily fermentable form. So in the first step of alcoholic fermentation, the enzyme invertase is used to break down sucrose into glucose, and then another enzyme, zymase, act upon glucose and fructose, converting them to ethanol and releasing CO2. Now, advantages of bioethanol. Advantages of bioethanol, it burns more cleanly as a result of more complete combustion. It is relatively less flammable compared to fossil fuels. Bioethanol causes less harmful carbon emission compared to diesel. They reduce greenhouse gases up to 65%. Bioethanol are biodegradable, that reduces the possibility of soil contamination and contamination of underground water during transportation, storage, or use. If more people start shifting towards bioethanol, a country can reduce its dependence on fossil fuels with growing biofuel industry. But there are certain disadvantages, like the biggest challenge remains how to reduce the production cost of bioethanol. So strategic research needs to be accelerated to produce high quality bioethanols that are sustainable, competitive, and socially acceptable. Thank you everybody for your kind attention, and especially I would like to thank the organizers of this international seminar for giving me the opportunity to present my talk. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation. We'll take up the rest of the presentations tomorrow in our next session. Now I would like.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, we are able to hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible.
Can I present today itself? It will just take 3 minutes.
Excuse me, can you hear me?
Hello, am I audible?
Hello.
Can I present today? It will just only take 3 minutes.
Yes.
presentation today, but first we will hear from Dr. Kamil. So after his talk, you can have your presentation. Will that be okay? Excuse me, is everyone here? The participants?
Hello, it's maybe for time for me?
Yes,
no?
ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
First we
I'm
have
also present here.
first we have talk from you, the guest, and then you can present your presentation.
I have presented at 3rd of 5 past 4 p.m. So I just wondering, is it my time or no? Okay.
Madam, only 3 presentation is left.
Now I would like to invite our guest, Dr. Kamil Domaradzki. Mr. Kamil is a researcher at Faculty of Material Science and Ceramics, AGHUST, and he is doing his research in the field of material science. He did his PhD on the topic New Generation of Oxide Materials for Hydrogen Storage. He has successfully completed his research project at individual level as head of the project granted by IDUB AGH UST and title of grant entitled Nanocrystalline High Entropy Oxides for Hydrogen Storage. We are delighted to have you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Yes, I am ready. Do you see my presentation?
Yes, sir, you may continue.
Okay, so at the beginning, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to participate in the second international conference on renewable energy. My name is Kamil Domaradzki. I'm a PhD student. What is the talk about? Topic of my oral presentation is influence of mechanical synthesis conditions on the physical chemical properties of high entropy nanocrystalline oxide developed for application in hydrogen technologies. High entropy materials are a very new group of materials that started with high entropy alloys, and the gentleman in the photo who developed and defined them. High entropy alloys are multi-component solid solution materials that contain 5 or more elements in equi or nearly equi atomic proportion and minor elements, each having the atomic percentage between 5 and 35, to stabilize their structure by maximizing the configurational entropy. The great interest in high entropy materials is due to the fact that they often have different properties compared to conventional materials due to a huge number of possible interactions between atoms as a result of synergistic effect. High entropy alloys can be used inter alia as materials for hydrogen storage as well as conventional alloys. Most of them are based on transition metals, mainly on titanium, vanadium, and zirconium. High entropy alloys are mainly obtained by arc melting or often by mechanical alloying, but other methods such as laser engineered net shaping are also used. Their maximum hydrogen capacity is reached around 2 hydrogen to metal atom ratio, which is similar to conventional alloys. But for one alloy containing titanium, vanadium, zirconium, niobium, and hafnium, it was much as 2.5 hydrogen to metal ratio in a unit cell. The obtained ratio of hydrogen to metal means that apart from all tetrahedral sites, hydrogen also occupies half of the octahedral sites in the FCC structure. The authors explain this result by large distortion of the crystal lattice associated with the presence of cations in the structure that differ significantly in size and distributed randomly. This suggests the high entropy materials may have interesting properties due to the presence of many different cations in lanthans. In 2015, Rost and al. Obtained the first high entropy oxide with an equimolar composition, which is a single-phase solid solution with a rock salt structure by the solid-state synthesis method. This initiated a dynamic development of a new group of materials. So far, in addition to rock salt high entropy oxide, many more high entropy structures have been discovered. We are talking about structures of spinel, perovskite, and fluorite inter alia. The first high entropy oxide with the rock salt structure demonstrate high dielectric constant and high ionic conductivity, which make this material attractive for future application as a large-scale dielectric materials and solid-state electrolytes for batteries. Recently was reported that this kind of high entropy oxide exhibit a long-range magnetic order, which may be correlated with cation Cooper-2 Jahn-Teller effect. Different methods such as a solution combustion, flame spray pyrolysis, nebulized spray pyrolysis, reverse co-precipitation, etc. have been successfully applied to fabrication of high entropy oxide nanoparticles with the composition proposed by Rost. Among these methods, the nebulized spray pyrolysis method can be directly used to synthesize nanocrystalline single phase. In our research, we will try to use mechanochemical synthesis for this purpose. The other goals of our research are applying less expensive cobalt-2 free oxide instead of cobalt-2 oxide as a substrate for the synthesis, determining the influence of mechanical synthesis process parameters on synthesizing high entropy oxide, and examining the behavior of the obtained high entropy oxide nanopowder in high pressure hydrogen at 100 Celsius degrees using a Sieverts apparatus. Mechanical synthesis make it possible to obtain directly nanocrystalline material. The advantages of these techniques are that they are simple, require low-cost equipment, and provide that a coarse feedstock powder can be made. The powder can be processed. However, there can be difficulties such as agglomeration of the powders and contamination from the process equipment. Here, we can see the substrate used for the synthesis, photos of the equipment used, and various conditions of mechanical synthesis process tested. Time of milling lasted maximum 36 hours. 2 different pole-to-powder ratio was tested, and 2 different synthesis atmospheres. I'm sorry. Axer-D pattern showed that both powders before mechanical synthesis had similar composition. The only difference on the pattern come from the different structures cobalt oxides used in the synthesis. The synthesis process of both starting powders mixture was carried out for 36 hours. Every few hours, the process was stopped and the progress of single-phase oxide formation was checked. On the both Axer-D patterns, we can see that the entire system aims to form one phase with rock salt structure with the progress of synthesis. After 24 hours for composition with spinel cobalt oxide as a substrate, 2 phases are present. Rock salt expected and spinel phase corresponding to spinel cobalt oxide. After 36 hours, both phases are still present. In the case of composition with rock salt cobalt oxide as a substrate, after 12 hours, peak from the spinal structure will appear, which then disappear after 36 hours of milling. And now we see 2 synthesis results for nearly identical process conditions. The only difference is that one mechanical synthesis is carried out continuously for 36 hours, and the other is carried out intermittently, as mentioned earlier. Lattice parameters for rock salt structure are almost the same, but we see that the mass fraction of the second phase is much lower during the uninterrupted synthesis of high entropy oxide, which is evident in the X-ray diffraction pattern and Raman spectrum. We tried to eliminate the presence of spinal structure in the system by using a higher ball-to-powder ratio and removing air from the reactor and performing milling under argon. We can see that both methods improve the possibility of obtaining a single-phase material. If a higher ball-to-powder ratio is used, an additional BCC phase can be seen, which is probably contamination from the process equipment. Finally, the obtained high-entropy oxide nanopowder after high-pressure hydrogenation process at 100 Celsius degrees showed good chemical stability. We don't see any structural and morphological changes. The conclusions are as follows. The application of mechanical synthesis yield a nanopowder that almost that almost completely exhibited a rock salt structure. Replacing cobalt-2 oxide with cobalt-2 free oxide leads to the high entropy oxide containing a few percent of unreacted spinel cobalt oxide. Increasing of mechanical synthesis time and or BPR ratio results in a decrease in the starting powder content inside the final material. The obtained nanopowder rock salt high entropy oxide did not show any structural changes after high pressure hydrogenation at 100 Celsius degrees. This could mean that high entropy oxide demonstrates good chemical stability in hydrogen atmosphere. We believe that mechanical synthesis can be successfully used for the synthesis of nanocrystalline high entropy oxide with the rock salt structure after the appropriate synthesis process parameters are applied. That is all, and thank you for your attention.
Sir, for your valuable talk. Any questions, anyone?
If you have any questions, so I stopped share the screen, and I think the next speaker can be invited. Yes? I stop share, okay? If you know any question for me.
Now I would like to call upon our next presenter, R.C. Punia from Government Polytechnic College, Sikar. Dr. R.C. Punia. Dr. R.C. Punia from Government Polytechnic College, Sikar.
Hello, Kamil. Are you hearing me? Kamil?
Yes, yes, I hear you.
And thank you very much for this talk. I that you accepted my name. And so my regards to Jyoti.
I think the connection is weak because I interrupted you.
I want to thank you for accepting our invitation for invited talk for time. And
No problem. It's a pleasure for me.
And pay my regards to Professor Jyoti. To help me to invite you. Thank you.
No problem. It's a pleasure.
Dear audience, we are gonna resume our oral presentation session. And I call the name of next presenter, R.C. Punia. Next, Surendra Punia.
Yes, ma'am. I am here, ma'am. Please share my presentation. Or I share my presentation?
So from our end, we will present your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, my slide is visible?
Yes, sir, your slide is visible. You may start with your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Good evening to all of you. The topic of my presentation is phase change material-based parabolic concentrated solar thermal desalination device. Myself is the principal scientist at Central Arizona Research Institute, Jodhpur.
Water is basic necessity for human civilization along with food and air. Therefore, the importance of supplying hygienic, potable, or fresh water can hardly be overstressed. And another major problem is drinking water is scarcely available in western arid region of our country, particularly in western Rajasthan. And people are still dependent on surface water from ponds and open wells for daily consumption, and it depends on rainwater collected from rooftop. And the major problem is this water is highly saline, underground water containing fluoride and nitrate. So the desalination of this saline and brackish water is a better choice. And the arid and semi-arid part of our countries receive much more radiation as compared to the rest of the countries, approximately 6 kilowatt hours per square meter per day. And the mean annual daily solar radiation is having 8.9 average sunshine hours at Jodhpur. So looking to this plentiful availability of solar energy, it can be used for converting brackish water to demineralized water through solar desalinations. Therefore, the concentrated type solar desalination seems to be a good substitute for conventional method. And now the design considerations, the system has been designed and fabricated in such a way that it provides the combined production of distilled water as well as hot water. Now we have not discussed about this. This is the useful energy and deliverable energy by using this energy balance equations. And now the efficiency of the parabolic disk collector is calculated by these formulas. And we have also used the phase change material for thermal storage. The most common phase change materials for thermal energy storage application is salt hydrates, organic paraffin waxes, and mixture of these, as well as eutectic modules and nanoparticle based nanofluids. So we have used the paraffin for the thermal storage, and the melting temperature of this paraffin is 58 to 66. So these are the physical and chemical properties of the PCM material. Now this is the design of the phase change material based concentrating solar thermal desalination device, and this is the experiment we have conducted at our Kadri solar yard during the year of 2020. Now these the performance of the solar concentrator based distillation unit was tested during the year of 2021, and the maximum average stagnation temperature at the bottom of the vessel's absorber surface is around 350 degrees Celsius, which is sufficient for boiling of water and steam generations. And the average maximum water temperature is up to 96 degrees Celsius, which is vaporized form of the steam, and the average ambient temperature, water temperature is varied from 83 to 96 degrees Celsius, and the ambient temperature is varied from 30 to 46 degrees Celsius. And this is the solar radiations varied from 374 to 702 watt per meter square, and the highest solar and the maximum values of solar radiation is varied from 626 to 1188 watt per square meter. Now this is the temperature profile during the experiment. This is the maximum solar radiation, and this is the average solar radiation, and this is the maximum air temperature, and this is the average air temperature, and these are the this is the variations of the temperature and radiations during the study. And the average temperature, this is the glass cover temperature varied from 29 to 64 degrees Celsius, and glass cover outer temperature, this is the outer temperature varied from the 27 to 52 degrees Celsius. Now the experimental distillate productivity and solar radiation, we have compared with PCM and without PCM during throughout the year, from year-round performance from January to December, and the maximum daily distillate obtained from this device is 7.12 liter per day in the month of the May, and without PCM the distillate yield is 6.52 liter per day. And it was observed that the lowest distillate output is in the month of the January is 2.77 liter per day in January, and without PCM is 1.97 liter per day. And the average distillate obtained from this device is 4.51. Throughout the year, the average distillation is 4.5, means 4.5 liter per month. And without PCM, this will be 3.8 liter per month. And the total productivity of this unit by using this phase change material is enhanced the 109% as comparison to without PCM. And now the overall efficiency. of this system is varied from 13.5% to 34.8%, and the monthly average efficiency was 22%. Now the economic analysis of this solar devices by calculating the 5 economic attributes: benefit cost ratio, net present worth, annuity, internal rate of return, and payback period. And now the payback period is only 1.40 years, and the internal rate of return is 87.2%. So the economic evaluation of this parabolic concentrator solar thermal desalination device revealed that high value of internal rate of return and low value of payback period means the unit is very cost efficient, and the economic attributes of the system is also revealed its economic viability. Now the conclusion: maximum productivity of this solar distillation was increased to 7.12 liter using paraffin wax as a PCM, and 6.52 liter per day during May 2020 without PCM. And the monthly average distillate output is 4.51 liter per month with PCM, and without PCM it should be 3.84. Productivity was enhanced by 109% by using the PCM material, and the average deficiency of the system is varied from 13.5% to 34.8%. And the economic analysis is revealed that the high value of IRR, internal rate of return, and low value of payback period makes the unit is very cost efficient. Thank you very much.
Now I would like to invite our next presenter, Dennett Davis from University of Calicut, Kerala.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible. You may begin with your presentation.
Ma'am, I'm not seeing my presentation.
You will have to wait for a minute. We are sharing.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. So my topic is graphene as a whole transport layer for enhanced performance of PCM organic process, a numerical simulation study. I'm a research student under the guidance of Dr. Sudhir Sebastian, and I'm from Christ College in Nalakoda, University of Calicut, Kerala. Next slide. Ma'am, next slide. Okay, so why do we choose solar cells is a big problem that we have to think about. So we already know that renewable energy resources are in very much necessity. So global energy demand and today's main energy resources are very much getting depleted, and increased concentration of carbon dioxide and greenhouse effect, and PV devices are the next generation technology. So we need to get into that advancement, and photovoltaic devices actually converts light energy into electrical energy. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so these are the advantages of organic solar cells over other solar cells like inorganic solar cells and perovskite solar cells. Extremely high optical absorption coefficients, production of very thin solar cells, and we can integrate it into several products very easily. We can actually implement it on towers, windows, rooftops, and it has several new market opportunities and low manufacturing cost and low environmental pollution, as we can see as we compare to other energy resources. Next slide. So working principle of organic solar cell actually includes 4 steps. Okay, these are the types of OSC: single layer, multi-layer, multi-junction, and we are concentrating on bulk heterojunction solar cells. Ma'am, you're running. These are the results, device performances on different device configurations. Ma'am, previous slide. Okay, this is the conclusion of different device configurations based on different ETLs, PDNO, PFNBR, zinc oxide, and TiO2. So these are the efficiencies that we have attained using our simulation software, and we have concentrated on the efficiency study. Next slide. Ma'am, next slide. Increases. As the thickness of the actual air increases, the efficiency first increases and then decreases. That is according to the working of organic solar cells. And as the defect density decreases, efficiency increases. As the mobilities increases, efficiency increases. And the variation of VOC, JSC, FF have also been studied, and the graphs are also shown in the slides. I would like to thank the ICRE 2022 coordinators for giving me such a great opportunity for this oral presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Presenter Neha Pal. Neha Pal. Are you present there?
So we are done with the oral presentation session for today. Our next guest is Dr. Sushant Kumar. He is currently an assistant professor in Department of Chemical and Biochemical Engineering at IIT Patna.
Hello. Hello.
He has worked with nanoparticles by Design Unit, Okinawa Institute of Science and Technology, Okinawa, Japan. He also worked as visiting assistant professor, Department of Biochemical and Chemical Engineering at Indian Institute of Technology, Patna. His main research interest lies in heterogeneous catalyst, photocatalysis, CO2 capture and utilization and hydrogen production and storage methods. He has also one granted US patent as primary investor. He is a recipient of Young Research Award. He is also a member of National Academy of Inventors, USA. We are honored to have you, sir. Please deliver your talk on tri-phase photocatalysis for CO2 reduction and N2 fixation with efficient electron transfer on hydrophilic surface of transition metal dope MIL 88A. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much for the introducing me. I'm very much thankful to Professor I.P. Jain and Professor C. Lal, Chagar Lal, for inviting me for this talk. So here, please let me know if you are able to see my slides. Is it visible for everyone? Please let me know if it is visible.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay, so the topic for today, I have been listening since morning. It was mainly for the renewable energy, primarily for the hydrogen. I did work with the hydrogen a long back ago, and now I am pretty much into the CO2 reduction and the nitrogen fixation. I will deliver the reason why I feel that the CO2 utilization is much more appealing to the current status of the world, and how one can actually do the CO2 reduction or the nitrogen transformation to ammonia using sunlight, which is there in abundance, and also using a very inexpensive metals such as iron based molecules as a photocatalyst. So this is the topic. This is the paper which we have published recently, and the main author is Nivesh. He was my PhD student. So over to the introduction of this photocatalytic CO2 and nitrogen reduction. What exactly we have? We have a situation where the CO2 is growing in the world and it is a greenhouse gas that is well accepted. And when we see the trajectory of how CO2 is growing or emitted in the atmosphere, it has a very good correlation with the temperature rise in the world. So the scientists around the world are trying to mitigate the CO2 reduction, and there are several ways by which one can actually capture the CO2. There are pre-combustion, post-combustion, oxy-combustion. Even in the industries, people have been using it. But the catch over there is that if you are using CO2 for capturing the CO2, that is not going to meet the target. The better explanation to this would be that if you want to capture CO2, there is always an input energy that will be required. And to get that input energy, people do have to burn the fossil fuels. And once you burn the fossil fuels, you are actually emitting the CO2. So if you look at all the calculation, you will see that ultimately to capture CO2, you really invest a lot of energy, and at the end you just capture a very minute amount of the CO2. So that was my apprehension of not continuing the CO2 capture. Better, I thought that it is CO2 utilization, which is much more interesting in a way that from the energy perspective. The reason is that you have a CO2 gas molecule, and then there is a water which is available, and then we have sunlight. And then what I have to do as a scientist, I have to prepare the photocatalyst in a way that it transforms the CO and methane and hydrogen. And then another reaction which can be done in the liquid phase is to reduce the nitrogen to ammonium ion, and using the same concept, using the sunlight and using the photocatalyst. But this is very theoretically possible. But how to design photocatalyst, and how will you design the photocatalyst in a way that you achieve this target? So let me give you a brief overview about what the photocatalyst would be. So we are looking for a semiconductor. That semiconductor should have a conduction band position and a valence band position in a way that it gives the reduction potential, which would be going to have the CO and methane as well as the hydrogen as a product, and similarly for the ammonium ion. And also there should be the band gap should be good enough so that the energy that is coming from the sunlight, which is 4% UV and a lot in the visible, that can be actually harvested by these photocatalysts. So what we did here in this work was that we have chosen an organic molecule, MIL88A, which was having iron in it, and try to see how that behaves. The reason why we choose MIL88A was that it is a visible light responsive photocatalyst, and adding iron into it was very dramatic, and we will see how we have then incorporated another transition metals to see what exactly it is going to have an impact on. So this is the synthesis procedure which has been followed. Here we have a PVP FeCl3 fumaric acid, and it was mixed in a deionized water. So you can see here. Then there was manganese we have considered, and also zinc sulfate we have considered, which was added along with the iron. As I said, that our aim was to learn about the impact or the effect of the true transition metals into this MIL88A, and this is what the study was about. So then it was treated in a hydrothermal reactor, followed by the cooling, our centrifugation. Then it was washed with water ethanol, and what we saw after the vacuum heating was the powder which we can use as a photocatalyst. Here you can see the morphology of MIL88A doped with the manganese as well as zinc. So you can see the morphology. It was more like a spindle-like structure. And this morphology. There was a change in the length, in the dimensions, length and width after we doped with the manganese and zinc. And also, what was changed was you can see here the XRD has changed. The IR was giving us the same result because the chemical structure remained same. What was very interesting that the XPS had shown the shift towards a lower binding energy when we have doped with the manganese and zinc. that tells us that the iron and the oxygen both were showing the same kind of a pattern or the same kind of shift towards the lower binding energy. And that would tell us that, look, there is always a electron movement from the manganese or zinc towards the iron and oxygen. So remember that this amyl 88A will have FeO as a cluster, and in which the iron, in which the manganese and zinc was residing into the structure. And once we have once there is an electron availability, the electron would move from the manganese or zinc towards the iron FeO cluster. So then we were interested in doing and learning about the UV visible absorption, PL intensity. So these are basically the photophysical and electronic properties, because it tells us how good these photocatalysts are. So after doing this talk plot, if some of you must be knowing all these things, so I'm not going into the detail for this. So here it will tell us that initially it was 1.93 EV of band gap MIL at E8A. After doping with the manganese is shifted to 1.85, and to zinc it was 1.78. And once we look at the PL, PL actually tells us the reason, the problem that exists in this field is that electron and holes are generated, but those electron and holes actually recombine within the structure of the photocatalyst. And once that happens, you are losing out the electron and hole. So if you have these intensity signals very low, that means you have a lot of electrons and holes at the surface of the catalyst, which can be used for the reduction process. So the lower the intensity, the better it is. So then also this was again replicated, or again it was showing the same kind of a behavior when we look at the impedance spectroscopy. What we have seen that impedance spectroscopy is telling us how how easily the electrons are moving or have the good mobility inside the heterostructure or the structure that we have. And then this was validated when we did the photocurrent responses. In this kind of experiment, what we do, we have a light, simulated sunlight. We just expose that light onto the photocatalyst, and what we see is for a few seconds we see there is a rise in the photocurrent, and then once we seize those light, then there is no photocurrent at all. Once we turn on again, then there is a cycle which shows that there is a certain kind of a relative intensity, and that relative intensity also tell us the same thing about the electron mobility. So from these data, what we saw was the zinc, while we dope the zinc, that photocatalyst has a better has a better potential to be photoactive, because it has more electron availability or accessibility to the surface of the photocatalyst. Now this was more Schottky, and over here you can see that this is the energy band alignment which one can prepare. And this energy band alignment would, once we have calculated using the Morse-Schottky plot or the conduction band values, what we have seen that all three of these photocatalysts can actually reduce the CO2 to CO. And also because this is telling us the thermodynamic feasibility about the product formation. So the negative it is, the better it is as a thermodynamic driving force. But then there is a kinetics also. So we have to keep that into mind. So here we have seen that the zinc is having a higher thermodynamic driving force for the conversion of CO2 to CO or methane. And also when we looked at the reaction, what we have seen that the zinc was performing the best with the 25.1 micromole per gram for this experiment, and the same and then was followed by manganese and the MIL. So the product that we have observed using the GC was CO, methane, and hydrogen, and this is the apparent quantum yield, which tells us how good the photocatalyst is. Now, what we did, we simulated this reaction into the in situ drift, and what we have observed that, look, if this amyl 88A is organic compound, there might be a possibility that the CO or methane that we are observing can come out from the carbon that is already available in amyl 88A. So what we did, we had the 13 CO2 gas, which is isotopic cylinder we had. We passed that, and we saw that these 13 CO minus or this H30 CO3 minus are the signal are becoming stronger and stronger with the time. So this tells us that such conversion is happening. The COO minus is termed as a very active intermediate because the CO2 over there takes up the electron, form the COO minus, and that actually proceeds the reaction. So there is a detailed reaction mechanism that one can discuss, but we have a time constraint, so I'm skipping this part. Next, what we have seen is the same situation for the photo reduction of nitrogen. We have a higher yield for zinc. We did check the ammonium formation using two methods. One was SRC reagent and another was ion chromatography, and both of them proved that yes, this reaction is happening with the ammonium formation, and that gave us a lot of confidence. Then we have simulated this reaction into the in situ drift that we have, and we have seen the successful formation of NH bond. And what we have seen that there was no formation of N2H4, which could be due to the which could tell us that there is an associative reaction pathway, but that is not happening there. So it's most likely it's a dissociative reaction pathway. Dissociating means the nitrogen would split into the nitrogen molecule, and then there is a Langmuir-Hinshelwood mechanism that would be followed. So those things are now there. Those things are there, not the N2 combining with the hydrogen and forming some hydrogen kind of things. So what we have here is a plausible charge transfer mechanism. Here, what you can see is that all these are contact angle measurement for water for all these photocatalysts that we have prepared. We have seen that all of these are photocatalysts because all of these are hydrophilic because the angle that they are making with the surface is lower than 90 degree but higher than 0 degree. So that means the CO2 can diffuse in. Remember that the diffusion coefficient of CO2 or nitrogen in water is quite low, and hence those are very much mass transfer controlled. And once it reaches to the surface, there should be a lot of electrons available which can interact with those gas molecules so that these active intermediates can be formed. So how these electrons would be available, and then there is a diffusion of the CO2, the nitrogen. The reason is if you have more of hydrophobic, that is, the more the angle is forming, there is a more of a CO2. We have a detailed study in another paper, which I have not included here. But from my understanding, what I can tell you that the CO2 or the nitrogen would transport or diffuse into this water cover that we have, and then it will go and reach to the surface. So the higher the angle, the more CO2 or the nitrogen molecules will reach to the surface. But then again, the surface should provide enough of the electrons so that there should be an interaction between the gas molecules and the electrons. So combining those effects, we have a detailed mechanism that we have discussed in this work. And this is again the pictorial representation. And I have not shown you the in situ ESR data where we have shown that how the electron transferred from the oxide ion to Fe3 plus into the FeO cluster following the LMCT process, and Fe2 plus acts as a site for the photo reduction of the CO2 or the nitrogen. So this is all about my presentation. So thank you. I will be very happy to answer the questions if any would have. I hope I am on time.
If there are any questions, audience can ask right now.
If not, then should I stop?
Hello.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
And I really appreciate you because after a short notice, I just remind you I need your lecture, and you are very nice person to accept our invitation within a short time. Thank you very much.
I must thank you to giving me this opportunity. I really liked, I enjoyed to be in this conference. Thank you.
I was just saying you are connected before the inauguration and now you are.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Nice day. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
If anybody wants to present their research work, then let us know. If anybody want to give their presentation, please inform us. From today or tomorrow list. Dear audience, if anybody left for the presentation, please let us know. Or anyone who is interested, then they can also. Okay, then meanwhile, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. After that, we will come back with our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we are having a great opportunity to listen to the words by a great knowledgeable speaker. Here I am talking about Dr. Dinesh Pathak. He is faculty member in Physics, University of West Indies, St. Augustine Campus, Trinidad. Dr. Pathak is faculty member at Physics University of West Indies. He has completed his postdoc from University of Padua, European Union. He has also worked at Queen's University, Canada. He has published more than 54 research papers in Science Citation Index journals. He also awarded with Rising Star Award and International Union of Crystallography Award by Asian and Chinese Crystallography Society in Beijing, China. He also worked for science popularization and promotion to encourage students to take science as a career for growing India. He also teaches courses at Department of Physics, University of West Indies, ranked in first 1600 by Times Higher Education World Ranking. I will be honored to invite you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Hello, good evening. Thank you once again. I think I'm audible, if you can confirm from Jaipur.
You are audible.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So I am already well introduced by the organizers. I must thank them to giving me opportunity to speak at this very great conference, and also those who are outside Rajasthan or maybe from other places, they must know that University of Rajasthan is very well reputed educational institute of India, especially the non-conventional energy research center, which is established there at Jaipur University of Rajasthan. I also had opportunity to visit there during my PhD, which I did from Guru Nanak Dev University in Amritsar. So thank you once again. And I completed my PhD in 2012 from Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. Later, I worked at some time in Czech Republic for around 4 years under a project by European Union. And later I moved to India. Nowadays, I am affiliated to, I have two affiliations actually. At present, I'm working at University of West Indies, which is in Trinidad. University of West Indies is having actually 4 campuses, but I work at Trinidad campus. Also, I'm affiliated with the Shulin University, which is situated at Solan, Himachal Pradesh. Many of you may be knowing this. And this university, and the university is very reputed. Within 10 years after establishment, it has got, the Shulin University has got the rank in first 300 in Asia. Maybe you know it. So not wasting so much time, I was asked by Dr. Chhagan Lal from your Department of Physics, University of Rajasthan, to say a few things about solar energy and the work which I done at European Union and also at Queen's University, Canada. So I have made my PPT very basic, knowing that many of you may be from master or undergraduate level, although there may be some other doctoral or other higher established researcher as well. But I made the PPT like that to have basics of basic information about solar energy. So I think I must share my PPT. Just wait a minute.
Dr. Dinesh Pathak, you can share.
Yeah, I'm sharing it. Please wait.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, I think now you can see it. Can you see it, please?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, thank you. So many of you may be knowing that there is a great challenge of energy demands, which is increasing day by day, and people are moving toward the renewable energies. There are so many renewable energy families available already, like hydrogen energy, solar energy, then geothermal energy, wind energy, etc. But considering the availability of sun everywhere, the sun is most suitable source of energy, and also sun is expected to stay many more years with us. Also, considering the especially so many tropical countries worldwide, we must try to harness sun's energy by having new and new technologies in future. We understand that the energy of the sun cannot be used directly as current, but that can be done by having some materials. And we understand that the last century when it started, so it started with silicon wafer, the first generation technology, and later people went to the thin film technologies because of the low cost of thin films and tunability of the materials, etc. Then people moved to nanostructured thin films, or maybe quantum dot and other dye sensitized materials, etc. But there exist also other materials where, in spite of having bilayers, we blend the P and N type material, and then we say that we use only single active layer there, although we all understand that in case of a semiconductor, a solar panel which is made from diodes, we have bilayer structure, a P-type and N-type semiconductor, where either they can be both inorganic or both can be organic, or maybe they can be hybrid. But we have another class of materials which are coming in future, where in spite of making a bilayer structure, we use only a single layer. So they are called fourth generation hybrid materials. If we use both of those material component as inorganic or both organic, so they are different, and otherwise we say them hybrid. One is organic or one is inorganic. And also we understand that, when I will be coming further slides, that when we make blend of them in spite of having bilayer structure, so there are so many junctions formed at every interface of donor and acceptor material. So that is why we also say sometimes them as bulk heterojunction hybrid materials. So this work I carried out under European Union project, which I completed in around 2016. So it was a European Union project sponsored to University of Pardubice, which is in Czech Republic. We were having cooperation with Queen's University, Canada, at Advanced Photovoltaic Laboratory there. So after around 1 year, I worked there with Professor J.M. Nunzi, who has around 500 photovoltaic-based papers. So I must thank my team with them I cooperated during those 3 to 4 years, Professor Nunzi, then Professor Wagner. Tham Adhikari was a postdoc, PhD student there. Now he's a postdoc at University of Toronto. And other two, this is what he's one, Dr. Ujma C belongs to Pakistan, so she's now faculty there. And Mr. Sanjay, who worked with me here in India, now he's doing PhD at University of South Bohemia in Czech Republic. So I also participated in 2012 Lindau Nobel Laureate meeting. So these are my some pictures with the few Nobel laureates. So again, coming to the issue that we understand that best renewable energy is considered as solar energy, because sun is present everywhere. For example, if we compare sun with wind, sun as renewable energy source, as compared to, if we compare that with the tidal energy or geothermal or maybe wind energy, The others, others except sun, are not available everywhere. Also, we have new technologies coming in this area, like dye-sensitized solar cell, quantum dot solar cell material. So people are expecting more and more efficiencies in future. So we expect that up to 2050, the most of the energy from renewable will come from sun. So actually, and also we understand that we cannot harness sun's energy. We cannot use sun's energy directly. We need materials in form of either diode or maybe some in some other case. So we have many so we need means in future new materials, new technologies to convert the sun's energy to electricity. This was around 5 year back data. About in 2013, it was published in some magazine. So we see here that Germany is using up to 35 gigawatt of sun's energy. China is producing up to 19, and so on. And even India is a tropical country, but we are not in the top 10 list. Although I understand that this list may have been changed now, because India is also focusing very much in this direction now. So for beginners, I put this slide over here. So the thing is that how to select a material when we have to explore that for maybe solar energy harnessing. So we understand that the most of energy spectrums of the sun fall in the 1 to 2 electron volt. So it means the material should have band gap from 1 to 2 electron volt. Zinc oxide or other oxides, wide band gap, they cannot do this, although they have other applications in solar energy. So these are some criteria which must be satisfied when we select new materials. For example, we are going for organic materials in future, so they must satisfy most of the criteria from here before we try them for the harnessing of solar spectrum. They should have high absorption spectrum, suitable mobility, low recombination velocity, suitability of making N and P type. For example, this is because if we are interested to make homoepitaxial materials, so we need that the same material should be able to be in the formation of N and P type. Easy availability means the material should be low cost. There should be some processing method available. It should not be like that we selected some material and for that the low cost processing method are not available. So that kind of material we should not opt. So these are some issues. Those who are working in photovoltaics, they must read us very. Although there are so many journals, but Progress in Photovoltaic published by Ville, they publish every 3 months the latest advancements and the efficiencies, etc. achieved. So till now, this is some 5 to 6 year old paper data, but you can see the latest from there as well. So you see silicon or maybe binary material 3,5 or some maybe amorphous silicon or maybe dye-sensitized material. Organic has also reached nowadays more than 15%. So multi-junction, single junction. From here, you can see that after 1975, thin film technology was very dominant, and later nowadays, if you see around 2010 to 15, the emerging photovoltaic technologies are dye-sensitized solar cell, and then organic new materials, then quantum dots, etc. For your information, the quantum dot are special nanomaterials where, because of quantum confinement, very high efficiency can be achieved. Theoretical reports say that they can have efficiency up to 60%. So these are actually various kinds of solar cell, means dye-sensitized, hybrid materials. Hybrid means if one layer is organic and other is inorganic. So hybrid can be either bilayer, or maybe we can have hybrid also in bulk heterojunction solar cells. So we all understand that after wafer-based technologies, thin films or dye-sensitized quantum dots, etc., the fourth generation, the materials which I am talking about, they work like this. So if you see in this PPT in the left side, we have one electrode. We all understand that why we need electrode when we make device. So we have one electrode one side, another electrode, the down electrode, which can be of metal as well. The top electrode should be transparent. We understand that because only then that the sun's energy which will reach at active layer. So here we see the in-between layer is not a bilayer. We are not having here P and N bilayer junction, but we have dispersed P and N material by making its blend. So these are called actually bulk heterojunction, because at every interface, you can see in the right side B part, at every interface of N and P type material at molecular level, there exists a junction. So that is why we say them also bulk heterojunction, because if there will be more and more molecules, so they will make more and more junctions. So this is bulk heterojunction technology. So many papers has already been published on bulk heterojunction solar cells, but technology is not very old. And although also it is not yet in market because efficiency has not much increased, it is less than 10. For information, the companies which work on solar modules, etc., they take the technology to market because obviously money is a big factor there. The material should have much efficiency. So only as per my information, they take the material and technology only to the market when the efficiency reaches more than 10. So although this technology, which is called bulk heterojunction solar cell materials, is not yet in market because they don't have yet more than 10% efficiency. So the thing is why we need the hybrid solar cell. So we understand that the inorganic materials, they have high carrier concentration, high carrier density, high strength, high stability, high efficiency. But if we see the organic material, they are flexible, they are eco-friendly, they are lightweight, they can be degradable, they are less toxic. So if we combine the organic with inorganic semiconductor, organic materials with inorganic, we can have the intermediate properties, and hence that is why people are attracted toward the hybrid solar cells. So which type of means organic molecule can be tried? So many variety of organic molecules, they already exist as semiconductors like PCBM or maybe MDMOPV, P3HT, and so many others. So depending upon that, for what application you are interested in, you can try the various organic molecules. Even one special attraction of the various researchers toward the organic is there was a report which was published by a German news channel, DW. Maybe you also follow it on Facebook. Like it is a news channel like BBC, DW, Deutsche Welle. So they published a report last year that in future, because of increase of population, there may be deficiency of inorganic semiconductors. So that is why this is one of the reasons that people should move also toward the organic semiconductors. And secondly, you can tailor them. What does the tailoring means? For example, you can lengthen the chain, or you can change the polymer structure. You can attach some ligand, and obviously those who have read something about chemistry, they may be knowing that you can change the properties of materials, and that is what we are interested. That is why we say them that it is the possibilities of tailoring the properties in case of organic semiconductors are very wide. Means you can have many more materials by tailoring the structure, and hence obviously if we tailor them in a synthetic chemistry laboratory, you can have new band gaps and new possibilities. So these are just pictures that you may have some better lab at non-conventional energy center at University of Rajasthan. But this is this is what we need actually when we make solar cell at laboratory scale. what is a solar cell at laboratory scale? So I must show this PPT first. See, it looks, this is what I prepared in 2014. So this is what you all may have seen the solar cell in solar modules. They looks different, but this is what laboratory scale solar cell looks like. 1 by 1 centimeter glass slide over which the various coatings can be done. The lower layer may be an electrode, then upper layer may be some electron or whole transport layer, then active layer. Then we have another layer. So many layers can be tried if we are interested to make multi-junction solar cell. And the top layer, which you see here, they are shiny silver electrodes. So for this, we need this type of laboratory, of course, means we need a glow box. So what is a glow box? If we are making one layer to another layer, we should not break the vacuum. So that is why in the top of left side, you see this type of assembly is called glow box, where all systems, either PVD instrument, or maybe spin coater, or maybe even the characterization is done within the inert environment in the closed system. So this is called glow box, and we need a solar simulator which generates sun-like conditions in laboratory, and so we also need sometimes in synthesis chemistry lab. So this all depends upon what you're making like. So means what I did is we prepared 136 and organic bulk heterojunction materials. So you see here in the top the red and blue separation that shows a bilayer structure, and in the down you see here a bulk heterojunction solar cell. I already said that in these 4th generation bulk heterojunction, but why bulk heterojunction? We have so many junctions at every interface of donor and acceptor material. So they are expected to have very high efficiency in future. So this was a paper which was published in Advanced Functional Material around 15 years before by scientists from Switzerland and Austria. So means from here we got the idea, although in these last 10 years, so many publications are already there in field of bulk heterojunction solar cell. So I blended the inorganics with the organic by 2 ways, means those who belong to maybe physics, or those who understand. There are 2 methods to make nanostructure materials of inorganic. Either you can mill them by ball milling by grinding them with a high-speed ball mill, or you can do it the synthesis from bottom to up by solution methods. So I did by both ways. Later we did some XRD. These I should not discuss, to see if there is proper dispersion or not. There is also one technique by which you can see that the active layer which you made is suitable for the solar energy or not. That is called quenching. Although this was the graph earlier. Yeah, this red one. So means when you make the layer an active layer of a donor acceptor material, either inorganic or inorganic, or organic inorganic, or maybe organic organic, you should also check PL quenching. If there is PL quenching, obviously the material will be better for that absorption. So means finally, for the beginner, they should know that how to characterize solar diode. So you should check the dark characteristics and the characteristics with the solar simulator. So in 4th quadrant, you see here the graph like this, means this is just enlarged. The right side graph is just enlarged version of left side in the 4th quadrant. From there, you can find the short circuit current density and open circuit voltage and the fill factor, etc., which represents the squareness of the that curve. So means here this is just a very basic, that how we can find the efficiency. So we can also blend the quantum dots with the organic, because the quantum dots, those who have studied nanotechnology, they should know that what are quantum dots. They are nanostructure where of the size where the size of that nanostructure is equivalent to near to the Bohr exciton of that material. So because of quantum confinement, we can have different band gaps, and they in a single layer, if we disperse the different sized quantum dots, the absorption efficiency can be enhanced. So they can be synthesized by milling, although by milling you may not have uniform sized quantum dots, but yes, this is also one of the method by high speed milling, which is a very low cost method and called top down technique, because we are crushing the bigger structures to smaller to have high surface area. So yeah, we can do later XRD, etc., to see if there is peak broadening or not. With SEM, you can see. So I also synthesized at that time these silver indium selenide quantum dots by solution method, where yeah, these are just absorption graph and efficiencies, etc. So efficiency of these systems, which I made during my postdoctoral at University of Padua and in Czech Republic, and also at Queen's University, was not too high. But if you see the literature, these bulk heterojunction solar cell, I saw around, they have efficiency only up to 6 to 7% till now, as per my information. So this is not quite much, but there are so many possibilities. So many materials should be tried. So many homo-lumo matching should be tried with the new organic materials, or maybe some with the inorganic materials. So these are some synthesized quantum dots by solution method. Later we made the solar cell like this, where one layer, the one electrode is ITO. Obviously one should be transparent, and other can be although the metal electrode. So we found the efficiency around less than 1%, 0.75, which is even very less. So that time we published this paper in Optical Materials. So the thing is that I tried here to and inform the students or researchers that what are actually the 4th generation bulk heterojunction solar cell material. So we should know now, although many of you may also be working in this field already. So we should know now that in spite of having a bilayer structure, means a layer of P and N separately, we mix the materials together to make a single active layer. Active layer means which absorb the solar spectrum, and at every interface of that P and N material, it makes a junction, and that is why we say them as bulk heterojunction solar cell materials, because bulk heterojunction means too many junctions in the single active layer. And hybrid is just a word which is used to distinguish that either the bulk heterojunction, if the bulk heterojunction is made from organic, so that is not hybrid. So if we are making the bulk heterojunction as either from one material is either donor or acceptor is organic and other is inorganic, so we say that hybrid. So what can be the future scopes in this field? Too many materials can be tried by first having some simulation or some idea about the band gaps, and by coating, different coating method can be tried, because every coating method has a result different quality layers. Then quantum dots, very fine quantum dots with quantum confinement, they can also be dispersed. Then anti-reflection coating, etc., they can also be tried to have better efficiency. And finally, I would like to thank my team from Czech Republic. Nowadays, I work at University of West Indies. I have not started continuing the research work further in this direction here, but This was a part of a work which we carried out at University of Pardubice, which is near to Prague in Czech Republic, and in cooperation with Professor Nunzi, who is a professor at Queen's University, Kingston, Ontario, Canada. So, and this was a project which was sponsored by 2-3 funding agencies, MSMT from Czech Republic, and Ministry of Information and Education from Czech Republic, and European Union through European Social Funds. So thank you once again. If we have some issues, then we can discuss maybe, or maybe later also. I welcome the potential collaborators from the people working from the people here to cooperate scientifically, because this is we always need cooperation, because, for example, if we wish to continue this work further, as I belong to physics, so we need people from chemistry, because they can synthesize us new organic molecules which can have this band gap near IR or in mid IR. Although majority of the organic molecules, they are having band gap more than 2 or up to 3 electron volt. I am also working in cooperation with Punjab University Department of Chemistry. They are synthesizing us few new organic structure which may have a band gap near to silicon, so they can be better materials for these bulk heat rejection solar cell in future. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. It was a very informative and knowledgeable talk. Now, Neha Pal is here with us.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you give your presentation, you can.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, actually, video are not respond. I don't know why. My voice is audible?
Should I stop my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you once again.
Hello. Hello, ma'am, I'm Neha. Can I what, audible?
Yes, you're audible. We are sharing your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Good evening, all of you. I'm Neha Pal, PhD scholar in MNIT Jaipur under the supervision of Dr. Madhu Agarwal, ma'am. Today, I'm going to present my work on the topic of performance evolution of biopolymer mixed matrix membrane for CO2 S2 separation. Please, ma'am, next slide. Let's come on the introduction. SAN gas is a mixture of carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, and hydrogen. Among of these, hydrogen is a very useful gas. Therefore, the separation of a hydrogen can be done can be needed, because the hydrogen can be used in ammonia for the preparation of ammonia and the fuel cell. Various technology are used for the hydrogen separation. Among of this, membrane separation is the most effective approach due to the low energy consumption, cost effective process flexibility compared to the traditional method, and continue operation. The various type of membrane are used for the gas separation, such as polymer material, inorganic material, and mixed matrix material. In a polymer material, energy efficient, low cost, good strength, but it not exceed the robustest trade-off limit, and the performance is low. In an organic material, organic material is thermally and mechanically are strong, but but the durability is low. Ma'am, एक minute. Ma'am, please slow the slide. In a mixed matrix membrane, is the advantages of both the material, polymer material and inorganic material. Due to this, nowadays researchers are focused on the mixed matrix membrane. Various type of filler are used, such as graphene oxide and PD nanoparticle. Graphene oxide, among the graphene oxide is best for the CO2 capturing, such as graphene oxide is an oxygen containing group which provide versatile site for the interaction of polymer chain. Polymer group of COH OH sheet for attract the CO2 gas. On the other side, PD nanoparticles are the high hydrogen efficiency. Due to both the material provide the good separation efficiency of CO2 and H2. Polymer mixed matrix membrane polymer material. Various type of polymer material are used for the mixed matrix membrane, such as the synthetic polymer and the natural polymer. In a synthetic polymer, have a drawback because it's not environment friendly and not cost effective. Due to this, the biopolymer are in demand nowadays. Guar gum is the one of the biopolymer which have a ability to form a film, an excellent raw material for proper dispersion, self-adjusting, and cross-linking. Next slide, ma'am. Objective of this study, development of mixed matrix membrane using guar gum and optimize the separation parameter of CO2 and H2. Next slide. This is the schematic diagram for the finding the permeability apparatus. Next. This is the characterization of the graphene oxide. With the FTIR show the various oxygen-containing functional groups which confirm the presence of the the formation of GO and the okay. This is the permeability and selectivity of guar gum GO mixed matrix membrane. It showed that when increase the amount of the GO in the mixed matrix membrane, and the permeability of the CO2 is enhanced, and the permeability of the H2 is constant. When we added the PD nanoparticle in the membrane, the permeability of hydrogen is drastically reduced. Resultant, the selectivity of the CO2 and H2 is enhanced. This is the surface morphology of membrane. The first morphology is the GGP membrane. It shows the some previous slide, please. Okay, this is the cross-sectional view. It shows that by incorporating the GO in the dense membrane, it converted into the structure like layered-like structure. And when we increase the 2 weight percent of increase the GO amount to greater than 2 weight percent, the elongation occurs. This is the mechanical property of mixed matrix membrane. It shows. Ma'am, previous slide, please. Okay, let's come to the conclusion. The glycerol modified guar gum membrane loaded with GO and PD nanoparticle were prepared. The combined effect of GO and PD nanoparticle provide the high CO2 H2 selectivity value is 18.27. The elongation of break enhanced 2.5 to 16. Hence, for the developed membrane has a tremendous potential application for gas separation. References, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Neha Paul.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Dear audience, now we are very grateful to all of you who have accepted our invitation to be the part of this elite event. Coming to the conclusion of the session, I would like to thank our chief guest, Professor Dinser, Honorable Vice Chancellor, all the eminent speakers and dignitaries for your presence and blessings bestowed to us. We will resume our conference tomorrow at the scheduled time. Thank you so much once again on the behalf of Center for Non-Conventional Energy Resources. I am very overwhelmed and thankful to all of you.
Thank you, ma'am.